Chapter 1 Breakup. In a parallel world, the bustling and noisy demon city is like a bright pearl, shining with endless vitality and light. Zhang Xian, an ordinary young man, rushes around every corner of this city every day for a living. On this day, like countless other days, Zhang Xian finished a tiring but fulfilling day of work. Although he was a little tired, his heart was full of joy and anticipation. He took out half of his daily salary without hesitation, a full 120 renminbi, and carefully selected a bouquet of gorgeous roses and a box of exquisite chocolates. These expenses were not easy for him, but for the girl in his heart, Lin Xiao, he felt that everything was worth it. With this loving gift in his arms, Zhang Xian walked briskly and happily towards the coffee shop they often visited. Along the way, he imagined the surprised expression of his girlfriend Lin Xiao when she saw the gift, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously, as if the whole world had become extra beautiful. However, as he gradually approached the coffee shop, the scene in front of him was like a bolt from the blue, hitting him hard. Through the clear glass window of the coffee shop, he saw the figure of his girlfriend Lin Xiao, but she was not alone. Next to her sat a strange man. The two sat close to each other, talking and laughing. The ambiguity between their behavior made Zhang Xian's brain go blank in an instant. His feet seemed to be cast under a spell, standing still, unable to move at all. His eyes were fixed on the scene in the store, trying to convince himself that this was just a misunderstanding. Maybe this man was just an ordinary friend of his girlfriend, maybe they were just chatting about some insignificant things. But when he saw his girlfriend's gentle smile, which was a brilliance that he had never shown in front of him, and when she gently stroked the man's hand, his heart was like being hit hard by a heavy hammer and sank completely. Zhang Xian's body was trembling slightly. He clenched his teeth tightly, his teeth chattered, and the anger in his heart surged like a tide. He kept asking himself in his heart, how could she do this to me? I was so good to her, I loved her so much. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails dug deep into his palms, and blood flowed out, but he didn't feel the pain at all, because the pain in his heart was thousands of times stronger than the pain in his hands. Zhang Xian was in a state of conflict and struggle. On the one hand, he wanted to rush in and question his girlfriend, to vent his anger and dissatisfaction. On the other hand, he was afraid to face the truth and to hear his girlfriend say those cruel words in person. He just stood there blankly, his face pale, his eyes revealing despair and helplessness. At that moment, Zhang Xian suddenly felt that he was so ridiculous. Once, he thought he had an indestructible love, and he devoted his heart, time, and energy to this love. He worked hard just to give his girlfriend a better life. He was careful and considerate just to make his girlfriend feel his love. But now, all this seems so absurd and ironic. Zhang Xian left the roses and chocolates behind and turned away silently, tears welling up in his eyes, but he tried hard not to let them fall. He didn't want to show his fragility and helplessness on the street. He walked towards the rental house with heavy steps, step by step, as if he had used up all his strength with every step. After returning home, he locked himself in his room and did not go out for the whole day. He kept replaying the heartbreaking scene in his mind, wondering where this relationship should go. He thought of the good times they had spent together, but those sweet memories were like sharp blades piercing his heart. He did not understand why his girlfriend treated him like this. Was their relationship so fragile? As night fell, the room was dark and silent. Zhang Xian lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. The pain and confusion in his heart made him feel suffocated. He didn't know how to face the rest of his life. Without his girlfriend, his world seemed to have lost its color. The next morning, the sun shone through the window into the room, and Zhang Xian slowly opened his eyes. After a night of thinking, he decided to have a good talk with Lin Xiao. He wanted to find out the truth of the matter, and no matter what the result was, he would give himself an explanation. Zhang Xian called Lin Xiao, and a familiar voice came from the other end of the phone, but with a hint of indifference. Zhang Xian took a deep breath and said slowly, "Let's meet, I want to talk to you about something." Lin Xiao was silent for a while and agreed. They agreed to meet on a bench in a park. When Zhang Xian saw Lin Xiao coming over, she still had an uncontrollable wave in her heart. Lin Xiao's face was no longer as gentle as before, but was replaced by a kind of indifference and determination. Zhang Xian held back her tears and said in a slightly trembling voice, "I saw you with that man yesterday, and I want to know what happened." Lin Xiao raised his head, looked at Zhang Xian, and said coldly, "Since you saw it all, I have nothing to hide. You can't give me the life I want, so let's break up." Zhang Xian's heart sank suddenly. Although he had guessed the result, he still felt extremely painful when he heard Lin Xiao say this with his own ears. Zhang Xian's eyes gradually lost their luster, as if all hope was shattered at this moment. He lowered his head silently, his voice so soft that it was almost inaudible. Why? We loved each other so much, can we easily abandon these beautiful memories? Lin Zhao's face changed slightly, revealing a little impatience, and replied lightly, there is no reason, feelings are so unpredictable, they are gone in an instant. Zhang Xian suddenly raised his head and stared at Lin Zhao's expressionless face, and endless sadness surged in his heart. He clearly realized that the love between them was like a broken mirror and could never be restored. After a moment of silence, Zhang Xian nodded with difficulty and said in a hoarse voice, okay, now that things have come to this, I agree, let's end this relationship. After that, he slowly stood up, walked away with heavy and slow steps, and his back looked extremely lonely. Every step was as painful as stepping on the tip of a knife, but he still held back his tears and walked out of the park step by step. After returning to the small and simple rental house, Zhang Xian collapsed on the bed, his mood hit rock bottom. The room was filled with a dull and depressing atmosphere, which made him feel suffocated. His mind kept flashing through every bit of his time with Lin Xiao. Those sweet and happy times have now become the sharpest sword, piercing his heart. What will happen in the future? Zhang Xian was at a loss and didn't know what to do. Chapter 2 Super Pampering Dad System. Zhang Xian stood at the door of the small rental house, looking lonely, his eyes full of confusion and helplessness. During this period, he was in trouble, his work was blocked everywhere, and his girlfriend ruthlessly abandoned him. He fell into an unprecedented low point. Just when he thought his life couldn't get any worse, an unexpected person appeared in front of him. Xiaoyichun, the woman he thought had long disappeared from his life, unexpectedly came to his door with a pair of twin sisters. Zhang Xian stared at everything in front of him with his eyes wide open, in disbelief. Xiaoyichun looked a little haggard, but her eyes revealed a kind of determination. The two little girls beside her were as cute as porcelain dolls, with big eyes full of curiosity and innocence. Xiaoyichun looked at Zhang Xian and said in a slightly trembling voice, Zhang Xian, these two children are yours. They were born from an accidental pregnancy after I got drunk at our party 5 years ago. I have encountered some difficulties in my life now and I really don't have the ability to raise them. I want to entrust them to you for raising, so that at least they can feel the care and love of a father. After saying that, she looked deeply at her two daughters, then without waiting for Zhang Xian to react, she turned around and left quickly. Zhang Xian stood there blankly, his mind was blank. His eyes slowly fell on the two cute little girls, who seemed to be full of curiosity about everything around them, blinking their cute big eyes and looking around, occasionally secretly glancing at Zhang Xian. After a long while, Zhang Xian came back to his senses from the shock. He knew that now was not the time to be in a daze, and he had to face this reality. In order to confirm the relationship, he took the two little girls to a professional institution for paternity testing. While waiting for the results, Zhang Xian was extremely uneasy, and he didn't know how to face this sudden situation. When the test results clearly showed that they were indeed biological father and daughter, Zhang Xian felt a complex emotion. There was surprise, confusion, guilt, and a hint of inexplicable joy. He looked at these two little lives and secretly vowed in his heart that he must do his best to give them a happy life. Just when Zhang Xian was still feeling anxious and confused about the future, a crisp dad sounded. This childish call was like a ray of warm sunshine, instantly illuminating Zhang Xian's heart. He looked down at the older of the two little girls, only to see that she was looking up at him innocently. Then, a strange voice sounded in Zhang Xian's mind, ding. The host and daughter are detected. The super pet system is binding. The binding is successful, congratulations on receiving the novice gift package. Zhang Xian's eyes widened in surprise. What's going on? Before he had time to think about it, the system's prompt sounded again, the novice gift package has been opened, and you have received 1 million renminbi in childcare funds which has been legally transferred to the Huaxia bank account ending in 8088. Zhang Xian looked at the light screen that appeared in front of him. Host, Zhang Xian. Spouse, to be determined daughter's mother Xiaoyichun. Daughters, the eldest daughter Zhang Xinxin and the youngest daughter Zhang Nianxin. Physical fitness, 8 ordinary people are 10, the highest known in the official record of Blue Star is 1000. Skills, none. Wealth, 1,350 renminbi. Assets, none. Zhang Xian's eyes widened, his face filled with astonishment, and he stood there in shock as if struck by a thunderbolt. He stared at the mysterious light curtain in front of him, which was emitting strange light, and shook his head in disbelief, muttering to himself, how is this possible? At this moment, Zhang Xian suddenly felt two weak and helpless eyes staring at him. It turned out that the two little girls beside him noticed his abnormal reaction, and their eyes showed deep fear and anxiety. They hugged Zhang Xian's legs tightly, and their bodies trembled slightly. Zhang Xian came back to his senses as if awakened from a dream, hurriedly squatted down, gently stroked the two children's heads with both hands, and comforted them softly. "Don't be afraid, babies, Daddy is here." Hearing their father's warm voice, the two little girls' originally tense nerves gradually relaxed, and innocent smiles bloomed on their faces again. Now, Zhang Xian has a full 1 million RMB in his hands, which was generously given as a gift from the system's newbie package. He began to carefully consider how to cleverly use this considerable amount of wealth to effectively improve the current living conditions and bring more joy and happiness to the lovely children. After a comprehensive and in-depth consideration, Zhang Xian resolutely decided to first satisfy the children's little wishes to buy a large number of exquisite toys and beautiful and charming clothes. So, Zhang Xian, full of excitement and joy, led the two little kids who were almost jumping for joy into a large-scale shopping mall. They picked out all kinds of dazzling toys in the mall, from the cute stuffed dolls to the cool remote control racing cars. At the same time, they carefully selected many fashionable and charming children's clothes, skirts, comfortable sports shoes and other clothing accessories. Looking at the children's happy faces when they were playing among the piles of toys, and their ecstatic expressions after putting on new and beautiful clothes, Zhang Xian couldn't help but feel a strong sense of happiness in his heart. This feeling is as wonderful as the warm spring sun gently spreading to every corner of the body, intoxicating and almost unable to extricate oneself. At this moment, a clear reminder sound suddenly came. Ding! The system detected that the host bought items for his two baby daughters. This behavior greatly enhanced the happiness of the daughters and successfully triggered the system's hidden reward. 10 times cashback. 6,600,000 renminbi has been legally transferred to Huaxia Bank's account ending in 8088. At the same time, Zhang Xian's mobile phone rang with a text message reminder sound. He quickly opened it and saw that it was indeed a bank's arrival notification. Looking at the string of numbers, Zhang Xian showed a surprised smile on his face. One day, his sister Zhang Nianqin suddenly developed a high fever, which made Zhang Xian anxious like an ant on a hot pot. He suddenly remembered the elementary ancient medical skills given by the system, so he immediately used them without hesitation. He massaged the acupuncture points for his sister very carefully, and used the unique methods of traditional Chinese medicine to carefully regulate her. After some unremitting efforts, his sister's fever finally subsided slowly, and Zhang Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted. As time went by, Zhang Xian got used to his new role as a dad. He would tell stories to the children vividly, play games with them happily, and take them to the park to play happily. The two little girls also became more and more dependent on Zhang Xian, and they kept calling him daddy every day. It was a warm scene. Chapter 3 Family members learn about the situation. Zhang Xian called his parents Zhang Feng and Zhang Meizhu, as well as his younger brother Zhang Wen and younger sister Zhang Yun, and asked them to come to his rental house, saying that he had something important to tell them, and then hung up the phone. At that time, Zhang Wen, a senior student at Yaodu Business College, was immersed in the vast books in the library, working hard for his studies. Zhang Yun, a freshman at Yaodu Business College, was enjoying the happy time unique to youth with his classmates on the lush green lawn of the campus. When they heard the content of the call, they were immediately shocked, thinking that something serious had happened. Then they hurriedly put down everything they were doing and rushed to Zhang Xian's rental house. Along the way, their mood fluctuated like the surface of a lake blown by the breeze, and they kept speculating in their minds what kind of situation was waiting for them. When they finally arrived at the door of Zhang Xian's rental house, panting, and gently pushed the door open with nervous anticipation, everyone's attention was instantly attracted by the pair of delicate twin sisters. They looked at the two small figures in confusion, like two bright pearls emitting dreamy light, with a pure and lovely aura that seemed to overflow. Zhang Xian solemnly handed the paternity test report to his parents. Zhang Feng took it with his trembling hands, and then carefully examined every word on it as if it were a treasure. After confirming that the twin sisters were indeed their granddaughters, Zhang Feng's eyes were moistened in an instant, and the tears were full of emotion and joy. Zhang Meizhu was so excited that she could hardly control herself, and her body was shaking slightly due to the strong emotional fluctuations. At this time, their hearts were filled with a complex emotion that was difficult to accurately describe in words, which was a deep shock and emotion for the blood connection. Zhang Feng and Zhang Meizhu's eyes were full of surprise and love, as if they had seen the most precious and beautiful treasure in the world. From that moment on, Zhang Feng and Zhang Meizhu treated the twin sisters as their most precious pearls. Their love for their granddaughters was beyond imagination, and every tiny movement and every gentle look was filled with endless love for them. The two little ones looked at everyone curiously. Zhang Xian told Xinxin and Niannian, pointing to Zhang Feng and other family members, "These are grandparents, uncle and aunt." The two little ones happily ran over and hugged Zheng Feng and Zhang Meiju's thighs, calling softly, "Hello, Grandpa and Grandma." They then looked at Zhang Wen and Zhang Yun and called out, "Hello, Uncle and Aunt." Zheng Feng and others were touched by the childish voice of Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Aunt. Zheng Feng held one of the little girls very gently, and then carefully stroked her soft and smooth face with his warm and generous palm, whispering softly, "My dear granddaughter, Grandpa loves you so much." Then he kissed her cute little face again and again, and the little girl was amused to giggle. The crisp laughter like a silver bell seemed to be the most beautiful music in the world, which made Zheng Feng's heart melt completely at that moment. Zhang Meizhu took the trouble to carefully select the most beautiful and suitable clothes for the little girls from the clothes bought by Zhang Xian, dressed them up like little princesses in fairy tales, and patiently combed their cute little braids with Zhang Yun, and carefully tied beautiful bows on the braids. Then, looking at their extremely cute appearance, Zhang Meizhu's face would always be filled with a happy smile. Zhang Wen and Zhang Yun also loved the twin sisters to the core. Zhang Wen, a senior student who usually focuses on his studies, can't wait to run over like a gust of wind to accompany the little girls. He would use all kinds of cute toys to make them happy, and seeing them laughing, Zhang Wen would also laugh. Zhang Yun, a lively freshman girl, would tell the little girls all kinds of interesting stories, and lead them into a wonderful fairy tale world with her sweet and gentle voice. The little girls always listened attentively and laughed like silver bells from time to time. Zhang Wen gently touched the little girl's hand with his fingers, feeling the soft touch, and then said with a doting face, "Little baby, you are so cute." Zhang Yun would hold the little girl and shake her gently, humming a soft nursery rhyme. Zheng Feng and Zhang Meizhu were filled with comfort and joy when they saw their children and son caring so much for their precious granddaughter, the little girl. Their family surrounded the two little babies, and the whole room was filled with warmth and love, as if time had stopped at this moment, just to preserve this incredibly beautiful scene. Zheng Feng and Zhang Meizhu couldn't bear to leave their precious granddaughter, so they moved into a rental house. Poor Zhang Xian became the director and slept on the sofa in the living room every day. Zheng Feng and Zhang Meizhu doted on the twin sisters to the extreme. Every morning, Zheng Feng is always the first to get up and tiptoe into the room of the little girls, just to see their sweet sleeping faces earlier. He will sit gently by the bed and gaze at them quietly, his eyes full of love, as if he is appreciating the most precious work of art in the world. Zhang Meizhu will carefully prepare all kinds of nutritious and delicious food, always trying to make all kinds of cute complementary foods, just to make the little girls eat happily and healthily. She patiently feeds them one spoonful at a time, watching the little girls eat with relish, with a satisfied smile on her face. Whenever Zhang Wen has free time, he will take the little girls to the park to play. He will carefully hold their hands, stroll on the grass, and tell them the stories of every flower and every blade of grass in the park. Seeing that the little girls are interested in butterflies, he will chase butterflies desperately, just to make the little girls smile. Zhang Yun will make all kinds of exquisite small accessories for the little girls, wear them on their heads, and dress them up like little princesses. She will also watch cartoons with the little girls, imitate the characters in the cartoons and interact with them, making the little girls laugh. Sometimes, the family will take the little girls to the mall together and choose all kinds of beautiful clothes and toys for them. As long as the little girls like something, Zheng Feng and Zhang Meizhu will buy it without saying a word, without feeling sorry for the money. They think that as long as the little girls are happy, everything is worth it. Before going to bed at night, the family will sit around the little girls, tell them stories, sing songs, and coax them to sleep. After the little girls fall asleep, Zheng Feng and Zhang Meizhu will gently kiss their foreheads before reluctantly leaving the room. In this family, the little girls are the apple of everyone's eye, surrounded by endless love and pampering, growing up happily. Chapter 4 Xiaoyichun's decision. The sun shone through the thin clouds, falling on the streets like golden gauze, covering the entire city with a soft halo. Xiaoyichun once again stepped into Zhang Xian's rental house and knocked on the door. When Zhang Xian opened the door and saw that it was Xiaoyichun, a happy smile immediately appeared on his face, and he said enthusiastically, "Yichun, you are here, come in and see Xinxin and Yanyan." Zhang Xian hurriedly introduced to the family, "This is Xinxin and Yanyan's mother Xiaoyichun." Zheng Feng and Zhang Meiju's eyes immediately showed a look of kindness and joy. Zhang Wen also smiled and nodded slightly to her, and Zhang Yun even pulled Xiaoyichun into the house. Xiaoyichun looked at Zhang Xian's family who were so enthusiastic about her, and a warm current surged in her heart. It was a long-lost wonderful feeling of being accepted and loved. Zheng Feng came forward and said with emotion, "Yichun, you have worked so hard these years. It is really not easy for you to raise two children alone." His words were filled with deep guilt and pity, as if trying to use these words to make up for the lack of care for Xiaoyichun and the children over the years. Zhang Meizhu also took Xiao Yichun's hand and said, "Yes, Yichun, we are really grateful for everything you have done for the children. You are really an amazing mother." After that, her eyes were slightly red, and she felt deeply sad for the hardships Xiao Yichun had endured alone over the years. Zhang Wen and Zhang Yun also expressed their respect and love for Xiao Yichun. Zhang Wen looked at Xiao Yichun sincerely and said, "Sister Yichun, I really admire you for taking such good care of Xinxin and Yan Yan. If there is anything I can help with in the future, just let me know." Zhang Yun ran over happily, took Xiao Yichun's other hand and said, "Sister Yichun, I like you so much. We will be a family from now on." Xiao Yichun listened to these warm words, and her heart was moved more and more. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she tried her best to hold them back. Zhang Xian led Xiao Yichun to the place where Xinxin and Yan Yan were playing. Xinxin and Yan Yan happily jumped into Xiao Yichun's arms and said in a baby voice, "Mom, we miss you so much." Looking at the two cute little babies, Xiao Yichun showed a doting smile on her face. Zhang Xian gently stroked Xinxin's little head and said lovingly, "They are all so cute, well-behaved and obedient, Yichun, this is all your credit." Zhang Meizhu carefully tidied Nian Nian's clothes and kept praising Xiao Yichun's ability. The family started chatting with Xiao Yichun, asking about her life over the years. Xiao Yichun slowly recounted the details of her past, including hardships and difficulties, but more importantly, her love and persistence for the children. Zhang Feng and Zhang Meizhu listened very carefully, their eyes full of pity and self-blame. Zhang Wen and Zhang Yun also listened quietly, and their admiration for Xiao Yichun increased a little more. As time passed, Zhang Xian's family tried their best to persuade Xiao Yichun to stay and live together. Zhang Feng said earnestly, "Yichun, you have been raising the children alone for so many years, and it's time for you to have someone to rely on. Our family really hopes that you will stay, and Zhang Xian should also take on the responsibility of a husband. Our family can take care of Xinxin and Yan Yan together and let them feel more love." Zhang Meizhu also quickly agreed, "Yes, Yichun, stay, we will be a real family in the future, and we will face any difficulties together." Zhang Wen and Zhang Yun also nodded in agreement. However, Xiao Yichun was full of hesitation and struggle. She knew that Zhang Xian's family was really kind to her, and she also knew that staying might be a good choice for her and her children. But she still had many concerns in her heart. On the one hand, she was worried that she would bring trouble to Zhang Xian's family. After all, she had been taking care of the children alone for so many years, and she was used to being independent and strong. She was afraid that she would not be able to adapt to living with Zhang Xian's family, thus adding unnecessary burden to them. On the other hand, she didn't know how her relationship with Zhang Xian's family would develop after she stayed, and she was worried that various conflicts and problems would arise. Xiao Yichun silently watched Zhang Xian's family, with mixed emotions in her heart. Zhang Xian seemed to notice her hesitation, gently took her hand and said, "Yichun, don't worry too much, we really hope you can stay, we will work together to make this family better." Zhang Wen also came forward and said sincerely, "Sister Yichun, believe us, we will definitely get along well." Zhang Yan hugged Xiao Yichun's arm and said coquettishly, "Sister Yichun, stay, I love you." Xiao Yichun stood in Zhang Xian's rental house, and Zhang Xian's family surrounded her with expectant eyes. Zhang Feng and Zhang Meizhu's eyes were full of sincerity and earnestness, while Zhang Wen and Zhang Yan's faces were full of love and expectation for her. Xiao Yichun was still struggling fiercely in her heart, and the hesitation and struggle surged in her heart like a tide. She thought of the hardships of raising Xinxin and Yan Yan alone over the years, the exhaustion every night, and the helplessness every time she faced difficulties. However, looking at the warm smiles and sincere emotions of Zhang Xian's family, she seemed to see the bright spot in her future life. Zheng Feng came forward, gently held Xiao Yichun's hand, and said in a firm and gentle tone, "Yichun, we really hope you can stay. You have given so much to the children, it's time for us to share some of your burden. We will treat you and the children well and let you feel the real warmth of home." Zhang Meizhu also said, "Yes, Yichun, we will treat you like our own relatives, let us form a complete family together and provide Xinxin and Yan Yan with a better growth environment." Zhang Wen and Zhang Yun also nodded constantly. Zhang Wen said, "Miss Xiao Yichun, believe us, we will work hard to make you happy." Zhang Yan pulled the corner of Xiao Yichun's clothes and said coquettishly, "Sister Yichun, stay, we will be very happy." Xiao Yichun listened to their words quietly, and the defense line in her heart gradually showed signs of loosening. She slowly swept her eyes across the faces of Zhang Xian's family, and saw only kindness and love. She took a deep breath, and kept thinking about the various possibilities of staying. Finally, after a long inner struggle, Xiao Yichun raised her head, tears flashing in her eyes, and said in a trembling voice, "Considering that staying can give Xinxin and Yan Yan a complete home with a father and mother, and considering that she gave birth to Xinxin and Yan Yan without telling her parents, and she didn't know how to face her parents. After all,
Her parents only have her as a daughter, and she also has to give her parents an explanation, I decided in my heart.
Okay, I agree to stay.
At that moment, Zheng Xian's family suddenly smiled with great joy.
Zheng Feng hugged Xiao Yichun excitedly, saying repeatedly, "That's great, that's great."
Zheng Meizhu also danced with joy, while Zhang Wen and Zhang Yun cheered excitedly.
Xiao Yichun felt their joy and a warm feeling welled up in her heart.
She knew that this was an important decision in her life, a decision that would change the fate of her and her children. From this moment on, she would no longer be walking alone, but would have a warm big family to rely on.
Ding!
It is detected that Xiao Yichun has accepted the host in his heart. Special reward.
Chapter 5 Villa Number 1 on Yadusha Island. Ding!
It is detected that Xiao Yichun has accepted the host in his heart. The host will be rewarded with 200 points of physical fitness, 60% equity of Qianda Group, and Villa Number 1 on Yadusha Island. The equity certification, property certificate and keys have been issued in the second drawer of the bedside table in the rental room.
Zhang Xian heard this sudden news, as if he was struck by thunder. He stood there in a daze, his mind blank, and he couldn't believe it for a moment. After a long time, Zhang Xian came back to his senses as if waking from a dream.
His eyes were wide open and his lips were trembling slightly.
This shocking news kept echoing in his mind. Qianda Group is a well-known existence in the business world. It has a huge industry and strong strength. Its business covers many fields. It is a well-deserved industry giant and a Fortune 500 company with a market value of an astonishing trillion. And now, he has become its largest shareholder. There is also the number 1 villa on Yadusha Island, which is worth 200 million renminbi. It is a dream place on the edge of a bustling city. It not only represents top luxury and dignity, but also a symbol of identity and status. It is also an existence that money may not be able to buy. Zheng Xian felt as if he was in a fantasy dream, and everything seemed so unreal.
However, Zheng Xian soon realized that such a huge change would inevitably cause confusion and surprise to his family. He knew that he needed to give his family a reasonable explanation so that they could accept his current transformation.
So Zheng Xian took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down.
He clenched his fists slightly, as if to cheer himself up. Then he began to organize his words, thinking about how to explain all this to his family and how to make them believe this bizarre experience.
After Zhang Xian calmed down, he decided to gather his family together. He came to the living room and saw his parents sitting on the sofa chatting, while his sister and brother were playing with the two little ones. Zhang Xian cleared his throat and said, "Mom and Dad, Yichun, Yuner, come here first. I have something to tell you."
When the family heard what Zheng Xian said, they all stopped what they were doing, showed curiosity and confusion on their faces, and then sat around Zheng Xian. With a firm and serious look in his eyes, Zheng Xian looked at Zheng Feng and said slowly while sipping tea, "Mom and Dad, I know my recent changes may surprise and confuse you. Today I want to explain to you. In fact, a few years ago, I met a mysterious master." Zheng Feng and others widened their eyes, as if they had heard a fairy tale, and listened quietly to Zheng Xian's story.
Zhang Xian continued, "It was an ordinary yet special day.
I was walking on the street as usual, feeling confused and helpless about the future. Just as I was passing through a small alley, I suddenly heard a strange sound.
I walked in the direction of the sound and found a small house hidden in the corner.
When I opened the door, I saw the mysterious master. He exuded a unique aura that made people feel both mysterious and majestic."
Zhang Yun couldn't help but interrupted, "Brother, this sounds too mysterious. Does such a person really exist? Why do I feel like it's a plot in a story?"
Zheng Xian nodded and said solemnly, "I also found it unbelievable at first, but as I got to know him more and more, I gradually realized how extraordinary he was. He is like a wise man hidden in the world, with abilities and wisdom beyond ordinary people."
Zheng Feng frowned and asked, "So what did he teach you?"
Zheng Xian thought for a moment, organized his words and said, "He taught me a lot of things, including some unique skills and knowledge. He taught me how to see through people's hearts, so that I can understand their true thoughts and intentions through their words, deeds and micro-expressions. In this way, I can better grasp the needs and psychology of others when interacting with them, and make more appropriate decisions." Zheng Xian paused and continued, "He also taught me how to seize business opportunities and be able to keenly capture potential opportunities in a complex and ever-changing business environment. He taught me to analyze market trends, competitors' movements, and consumer needs, so that I can plan ahead and seize market opportunities."
Zhang Wen scratched his head and said, "It sounds amazing, what else?"
Zheng Xian smiled and continued, "He taught me some ways to cultivate my inner self, which allowed me to remain calm and firm when facing difficulties and setbacks. He told me that inner strength is the real strength, and only with firm beliefs and unyielding will can one go further on the road of life. He also taught me how to regulate my emotions, so that I can always keep a clear mind and not be swayed by emotions.
Zhang Yan blinked and said, "Wow, brother, is this why you have become so different?"
Zhang Xian smiled and said, "Yes, it is because of the teachings of this master that I was able to gradually change myself. I used the money that this master gave me before he left to invest in stocks, and I have achieved what I have today. I have made some investments, and now I own 60% of the shares of Qianda Group and become the largest shareholder, and the luxury villa number 1 on Sand Island. These are all the results of my application of what I have learned."
After listening to Zhang Xian's story, the family members fell into deep thought.
There was surprise and confusion on their faces, but more of it was trust and support for Zhang Xian.
Zhang Feng and Zhang Meizhu spoke first. "Son, your parents believe in you.
Although all this sounds incredible, Dad knows that you have always been an ambitious and capable child. Since you have encountered such an opportunity, you must cherish it and make good use of these resources to create a better life for our family."
Zhang Wen also nodded and said, "Brother, I believe in you too. No matter what, you are the brother I admire the most."
Xiao Yichun and Zhang Yan also expressed their support for Zhang Xian.
Zhang Xian looked at his family with tears in his eyes.
He knew that his achievements today were inseparable from the support and encouragement of his family.
He took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, Mom and Dad, Yichun, Yuner. I will definitely work hard and live up to your expectations. Our family will live a better life in the future. Get ready, let's move to Villa number 1 on Shadao Island." Next, Zhang Xian took his family to Yaodu Shadao number 1 Villa.
When they walked into the villa, they were all shocked by the luxurious decoration and beautiful scenery. The huge living room, spacious bedroom, exquisite garden, and river view made them feel like they were in a dream.
Zhang Feng and Zhang Meizhu were so excited that they burst into tears, while Zhang Wen, Zhang Yun, and Xiao Yichun looked around. The two little ones ran around in the villa excitedly, exploring every corner. Zhang Xian looked at the happy family scene and suggested. Chapter 6 God-level cooking.
At this moment, Zhang Xian suddenly heard in his mind, "Ding! It is detected that the host has moved to a new house and it is worth celebrating. The host will be rewarded with a permanent 10-fold cashback on consumption and God-level cooking skills. The reward has been issued."
As the voice sounded, Zhang Xian felt dizzy.
After a moment, various cooking techniques and skills emerged in Zhang Xian's mind.
Zhang Xian was filled with joy as he watched the happy scene of the family. He suggested, "Let's go buy some food together to celebrate moving into a new home." Everyone cheered excitedly. So the family happily came to the seafood market. As soon as they entered the market, the strong smell of the sea and the noisy atmosphere hit them. Zhang Xian looked at the dazzling array of seafood in front of him, and his heart was full of expectations.
They first came to a stall, which was filled with all kinds of fresh seafood. Zhang Xian immediately spotted a huge king crab, whose shell was bright red and whose legs were thick and strong, as if showing its might to people. The boss introduced enthusiastically, "This is an authentic king crab, with delicious meat and rich nutrition." Zhang Xian said without hesitation, "This is it." Zhang Wen and Zhang Yan clapped their hands excitedly, staring at the king crab. Then, they saw a stall with fresh Boston lobsters. These lobsters were huge, with their claws waving, as if they were demonstrating to people. Xiao Yichun smiled and said, "The children will definitely like to eat this." Zhang Xian nodded and picked a few plump Boston lobsters. In a corner of the seafood market, they found some extremely rare blue lobsters from Country F. The color of this lobster is charming blue and very beautiful. Zhang Xian knew that this lobster was extremely rare and expensive, but in order to celebrate his new home, he decided to buy a few. In addition to these top seafood, Zhang Xian also picked some abalone, sea cucumber, scallops, etc. In the process of selecting seafood, the two little ones were like two happy little birds, running around between the stalls, full of curiosity and excitement about every kind of seafood. Dad, look at this fish, it's so beautiful," Xinshin said, pointing to a colorful fish. "Xinshin, that's an ornamental fish called the rainbow angelfish. It can't be eaten," Zhang Wen explained with a smile. The two little ones stared at the colorful angelfish with shining eyes and showed their love on their faces. Zhang Xian looked at the cute appearance of the two little ones and was filled with love, so he bought the colorful angelfish and said to the two little ones, "Xinshin and Yan, this fish is left to you to take care of." After the seafood selection was almost complete, Zhang Xian took everyone to the wine area. He selected from the many red wines and finally chose a bottle of top-quality red wine from Country F. The price of this bottle of red wine was nearly 100,000 renminbi, and it was a bottle of excellent quality wine.
Zhang Xian carefully put the red wine into the shopping cart, as if holding a precious treasure. After buying the food and preparing to go home, ding! It was detected that the host spent 380,000 renminbi. The cashback of 3,800,000 renminbi has been legally and compliantly transferred to Huaxia Bank's 8088 account. The family returned to their new home with a full harvest. Zhang Xian walked into the kitchen and began to display his newly acquired god-level cooking skills.
He skillfully handled various seafood, cutting the king crab into small pieces, making a delicious lobster dinner out of the Boston lobster, and cooking the blue lobster carefully to retain its original flavor. Abalone, sea cucumber, scallops, etc. were also turned into delicious dishes under Zhang Xian's skillful hands. When the delicious dishes were served on the table, the two little ones cheered excitedly.
"Wow, it smells so good!" Zhang Yun couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "Brother, you are awesome!"
Zhang Wen said as he couldn't wait to pick up a piece of king crab meat with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. It's delicious."
Xiao Yichun also smiled and said, "Xian, your cooking skills are amazing." Zhang Xian smiled and said, "Try this red wine." He carefully opened the red wine and poured a glass for everyone. The rich aroma of the wine instantly filled the air.
Everyone raised their glasses to celebrate this wonderful moment of moving into a new home.
Cheers! I wish our family more and more happiness.
In this warm atmosphere, the family enjoyed the sumptuous meal to their heart's content. Zhang Wen and Zhang Yun were all smiles while eating, and they talked about their interesting experiences in the seafood market while eating.
"I saw that big crab and it was so majestic." Xin gestured. "And that blue lobster is so beautiful." Nian was not to be outdone. Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun looked at the innocent faces of the children, their hearts filled with happiness and satisfaction. Everyone had a particularly happy and enjoyable meal. After dinner, the family sat in the living room and recalled every detail of the day. Zhang Xian said with emotion, "Today is really an unforgettable day. We have this new home and we have such delicious food." Xiao Yichun nodded and said, "Yes, we will create more beautiful memories in this new home in the future."
Xin and Nian snuggled up to their parents and fell asleep sweetly.
Zhang Xian gently covered them with a blanket and vowed to make this family happier. Zhang Xian stood in the spacious living room of his new home and looked around. He was filled with joy but also a little confused. Especially when night came and everyone was ready to rest, he didn't know which room to sleep in. This new home has many rooms, each of which is decorated delicately and warmly.
The master bedroom is spacious and bright, with large windows letting in soft moonlight, and the bed is soft and comfortable. As if calling him, there is also a guest room, which is decorated simply and generously, and can also be regarded as a quiet place to rest. There is even a children's room specially prepared for children, full of childlike fun and joyful atmosphere. He slowly walked to the door of the master bedroom, and gently placed his hand on the door handle, but hesitated. The window paper between him and Xiao Yichun had not been broken yet. He was a little undecided, as if entering this room meant some kind of new beginning, which made him both excited and a little nervous. Then, he walked to the door of the guest room, opened it and looked in. He came to the door of the children's room again, and looked at the two cute little ones sleeping with sweet smiles on the decorations and small beds, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. This room is full of the breath of children, which reminds him of the cheerful appearance of the children in the seafood market during the day. Xin pointed at the colorful fish and said they were beautiful, and Nian followed Xin to explore every new thing curiously. Zhang Xian knew that this room was prepared for the children, and it was their little world, and it seemed that he should not occupy it easily. He wandered between the rooms for a long time, and the entanglement in his heart became stronger. Just when he was hesitating, Xiao Yichun came over. Seeing Zhang Xian's tangled expression, she couldn't help laughing. "Xian, what are you doing? Why don't you go to bed?" Xiao Yichun asked gently. Zhang Xian smiled helplessly and said, "I'm wondering which room I should sleep in. There are too many rooms in this new home. I don't know how to choose." Xiao Yichun smiled and took his hand, saying, "Silly boy, of course you should come with me to the master bedroom. That's our room." After hearing this, Zhang Xian's confusion immediately dissipated. He nodded and said, "Yes, how could I have forgotten this?" So, Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun walked into the master bedroom together. They lay on the soft bed, feeling the new experience brought by the new home. Zhang Xian hugged Xiao Yichun tightly and said, "Yichun, thank you. Xiaoichun responded gently, we will spend every beautiful night here in the future and watch the children grow up together.
Zhang Xian nodded and said, yes, I will. Zhang Xian said as he looked at Xiaoichun affectionately and slowly approached. 10,000 words omitted here. Chapter 7 Primary Bajiquan.
The next morning, Zhang Xian opened his sleepy eyes to the wake-up call of the two little ones playing. He watched the two little guys jumping around his bed with an innocent smile on his face.
Dad, get up. The sun is shining on your butt. Xinxin pulled Zhang Xian's quilt while smiling. Daddy, get up and play with us. Nian Nian also echoed.
Zhang Xian smiled helplessly, sat up, rubbed his eyes, and then hugged the two little guys in his arms.
Okay, you two little rascals, let me go wash up first, and then I'll play with you. Zhang Xian said.
He walked into the bathroom, washed up, and came to the dining room. Xiaoichun had already prepared breakfast, and the family sat around the dining table, enjoying a warm breakfast time.
After breakfast, Zhang Xian and his father Zheng Feng came to the living room and chatted while drinking tea. At this time, Zhang Xian's cell phone suddenly rang.
He saw that it was an unfamiliar number and wanted to hang up, but after a moment's hesitation, he answered it.
A voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, hello? Is this Chairman Zhang Xian? I'm Zhang Xian. Who are you? Zhang Xian replied. Hello.
I am Wang Shu, General Manager of Qianda Group.
Mr. Zhang, when are you free to come to the group? There are some documents that need your signature.
In addition, the company has encountered some difficulties recently, and there are some management issues that need to be discussed with you for optimization and improvement.
Okay, I'll be there in a while, said Zhang Xian.
At this moment, Zhang Xian suddenly heard in his mind, ding. System task, go to Qianda Group to improve the current situation, and be rewarded with God-level ancient martial arts primary Bajiquan, and 300 points of physical fitness.
Zhang Xian was delighted.
He knew that this system task was a good opportunity for him to improve his abilities. He decided to complete this task first, and told his father that he wanted to go to Qianda Group.
Okay, go ahead. Be careful. Zheng Feng said. After Zhang Xian left home, he went directly to Qianda Group.
As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Wang Shu and a group of senior executives waiting for him.
Mr. Zhang, you're here. Wang Shu stepped forward and said. Zhang Xian nodded and walked into the group conference room with them. Well, what's going on in the company recently? Zhang Xian asked.
Mr. Zhang, the company's situation has not been optimistic recently. Some competitors have been suppressing us in the market, resulting in a decline in our market share.
In addition, there are also some management problems within the company that need to be optimized and improved, said Wang Shu. Zhang Xian listened, nodded, and said, I understand. Please show me the relevant information of the company.
The secretary handed the company's related documents to Zhang Xian and then left. Zhang Xian read it carefully and found that the company's problems were more serious than he had imagined.
Zhang Xian decided to start with marketing to solve the company's market share problem.
He called together colleagues from the marketing department and developed some marketing strategies, such as discounts, advertising, and public relations activities, to attract more customers. In addition, he also developed a series of measures to strengthen cooperation with dealers and suppliers to jointly develop the market. At the same time, a series of plans were formulated to strengthen the company's internal management, optimize the company's processes, improve efficiency, reduce costs, increase or de-investment, and strongly require relevant departments to launch some new products and technologies to improve the company's competitiveness.
Zhang Xian's series of measures have also been recognized and respected by the company's employees. Ding!
System task completed, reward, God-level ancient martial arts elementary Bajiquan, 300 points of physical fitness.
Zhang Xian was delighted when he heard this.
He knew that this reward was the result of his hard work.
He decided to learn some elementary Bajiquan first before going home. Zhang Xian came to the company's gym and started to learn elementary Bajiquan.
He practiced one move at a time according to the system's instructions and soon mastered the essentials of elementary Bajiquan. Primary Bajiquan is a very fierce boxing style, which emphasizes hard hitting and hard opening, with the main characteristics of being strong and brave, breaking through, squeezing and approaching, and close-range attack. Its movements are concise and clear, plain and unpretentious, with fierce force, using short to control long, and it has strong practicality.
Zhang Xian practiced elementary Bajiquan for a while and felt his body was full of strength.
When Zhang Xian returned home, he saw his father watching TV in the living room.
"Dad, I'm back," Zhang Xin said. "Well, you're back. How's the situation at Qianda Group?" Zhang Feng asked.
"Dad, the situation of Qianda Group has improved. I have formulated a series of measures to improve the company's management and operations, and optimized the company's processes, improved efficiency, and reduced costs. In addition, I have also increased investment in research and development and required the introduction of some new products and new technologies to improve the company's competitiveness,"
Zhang Xin said.
After hearing this, Zhang Feng smiled with satisfaction and said, "Son, you have done a great job. It is all thanks to you that Qianda Group has achieved what it has today." After hearing this, Zhang Xin smiled modestly and said, "Dad, this is what I should do. I will continue to work hard to make Qianda Group develop better."
Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Well, it's good that you have this determination." Zhang Xin chatted with his father for a while, and then went back to his room to rest.
He lay on the bed, thinking about today's experience, and his heart was full of emotion. He knew that his efforts had paid off, but he also knew that he still had a long way to go. He decided to continue working hard to make himself stronger and make Qianda Group more brilliant. Zhang Xin opened the system page and saw in his personal information column that his physical fitness had increased from 208 points to 528 points, and he also learned the elementary Bajiquan. He was secretly happy, thinking that his strength had improved a lot. His current martial arts realm was already Xiantian realm. Chinese martial arts levels are divided into 9 levels: external strength, internal strength, transformation strength, master, grand master, acquired strength, innate strength, heavenly man, and heavenly emperor, and he was also considered a top master.
Zhang Xin looked at the system page. Host, Zhang Xin. Spouse, to be determined, daughter's mother Xiaoichun. Daughters, the eldest daughter Zhang Xinxin and the youngest daughter Zhang Nianxin. Physical fitness, 528. Ordinary people are 10, the highest known official record on Blue Star is 1000. Skills, God-level cooking skills, elementary ancient medical skills, elementary Bajiquan. Martial arts realm, innate realm. Wealth, 6,940,350 renminbi. Assets, 60% equity of Qianda Group, Villa No. 1, Yaodusha Island.
After closing the system page, Zhang Xin remembered that Xiaoichun had mentioned that her mother Lin Shui said that her family business was in crisis.
Zhang Xin thought that he should go meet her family. No matter how her parents treated him, it was his fault after all, and he had to face it. He also wanted to see if he could solve the crisis of her family business. Zhang Xin decided to first understand the situation of Xiaoichun's family and family business, and then formulate a corresponding solution. He found Xiaoichun and asked her about the situation. Xiaoichun is an only child. His family business, Yueshang Xiaoling, is a construction company. Although it is not large in scale, it has a history of several decades. However, in recent years, due to fierce market competition, the company's performance has begun to decline. In addition, there are some management problems within the company, which leads to low work enthusiasm of employees. After learning about these situations, Zhang Xin decided to help Xiaoichun solve the crisis of her family business. He formulated some reform plans, including optimizing the company's organizational structure, improving employee benefits, strengthening marketing, and plans to cooperate with Qianda Group. Xiaoichun was very moved after listening to Zhang Xin's reform plan. She felt that Zhang Xin was a very talented and capable person, and he also cared about and supported her very much. She decided to go back to Xiaoling with Zhang Xin and the two children to give an explanation to their parents. Chapter 8 Going to Xiaoling to meet the parents. Zhang Xin explained to his parents in detail what he had discussed with Xiaoichun and his decision to go to Xiaoling to meet his parents. After listening to his parents, they took it very seriously and told him seriously to apologize to Zhao's father and mother and to do everything they could to help his company overcome the difficulties. Xiaoling, a place more than 300 kilometers away from Yaodu, is about to become an important turning point in his life. After getting ready, Zhang Xin was nervous and excited. However, at this moment, a crisp ding sounded in his ears, and then a voice came to his mind: how can you meet the parents without a luxury car? A special reward is a Rolls-Royce Phantom custom model, which has been issued in the villa garage. The driving license and other related documents have been placed in the first drawer of the bedside table in the villa room. Zhang Xin was stunned at first, and then a surprise surged in his heart. He hurriedly followed the prompts to the villa garage, where a brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom custom model shining with luxury was parked quietly, like a work of art. This is a top luxury car worth more than 600 million renminbi. Zhang Xian stroked the car body, feeling its texture and dignity, and added a little more confidence in this trip to meet the parents. After Zhang Xian put away the driving license and other documents, he picked up Xiao Yichun and the two kids.
When Xiao Yichun and the two kids saw the luxury car, their eyes were full of surprise and emotion.
Zhang Xian looked at Xiao Yichun tenderly and said softly, "Dear, let's go."
Then, they put the carefully prepared gifts into the car together, including precious jewelry such as jade bracelets for the future father-in-law and mother-in-law, as well as expensive tea, cigarettes, and alcohol, especially the bottles of treasured liquor, which carried their full sincerity. Zhang Xian drove a specially customized Rolls-Royce Phantom, carrying Xiao Yichun and their two cute kids, and slowly drove out, embarking on the journey to Xiaoling. Along the way, Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun chatted and looked forward to their future life, and a warm atmosphere filled the car. After more than 3 hours of travel, they finally arrived at Xiaoling and came to the Xiao family's single-family courtyard. Xiao Yichun knocked on the door gently with a nervous heart and trembling hands. Zhao's mother Lin Shui opened the door and saw her daughter whom she had not seen for a long time. Her eyes were red with excitement. When she saw Zhang Xian and two beautiful little girls behind her daughter Xiao Yichun, a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. At this time, Zhang Xian greeted Zhao's mother politely and humbly, and asked the two little girls to call her grandma. The two little girls blinked their big eyes and shouted in a baby voice, "Grandma!" These two childish calls made Zhao's mother Lin Shui stunned in place, her face full of surprise, and she even forgot to accept the carefully prepared gift handed by Zhang Xian. Instead, Xiao Yichun's father Xiao Wei came over and took the gift with a stern face, and let Zhang Xian and his family into the house. When they arrived at the living room, the lively little girl Xinxin ran over and hugged Xiao Wei, calling him grandpa again and again. Her cute look made his originally stern face smile, and the anger in his heart disappeared for the most part. After that, the two little girls circled around their grandparents, sometimes pulling their grandmother to look at their new dresses, and sometimes pulling their grandfather to look at their paintings. Xinxin also showed her favorite doll to her grandmother and said sweetly, "Grandma, this doll is so beautiful, I'll give it to you." The other little girl was not to be outdone. She took out the candy in her pocket and put it in her grandfather's hand, saying, "Grandpa, eat it, it's sweet." Zhao's father and mother were so amused by the two little ones that they looked at them lovingly. Zhang Xian tried hard to show his sincerity and steadiness, and had an in-depth exchange with Xiao Yichun's parents. He listened to their stories and expectations, and also shared his dreams and plans.
Xiao Yichun's parents were more and more satisfied with Zhang Xian's performance, and gradually recognized this prospective son-in-law in their hearts. However, Zhang Xian knew that he still had one more important thing to do, which was to help Xiao Hui's family business out of its predicament. Xiao Hui's family business was once glorious, but in recent years, due to various reasons, it has fallen into a bottleneck of development. Zhang Xian decided to use his business acumen and resources to inject new vitality into this enterprise. Zhang Xian first conducted a comprehensive investigation and analysis of the company. He gained an in-depth understanding of the company's business processes, market positioning, personnel structure, and other aspects, and identified existing problems and deficiencies. Then, he formulated a series of targeted strategies and measures. In terms of business development, Zhang Xian used his Qianda Group's connections and resources to help Xiao Hui's family business build bridges and facilitate a series of important cooperation projects. He helped the company open up new market areas and increase its market share. At the same time, he also encouraged the company to strengthen innovation and launch more competitive products and services. In terms of internal management, Zhang Xian introduced advanced management concepts and methods. He optimized and adjusted the company's organizational structure and clarified the responsibilities and powers of each department. He established a complete performance appraisal system to motivate employees to work actively and improve work efficiency. He also strengthened the training and development of employees and improved their professional quality and comprehensive ability. In terms of financial management, Zhang Xian assisted the company in formulating a scientific and reasonable financial budget and cost control system. He optimized the company's capital allocation and improved the efficiency of capital use. He also strengthened the prevention and control of financial risks to ensure the company's financial security. Thanks to Zhang Xian's efforts, Xiao Hui's family business gradually underwent gratifying changes. The performance began to rise steadily, the internal management of the enterprise was significantly improved, and the work enthusiasm of employees was greatly improved. At the same time, with Zhang Xian's promotion, Xiao Hui's family business formed a close cooperative relationship with his Qianda Group, and the two sides achieved complementary advantages in common development. As time went by, Zhang Xian's influence in Xiao Hui's family business grew. He not only won the respect and trust of the company's employees,
but also won the high praise of Xiao Yichun's parents. They saw Zhang Xian's ability and responsibility, and also saw their daughter's future happiness. At a family gathering, Xiao Yichun's father solemnly said to Zhang Xian, your aunt and I are really grateful for everything you have done for our family business. You are a capable and responsible child, and we believe that you will bring happiness to Yichun.
Zhang Xian said with emotion, Uncle, this is what I should do.
Yichun and I are truly in love, and I will do my best to make her happy. At the same time, he also promised to give Xiao Yichun a romantic proposal and a grand wedding. During the time in Xiaoling, Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun finally got the blessing of Zhao's father and mother with their efforts, and spent a lot of wonderful time together. They strolled in the streets and alleys together, feeling the unique charm of this city. They tasted local food together and enjoyed the fun of life. Their feelings also became deeper and firmer during this time. The two little girls brought endless joy and warmth to everyone in this process.
The family was happy.
After reporting to Zhang Feng that everything went smoothly, Zhang Feng also asked Xiao Wei to set a time for both parties to meet and discuss wedding matters.
Chapter 9 Longxing Amusement Park. It has been a few days since Zhang Xian and his family returned to Yaodu. During these days, life has been peaceful and warm.
On this day, the sun shines through the window into the room, and Zhang Xian is teaching the two little ones to sing the nursery rhyme Two Kittens.
Two kittens. Two kittens. Meow meow meow.
The two little ones followed Zhang Xian closely with their cute, slightly staggering steps. They sang the song in a baby voice and vaguely, and their innocent and naive appearance made people laugh. However, at this moment, an abrupt but particularly crisp electronic sound suddenly sounded, ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully teaching the two little ones to sing nursery rhymes. You will be rewarded with 100% of the shares of Yaodu Longxing Amusement Park. The relevant equity certification documents have been placed in the front grid of your specially customized Rolls-Royce Phantom sedan. This Longxing Amusement Park is located in the most prosperous and lively golden area of Yaodu, and its market valuation has reached an astonishing 10 billion renminbi.
And it attracts millions of tourists every year to visit and have fun.
Faced with such sudden good news, Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment at first, but soon, his face showed an irrepressible ecstasy.
He quickly turned to face his family and shouted excitedly, Let's go! Let's go to Longxing Amusement Park and have a good time.
As soon as the voice fell, the two little guys became ecstatic when they heard that they were about to go to the amusement park they had dreamed of. They danced excitedly and clapped their hands, their eyes full of excitement and expectation.
Before long, the whole family was ready.
Zhang Xian drove the luxurious custom-made Rolls-Royce Phantom, carrying his parents Zhang Feng, Zhang Meizhu, his fiancée Xiao Yichun, his younger brother Zhang Wen, his younger sister Zhang Yun, and the lovely Xinxin and Nian Nian, and headed towards Longxing Amusement Park. When they arrived at the entrance of the amusement park, they found a long queue, like a winding dragon.
Zhang Xian wanted to avoid disturbing the amusement park management and let his family enjoy the trip, but seeing the long queue, he had no choice but to call Zhang Ming, the manager of the amusement park. After a while, Zhang Ming led a group of senior executives of the amusement park to the door in a hurry to welcome Zhang Xian and his family. They greeted them warmly, and Zhang Ming welcomed them with a big smile on his face. Afterwards, they entered the park through a special passage. Along the way, Zhang Ming introduced some information about the amusement park while leading them inside. Zhang Xian listened with a smile, but still said that he would find another time to discuss the details of the amusement park.
Today, he was here to relax and have fun with his family. Zhang Ming immediately understood and arranged for a female employee to accompany Zhang Xian and his family throughout the trip. Walking into the amusement park, the colorful rides immediately attracted the attention of the two little ones. They looked around excitedly, pointing at various rides with their little fingers, and kept talking.
Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun each held one child and followed the female employee to the carousel.
The two little ones looked at the gorgeous wooden horse with their eyes wide open. Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun carried them onto the wooden horse, and as the music sounded, the wooden horse slowly turned. Xinxin and Nian Nian sat on it, laughing from ear to ear, and their silver bell-like laughter echoed in the air. Then, they came to the bumper car area. Zhang Xian, Zhang Wan and Zhang Yun got into the bumper cars together, while Xiao Yichun watched with the two children. As the bumper cars started, everyone bumped happily in the venue, with laughter and shouts.
The two children watched and danced, cheering for them. After playing bumper cars, the family came to a large inflatable castle. When the two children saw the huge thing, they immediately broke free from the adults' hands and ran in happily. They climbed up and down in the castle, crawling around, and had a lot of fun. Zhang Xian and others watched them from outside, with happy smiles on their faces.
Afterwards, they experienced some other amusement projects, and each project made the two little ones very excited. When playing a high-altitude rotating project, the two little ones were a little scared, but with the encouragement of Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun, they still bravely tried it. When they came down from the height, their faces were full of pride and a sense of accomplishment.
At noon, the family enjoyed a sumptuous lunch at the restaurant in the amusement park. The two children ate delicious food and did not forget to share their interesting experiences with the adults.
After lunch, they took a short rest and then started the afternoon play again. In the afternoon, they came to a water park area.
The two little ones put on cute swimsuits and jumped into the water eagerly.
They played in the water, had water fights, and played with water toys.
Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun, Zhang Wan and Zhang Yun also accompanied them to play in the water, and the laughter of the family echoed on the water.
After playing for a long time, they rested on the lounge chairs on the shore.
Zhang Xian looked at the two little ones' rosy cheeks and happy smiles, and his heart was filled with happiness.
Xiao Yichun leaned on his shoulder, and the two of them enjoyed this warm moment together. As the sun gradually set, the lights in the amusement park gradually lit up.
The entire amusement park became more dreamy and beautiful.
The two children watched all this, with surprise in their eyes. They held Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun's hands and ran around excitedly. Finally, they came to the central square of the amusement park, where a wonderful fireworks show was being held.
The family stood in the square, looking up at the colorful fireworks in the sky.
The two little ones screamed excitedly and clapped their hands non-stop. The fireworks bloomed into beautiful patterns in the air, lighting up the entire night sky and the happy faces of the family. After the fireworks show, the day's fun was coming to an end. Although the two little ones were a little tired, they still wanted more.
They held Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun's hands and didn't want to leave. Zhang Xian gently stroked their heads and said, "Baby, can we come back next time?" The two little ones nodded and reluctantly followed the adults out of the amusement park.
On the way home, the two little ones snuggled in the arms of Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun and fell asleep sweetly.
Zhang Xian looked at their cute appearance and was full of expectations for the future.
He knew that with the company of his family, life would be better. Chapter 10 The brothers Lu Hu and Lu Bao.
On a sunny day, Zhang Xian took a leisurely walk in the garden of his villa as usual.
The sun shone through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows, and the breeze blew gently, bringing bursts of fresh air. As he walked, Zhang Xian's keen perception detected two extremely weak breaths coming from the back mountain, as if the fire of life was swaying in the wind, which could be extinguished at any time, and the breath seemed to be mixed with weakness after being seriously injured.
Zhang Xian was puzzled. Who would appear here and be seriously injured?
Without much hesitation, he flashed and came to the back mountain in an instant like a ghost. When he arrived, the scene in front of him made him frown. He saw a group of men with murderous looks holding weapons, frantically chasing two men. The two men were in a mess, bloodstained, with many shocking wounds. It was obvious that they had experienced a fierce battle and were obviously at a disadvantage. Their lives were in danger.
Just as Zhang Xian was feeling a sense of justice, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding!
System task: please rescue the two men being hunted. Master Lu Hu and Master Lu Bao are brothers, retired Special Forces kings. If you complete the task, you will receive Lu Hu and Lu Bao's absolute loyalty and will assist the host in establishing a security company.
Zhang Xian was secretly delighted.
He didn't expect that this time he would bring such an unexpected reward. He didn't have time to think about it, and rushed into the battle group. Before the pursuers could react, they felt a powerful force rushing towards them, and then they were knocked out one after another and fell to the ground.
Zhang Xian stood in front of the two men like a god descending from heaven, looking at the pursuers lying on the ground with cold eyes. The two men looked at Zhang Xian, who suddenly appeared and saved them, their eyes full of astonishment and gratitude. The two men, dragging their bodies with wounds all over their bodies, knelt down with difficulty to express their gratitude to Zhang Xian. "Thank you for saving our lives will belong to you from now on." Zhang Xian quickly helped them up and said gently, "No need to do this, tell me about your situation first." After some understanding, Zhang Xian learned the whole story.
It turned out that the brothers Lu Hu and Lu Bao were once Special Forces kings. When they were serving in the army, they offended some foreign forces. These forces learned that they had retired and sent people to hunt them down. They fled all the way and finally fled here. If it weren't for Zhang Xian's action, they might have lost their lives long ago.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and gaining the absolute loyalty of the two brothers Lu Hu and Lu Bao.
Zhang Xian looked at the two strong men in front of him and had an idea in his mind. He decided to set up a security company, and the two brothers Lu Hu and Lu Bao were undoubtedly the most suitable candidates. Zhang Xian told them his idea, and Lu Hu and Lu Bao's eyes flashed with excitement. They thought their future was bleak, but they didn't expect such a turn. They agreed to Zhang Xian without hesitation and expressed their willingness to fully assist him in setting up a security company. Zhang Xian began to prepare for the security company. He first gave the company a resounding name, Lijian Security. Then, he gave Lu Hu and Lu Bao full responsibility and asked Wang Shu to assist. Under the guidance of Lu Hu and Lu Bao, they contacted some special forces who had also retired. These special forces had excellent physical fitness and combat skills, and they admired Lu Hu and Lu Bao very much. After hearing their invitation, they all expressed their willingness to join. Zhang Xian made arrangements for the company's personnel structure after careful consideration. Brothers Lu Hu and Lu Bao served as general manager and deputy general manager respectively, and their annual salary was set at 1 million renminbi. This was not only a recognition of their abilities, but also an incentive for their loyalty. The salary of other retired special forces soldiers was set at 300,000 renminbi per year. Zhang Xian knew that only by giving employees enough treatment and respect could they serve the company wholeheartedly. In terms of the company's location, Zhang Xian selected a place with convenient transportation and superior environment in the Yaodu Financial Center as the company's headquarters after investigation. He invested a lot of money to renovate the office space, so that it has modern office facilities and a comfortable working environment. At the same time, he also purchased a large number of advanced security equipment, such as monitoring systems, alarm systems, weapons and equipment, etc., to ensure that the company can provide high-quality security services. In order to enhance the company's reputation and competitiveness, Zhang Xian decided to hold a grand opening ceremony. He invited celebrities, business partners, government officials, and others to attend. At the opening ceremony, Zhang Xian delivered an enthusiastic speech, introducing the purpose, service content, and development plan of Lijian Security Company. He said that Lijian Security Company will provide customers with a full range of security services with a professional, efficient, and responsible attitude, and contribute to the safety and stability of society. Lu Hu and Lu Bao also spoke on stage, saying that they would lead all employees to work hard and live up to Zhang Xian's trust and expectations. The opening ceremony was a complete success, and the name of Lijian Security Company quickly spread throughout the city. Many companies and individuals came to consult and negotiate business. Zhang Xian, Lu Hu, and Lu Bao led the company's employees to provide customers with high-quality security services with full enthusiasm and professional qualities. Their performance was highly praised and recognized by customers, and the company's business gradually flourished. As the company grew, Zhang Xian began to consider expanding its business scope. Entering the international market, providing security services for some multinational companies and institutions. With the assistance of Lu Hu and Lu Bao, they actively cooperated and communicated with international security companies to learn advanced management experience and technical means. After a period of hard work, Lijian Security Company successfully established cooperative relations with several internationally renowned security companies and undertook some international security business. Lijian Security Company has continued to grow and become a leader in the industry. Lu Hu and Lu Bao have also gained a firm foothold in the company with their own abilities and efforts and have become Zhang Xian's right-hand men. They have led the company's employees to continuously innovate and make great contributions to the company's development. Zhang Xian has also achieved his goal and established a security company of his own, contributing his own strength to the safety and stability of society in China. Of course, this is a later story. Chapter 11 Divine Ancient Medical Skills. As the company developed smoothly, Zhang Xian became a hands-off manager, leaving the company's daily affairs to capable people such as Wang Shu, Lu Hu, and Lu Bao. He began to have more time to spend with his family and enjoy life. On a sunny weekend, Zhang Xian decided to go shopping with his wife Xiaoyichen, sister Zhang Yun, and two cute kids to enjoy some leisure time with them. The family happily came to the largest luxury mall in the city center. As soon as they entered the mall, the two little ones were very excited, especially Xinxin, who ran around like a happy little bird. However, the child was not very stable after all, and after a while, Xinxin accidentally fell down. Zhang Xian ran over distressed and picked up Xinxin, carefully checking her wounds. He gently cleaned and treated the small wounds for Xinxin. At this moment, the voice of the system rang in his mind, ding. It is detected that the host has cleaned and treated the wounds of the baby daughter Xinxin, and the host is rewarded with the god-level ancient medical skills. Zhang Xian was delighted, and he did not expect such an unexpected gain.
After comforting Xinxin, the family started a pleasant shopping trip. They first came to the women's clothing area, where many internationally renowned luxury brands gathered.
Xiaoichun took a fancy to a new dress from Nair.
The exquisite tailoring and elegant design made her love it.
Zhang Xian bought this dress worth 150,000 yuan for her without hesitation.
Then, they came to the cosmetics area, and Zhang Xian selected a set of top-grade skincare products from La Mer for Xiaoichun, hoping to keep her skin young and beautiful. Then, they came to the men's clothing area.
Zhang Xian picked a set of Ama custom suits for himself and his father Zhang Feng.
The straight fabric and exquisite craftsmanship made him look more handsome and confident. His younger brother Zhang Wen picked a casual jacket from Gucci and a belt from Emma, showing the vitality of youth. His younger sister Zhang Yun also picked a fashionable coat and a short skirt from Nair, showing the cuteness of a girl.
He also picked a set of Nair formal suits for his mother Zhang Meizhu.
Of course, the two little ones couldn't be left behind.
They picked out more than a dozen cute little clothes and skirts from the luxury brand Jifan for Xinxin and Yanyan.
Seeing the two little ones look happy after putting on their new clothes, Zhang Xian and Xiaoichun were also filled with happiness. After visiting the bustling clothing area, the family came to the luxurious and dazzling jewelry area with great interest.
Zhang Xian lovingly selected a diamond necklace from Kaya for Xiaoichun.
The diamonds on the necklace shone like stars, shining extremely brightly under the bright lights, and the light seemed to reach people's hearts. When Xiaoichun saw the necklace, her eyes were instantly filled with tears of emotion, and her heart was moved by Zhang Xian's deep affection. Zhang Yun also selected an exquisite bracelet with great interest. When she put the bracelet on her wrist, the whole person seemed to add a different kind of exquisiteness and elegance.
Not only that, Zhang Xian also specially selected a valuable imperial green bracelet for his dear mother Zhang Meizhu. The bracelet was emerald green, exuding a warm and charming luster, as if it contained endless dignity and elegance. Just as they were carefully selecting jade and pearls, an unexpected person appeared in their sight. This person was the ex-girlfriend Lin Xiao. There was also a fat man about 50 years old next to Lin Xiao, who should be the man who supported her. When they saw Zhang Xian and others, Lin Xiao deliberately twisted her waist and walked over, saying in a yin and yang tone, "Hey, isn't this Zhang Xian? You also come here to pick jewelry." Zhang Xian frowned and ignored her. But Lin Xiao was relentless and continued, "Look at what we picked, it's much more advanced than yours." As she said that, she picked up a string of jewelry and shook it in front of Xiaoichun. Xiaoichun rolled her eyes at her and said nothing. Lin Xiao also proudly claimed that her husband was Yao Dali, the marketing director of Qianda Group. Yao Dali said in an arrogant manner, "You must be Zhang Xian, this kind of luxury store is not for poor people like you, can you afford it?" He even said loudly to the waiter, "Watch it closely, don't let him steal it, if you lose one piece, it's not something you, a small waiter, can afford to pay for it." It made people feel disgusted. The waiter smiled politely and said, "Sir, please don't disturb other customers, thank you. The waiters in this store are all very good." Zhang Xian didn't want to pay attention to them, but their behavior became more and more excessive, and Zhang Xian finally felt annoyed. He could no longer bear it, and directly called Wang Shu, the general manager of his company Qianda Group, and explained that he would investigate Yao Dali's illegal and criminal behavior, and asked the police to deal with it and immediately fire Yao Dali, and then hung up the phone. He would never allow such a person to do whatever he wanted in his company, and Zhang Xian's eyes revealed a trace of majesty. After a while, Yao Dali's phone rang. It was a call from the marketing manager of Qianda Group. Yao Dali also heard what Zhang Xian had just said on the phone. He knew he was done. After answering the phone and listening to the other party's roar, the phone fell to the ground and he also collapsed on the ground. Suddenly she crawled to Zhang Xian's feet, pulled the corner of Zhang Xian's pants and cried, "Zhang Xiao, please let me go, it was that bitch Lin Xiao who instigated me to do this and that, please give me a chance and let me go." Then she crawled up, grabbed Lin Xiao's hair, slapped her and cursed, "It's all your fault, bitch, I will kill you, I will kill you." Zhang Xian was unmoved, such a person will definitely pay the price for what he did. He took out his black card and asked the waiter to pack the jewelry they selected, then swiped the card to pay and walked out of the jewelry store with his family. The incident between Lin Xiao and Yao Dali was just a small episode. After several hours of shopping, the family had a great harvest. They carried large and small bags, with happy smiles on their faces. Zhang Xian looked at his family's happy faces, and his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. He knew that although these material enjoyments were not everything in life, they could bring happiness and joy to his family.
On the way home, Zhang Xian secretly vowed in his heart that he would continue to work hard to give his family a better life. At the same time, he also decided to study the ancient medical skills he had just acquired, and maybe he could protect the health of his family and friends in the future. After returning home, Xiao Yichun and Zhang Yun sorted out the things they bought one by one. Xiao Yichun and Zhang Yun couldn't wait to try on the new clothes and new jewelry, and the two little ones were playing happily beside them. Zhang Xian looked at this warm scene and was full of expectations for the future. Chapter 12 Rough Stone Exhibition. Zhang Xian sat leisurely in the elegant living room of the villa with his father Zheng Feng as usual. The two were savoring the top-quality mother tree de Hongpo sent by Lu Hu. The fragrance of the tea rose up, as if telling of its extraordinary and preciousness. The preciousness and uniqueness of the mother tree de Hongpo are well known to the world. In ancient times, the tea produced by it was presented as a tribute, and ordinary people were not lucky enough to taste it. Now there are only 6 mother tree de Hongpo trees left, which have long been included in the World Heritage List, and now it is expressly prohibited to pick them. At an auction, the auction price of only 20 grams of mother tree de Hongpo was as high as 208,000 yuan, which is equivalent to 10.4 million yuan per kilogram. When the father and son were quietly discussing the magic of the mother tree de Hongpao, Zhang Xian's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Wang Shu. Wang Shu on the other end of the phone said, "Mr. Zhang, the Yaodu Jade Association sent 2 invitations to the raw stone exhibition. Are you interested in going to see it?" Zhang Xian heard this and was about to answer, but suddenly a crisp ding sounded in his mind, followed by the system's voice. "System task. Please accept Wang Shu's invitation to participate in the raw stone exhibition and be rewarded with treasure appraisal skills." This instantly aroused Zhang Xian's interest. After a little thought, he agreed to Wang Shu. Almost at the same time, the system prompt sounded again, ding. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining the treasure appraisal skill. How to use it? Please look at the item and silently recite the appraisal for 5 seconds." Soon, Zhang Xian took Xiao Yichun to the Yaodu Jade Association. When they arrived, Wang Shu had been waiting at the door for a long time. Zhang Xian smiled and greeted Wang Shu, and the 3 of them walked into the exhibition together. As soon as he entered the venue, the dazzling array of raw stones appeared in front of him, making people dazzled. Zhang Xian activated his treasure appraisal skills and began to scan the raw stones. He found that most of them were ordinary stones with no value. Soon, he saw a raw stone called Phoenix Nirvana, which was priced at 5 million yuan. Zhang Xian stared at it for 5 seconds and silently read the appraisal. The system immediately gave the information: this raw stone contains high-quality jadeite, with a market value of at least 30 million yuan. Zhang Xian was delighted and decided to buy the raw stone immediately. He walked up and started negotiating with the stall owner of the raw stone. The stall owner was an experienced old trader. He looked at Zhang Xian, a shrewd look in his eyes, and said, "Sir, this raw stone is my treasure. 5 million is already a very favorable price." Zhang Xian smiled slightly and said, "Boss, how about 4.8 million? The stall owner frowned and seemed a little hesitant. Zhang Xian struck while the iron was hot and continued, "I really want this rough stone. We can discuss the price." The stall owner thought for a moment, and finally nodded and agreed to sell it to Zhang Xian for 4.8 million. Zhang Xian paid the money readily and had the Phoenix Nirvana rough stone moved aside. Then, he saw a piece of raw stone called Jade Dragon Flying, which was priced at 8 million yuan. After identification, it was found that there was an extremely rare glass jadeite inside, with a market value of up to 60 million yuan. Zhang Xian bought it without hesitation. During the negotiation with the stall owner, Zhang Xian gave full play to his negotiation skills and finally won it at a price of 6.5 million yuan. Zhang Xian continued to walk around the venue, looking for the rough stone he liked. He saw another rough stone called Qilin Xianrui. This rough stone was large in size and looked ordinary on the outside, but Zhang Xian, with his treasure appraisal skills, found that there was extremely high-quality jade inside. After a fierce bargaining between Zhang Xian and the stall owner, he finally bought the rough stone for 8 million yuan. Afterwards, Zhang Xian successively took a fancy to the rough stones of crane prolonging life, carp leaping over the dragon gate, and jade rabbit bringing good luck, each of which was worth a lot of money. In the process of purchasing these rough stones, Zhang Xian not only had to negotiate the price with the stall owners, but also had to deal with the competition from other buyers. Several times, he almost missed the rough stones he liked because of the price, but with his wisdom and decisiveness, he finally successfully bought these rough stones. During the selection process, Zhang Xian also encountered some other good rough stones, such as Golden Dragon out of the sea and White Tiger roaring to the sky. Among them, the rough stone of Golden Dragon out of the sea was priced at 10 million yuan. After identification, Zhang Xian found that the jadeite inside was of extremely high quality and the market value was at least 100 million yuan. He and the stall owner started a difficult negotiation. The stall owner was firm and insisted on the price. Zhang Xian thought for a long time and decided to use his trump card. He said to the stall owner, "Boss, I really like this rough stone. Let's do this. I can add another 1 million, but you have to give me a smaller rough stone as a gift." The stall owner was a little hesitant, and Zhang Xian struck while the iron was hot and continued, "Look, this way you won't suffer any loss, and you can make more business." In the end, the stall owner agreed to this condition after Zhang Xian's soft and hard grinding. Zhang Xian bought the rough stone of Golden Dragon out of the sea for 11 million yuan, and also got a rough stone worth 5 million yuan as a gift. When buying the rough stone of White Tiger roaring to the sky, he had an argument with another man. The man also liked this rough stone, and he said to Zhang Xian, "Young man, give me this rough stone, I will offer a higher price." Zhang Xian smiled and said, "Sorry, I like this rough stone too, I won't give it to you." The other party was immediately a little unhappy and said, "Ha, you are a young boy, what do you know about jade rough stones, don't get involved here." Zhang Xian responded neither servilely nor arrogantly, "I don't need you to judge whether I know it or not, I must get this rough stone." The two argued, and finally Wang Shu suggested, "How about this, you pick a rough stone from the rough stones you have bought and cut it on the spot, and whoever has the higher price of the rough stone will get this rough stone, and let the loser pay for the winner." Zhang Xian and the man thought about it and agreed to the bet. Zhang Xian resolutely chose the rough stone named Phoenix Nirvana. When the people around heard that someone wanted to bet on the stone, they immediately gathered around with great interest. Everyone's face was full of curiosity, and they couldn't wait to see what amazing performance this rough stone would have. The stone-cutting master began to operate with a focused and careful expression. With the continuous roar of the machine, the hard outer skin of the rough stone was gradually peeled off bit by bit. Just when everyone held their breath and concentrated, they suddenly saw the breathtaking green color revealed. At this moment, the people around them spontaneously exclaimed with amazement. In the end, the texture of the jadeite that was cut out was excellent, and it turned out to be a piece of pure and transparent ice jadeite. At this time, a wealthy businessman immediately offered 58 million yuan without hesitation, wanting to take this jadeite into his pocket. After thinking about it for a while, Zhang Xian decided to sell it. However, at this moment, the man who was competing with Zhang Xian said coldly, "Humph, it's still uncertain who will win or lose." Then, he hurriedly asked the stonecutter to operate on the rough stone he had selected. Similarly, as the machine roared again, the outer skin of the rough stone began to be gradually peeled off, and the slices continued to go deeper, but all that was presented was grayish-white, which was obviously collapsed. Finally, the rough stone was split into two in the middle under the action of the machine. Both stones were grayish-white without luster. The man stared at everything in front of him with his eyes wide open in disbelief. In the end, the man admitted defeat and reluctantly paid Zhang Xian for the rough stone and turned away in embarrassment. In this way, Zhang Xian bought 10 top-quality raw stones in one go, spending a total of nearly 60 million yuan. As for the remaining 9 rough stones, Zhang Xian did not cut them on the spot, but decided to take them home first. He left the exhibition with Wang Shu and Xiao Yichun. On the way back, Wang Shu smiled and said to Zhang Xian, "Mr. Zhang, today is a great harvest. You have a unique vision." Zhang Xian smiled and replied, "Ha, good luck." They talked all the way and returned home with the rough stones. Zhang Xian placed the rough stones properly and prepared to cut them into pieces for each family member. Chapter 13 System Upgrade. When Zhang Xian was concentrating on fiddling with the raw stone in front of him, a clear voice suddenly sounded in his mind, "Ding! It is detected that the raw stone of Golden Dragon out to sea contains absorbable energy. Do you want to absorb it?" Zhang Xian was stunned at first, and then he said in his heart without hesitation, "Absorb." Almost instantly, the raw stone turned into powder in his hand and fell down. Ding! Upgrade successful. Reward the host's original elementary Bajiquan to be upgraded to intermediate Bajiquan. Intermediate Bajiquan, its boxing is fierce and violent, and each move and each style contains more powerful power and explosive power. The punch is like a storm, and can burst out amazing attack power in an instant, making it difficult for the enemy to defend. Reward, Intermediate Dragon Step. Intermediate Dragon Step, nimble as a snake, light as the wind, allows the user to move freely like a dragon, whether dodging or attacking, can achieve extreme agility and precision. The reward is a Lamborghini Veneno. Lamborghini Veneno, this is the pinnacle of the automotive industry. The price is around 100 million, and it is also because of its extremely cool appearance, like a wild beast, sharp lines and unique design, all of which show its dignity and dominance.
Its value is astronomical.
It is not only a car, but also a symbol of identity and status. It has unparalleled powerful performance, and the extreme speed can make the driver experience the thrill of driving at lightning speed.
It has now been sold for 1 billion renminbi. You may not be able to buy it even if you have money.
Reward 100 points of physical fitness. This sudden increase in physical fitness makes Zhang Xian feel as if he is filled with endless power, and his body becomes stronger and tougher.
30 bottles of physical enhancement potion as a reward.
This potion can increase physical fitness by 10 points after taking it, and there is a certain chance of breaking through the realm, but it is ineffective if taken by the host.
Zhang Xian was speechless when he saw the last prompt. Why didn't he have this blessing?
However, he quickly adjusted his mindset and began to think about the purpose of these rewards. After some consideration, he decided to give each of his family members and the two brothers Lu Hu and Lu Bao from the Sword Security Company a bottle of physical enhancement potion. So, he called Lu Hu, and when Lu Hu came to the number 1 villa on Shadao Island, Zhang Xian carefully told Lu Hu to give him and Lu Bao a bottle each. Then, he took out another 5 bottles for Lu Hu and told him to be responsible for selecting the brothers who made the greatest contributions to the Sword Security Company to take. Lu Hu excitedly took the potion, his eyes full of gratitude and excitement. Lu Hu took a bottle of potion on the spot, and his aura began to change gradually. He was already at the Grandmaster level, but under the effect of the potion, his aura continued to rise. After a while, Lu Hu's level actually broke through to the Grandmaster level. Lu Hu felt the surging power in his body and was pleasantly surprised. He held Zhang Xian's hand tightly, expressing his loyalty and gratitude.
Zhang Xian smiled and patted Lu Hu on the shoulder, his eyes full of encouragement, and whispered, Lu Hu, keep working hard and keep improving yourself, the future is promising. After Lu Hu left excitedly with the physical enhancement potion, Zhang Xian walked steadily towards the living room of the villa. After entering the living room, he solidly placed the potion on the coffee table, and then slowly said to his father Zhang Feng, mother Zhang Meizhu, fiancé Xiaoichun, brother Zhang Wen and sister Zhang Yun, look, this is the potion developed by the master I mentioned to you before. This potion is extraordinary, it has magical powers, and after taking it, it can significantly improve physical fitness and greatly enhance physical fitness. This is an extremely rare treasure.
After hearing what Zhang Xian said, everyone showed a look of curiosity and nervousness on their faces, and their eyes were fixed on the bottle of potion.
Zhang Feng frowned slightly and asked with some concern, does this potion really have such magical effects? Will there be any side effects? Zhang Meizhu also said immediately, yes, Xianer, you can't be careless.
Xiaoichun said with anticipation, if it really has such a good effect, it would be great.
Zhang Wen said excitedly, brother, I really want to try it.
Zhang Yun also nodded repeatedly at the side. Zhang Xian patiently explained, don't worry, father and mother, I have understood this potion very well, there will be no problem.
Then, Zhang Xian handed the potion to everyone one by one.
After everyone took the potion with trepidation, it didn't take long for wonderful changes to appear on them. Zhang Feng first felt a heat flow in his body, as if his whole body was full of strength. His originally tired body instantly became energetic, as if he was a dozen years younger. Zhang Meizhu was pleasantly surprised to find that the original discomfort in her joints disappeared, and her body became light and flexible. Xiaoichun felt that her endurance seemed to have greatly improved, and her breath was more stable. Zhang Wen felt that his muscles seemed to be tighter and stronger, and full of vitality. Zhang Yun was surprised to find that his physical fitness had improved significantly, and some of his previous minor ailments seemed to no longer exist.
After Zhang Feng felt the changes in his body, he said lovingly, Xianer,
hurry up and give it to Xin and Nian Nian to improve their physical condition and enhance their resistance.
Zhang Xian asked the system in his heart and said that the children were too young to take it. Zhang Xian looked at everyone's surprised expressions and said with a smile, the effect of this potion is indeed magical, but you still need to stick to daily exercise and good living habits to stay healthy. Then, he carefully kept the remaining potion and would make arrangements for later. After this, Zhang Xian began to explore his new abilities and rewards more deeply.
He would take time out every day to practice intermediate Bajiquan and intermediate Yulongbu, constantly improving his strength. He drove the Lamborghini Veneno with Xiaoichun on the streets of the city, feeling the extreme speed and passion.
Zhang Xian looked at the light screen that appeared in front of him. Host, Zhang Xian. Spouse, to be determined daughter's mother Xiaoichun. Daughters, the eldest daughter Zhang Xinxin and the youngest daughter Zhang Nianxin Nianyan.
Physical fitness, 628 ordinary people are 10, the highest known in the official record of Blue Star is 1000. Skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level ancient medical skills, intermediate Bajiquan, God-level cooking skills, intermediate dragon step, treasure appraisal skills.
Martial arts realm, innate realm. Wealth, 6,500,000,000 renminbi.
Company share, cashback from buying raw stones and other consumption, don't take the numbers too seriously. Assets, 60% equity of Qianda Group, number 1 villa in Yadu Shadao, 100% equity of Yadu Longsheng Amusement Park, Lijian Security Company, specially customized Rolls-Royce Phantom, Lamborghini Veneno. Looking at the changes brought about by these system upgrades, Zhang Xian thought that he should pay more attention to collecting raw stones in the future. One day, Zhang Xian was practicing Bajiquan and Yulongbu in the woods behind the villa as usual.
He gradually mastered the intermediate Bajiquan to perfection.
His boxing was fierce and powerful, and his momentum was magnificent. At the same time, he also mastered the intermediate Yulongbu with ease, and his body was as flexible and changeable as a swimming dragon.
Suddenly, a group of masters came quietly from behind.
They all looked fierce and aggressive, trying to give Zhang Xian a head start. Zhang Xian was not afraid at all, he faced the enemy calmly.
At the beginning of the battle, Zhang Xian used the intermediate Bajiquan, punching with the wind, and each move contained great power, which made the masters of foreign forces retreat again and again.
Then, he flashed and shuttled among the enemy like a dragon, using the wonderful body skills of the intermediate dragon to make the enemy unpredictable. After a fierce battle, Zhang Xian gradually gained the upper hand and defeated these masters one by one.
After subduing the last enemy, Zhang Xian began to interrogate their purpose. After some questioning, he finally learned that the root of all this was what happened in the woods behind the villa last time. At that time, Lu Hu and Lu Bao were chased by a group of foreign forces, and Zhang Xian helped and repelled the enemy. This time, it was a crazy revenge by foreign forces. Zhang Xian knows that this battle is just the beginning, and there will be more challenges waiting for him in the future. But he never backs down, firmly guarding the justice in his heart and the peace of this land, as well as his determination to protect his family, and is ready to meet any crisis that may come. Chapter 14, Destroying the Dark Knight.
After Zhang Xian defeated those foreign forces, he contacted Lu Hu, explained the situation and asked him to let the intelligence team of Lijian Security to investigate. After in-depth investigation, they learned that the foreign force is called Dark Knight. Lu Hu and Lu Bao were destroyed by the team led by Lu Hu during a mission in the Special Forces. A small gathering point in China, the leader of Dark Knight Thor, launched a crazy hunt for Lu Hu and Lu Bao after learning about it. The Lijian intelligence team learned through multiple channels that the headquarters of this foreign force Dark Knight was actually located in a mysterious valley called Black Wind Valley at the junction of China's Yun province and Luo state. It is in no man's land. Zhang Xian made a prompt decision and led Lu Hu, Lu Bao, and the elite troops of Lijian security to quietly embark on a journey to sneak into the Black Wind Valley. When they stepped into the valley, a strong and strange smell came over them, as if telling of the countless crimes and dark pasts that had happened here. The cliffs around the valley towered into the clouds, like silent giants, as if silently witnessing the upcoming fierce battle. The sky was so gloomy that it seemed to drip water, giving people a strong sense of depression, as if foreshadowing that a brutal fight was about to begin. Zhang Xian walked in front, his steps were steady and powerful, each step on the solid ground made a dull and heavy sound. His eyes were firm and sharp, looking straight ahead without fear, as if no difficulties could stop him from moving forward. Lu Hu followed closely behind him, his eyes were as sharp as a hawk, scanning everything around him, not missing any slight movement. His expression was serious and solemn, and he exuded a calm aura of a veteran. Lu Bao was alertly paying attention to the movements around him, holding the spear tightly in his hand, ready to deal with any possible emergencies. His body was agile and flexible, like a cheetah ready to attack at any time. When they stepped into the Black Wind Valley, a gloomy atmosphere hit them. Zhang Xian's footsteps were steady and powerful, and each step made a dull sound on the solid ground. Lu Hu followed closely behind him, his eyes as sharp as a hawk, scanning everything around him, not missing any slight movement. Lu Bao was alertly paying attention to the movements around him, with the spear in his hand ready to deal with any emergency at any time. As they gradually went deeper into the valley, members of the Dark Knight force gradually surfaced. A group of figures in black clothes and black pants rushed out from the darkness like ghosts, holding various weapons, with fierce looks on their faces, exuding a strong murderous aura.
Zhang Xian showed no fear, and he flashed his body and rushed towards the enemy group like a ghost.
His movements were as fast as lightning, and he was in front of a member of the Dark Knight in an instant. He clenched his right fist and swung it violently. A powerful force surged out, like a tidal wave, directly knocking the enemy several meters away and falling heavily to the ground. The enemy vomited blood before he even had time to scream, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Seeing this, Lu Hu roared and rushed into the enemy group like a whirlwind, waving his tiger head knife. His knife skills were extremely powerful, and each knife was full of force. As the knife flashed, blood splashed, and the enemy's limbs were broken under his knife. Lu Hu was like a killing god. Wherever he went, the enemies fell one after another, and they could not stop his pace. Lu Bao made full use of his spear's advantages. He moved flexibly among the enemy groups, and his spear was as cunning and fierce as a venomous snake. Sometimes he stabbed the enemy's throat, sometimes he stabbed the enemy's lower abdomen. Each strike was extremely accurate, making it impossible for the enemy to defend. Under his attack, the enemies screamed and fell to the ground. The members of the Dark Knight force were not to be outdone, and they launched a crazy counterattack. One of them, named Moore, rushed towards Lu Hu with a huge battle axe in his hand. He was very powerful, and every time he swung the battle axe, it brought a gust of wind. Lu Hu was not afraid, and he had a fierce duel with Moore. The tiger head knife and the battle axe kept colliding, making bursts of metal and iron clashing sounds and sparks flying. Lu Hu gradually gained the upper hand with his superb swordsmanship and tenacious fighting spirit, and Moore gradually showed signs of defeat. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian had already penetrated deep into the core area of the enemy group. He was surrounded by circles of Dark Knight members, but he was not panicked at all. He used his unique skills and shuttled through the enemy group like a phantom, and every time he attacked, an enemy fell. His attack was as fierce as a storm, making it impossible for the enemy to resist.
In the fierce battle, Zhang Xian discovered a gloomy-faced man from the Dark Knight force.
This man was the leader of the Dark Knight Thor. Thor hid behind a group of men and directed them to attack.
Zhang Xian's eyes turned cold, and he flashed, rushing towards Thor like a ghost.
Thor was shocked and quickly directed his men to stop Zhang Xian, but Zhang Xian's speed was too fast, and those men had no time to react, and were broken by Zhang Xian one by one.
Zhang Xian came to Thor in an instant. Thor looked at Zhang Xian in horror, and stabbed out with the sword in his hand. Zhang Xian dodged Thor's sword sideways, and then punched out, hitting Thor directly in the chest. Thor screamed, spit out a mouthful of blood, flew out, and his heart was broken. With the fall of Thor, the morale of the Dark Knight forces was greatly reduced. Zhang Xian, Lu Hu and Lu Bao took the opportunity to launch the final general attack. Like a tiger descending from the mountain, they completely wiped out the remaining Dark Knight members. The whole valley was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the ground was full of enemy corpses, as if telling the cruelty and fierceness of this battle. Zhang Xian and his men stood in a pool of blood, exuding an unparalleled majesty and domineering, as if they were the masters of this land. After the battle, Zhang Xian looked at the corpses on the ground, feeling a lot of emotion. He knew that the victory of this battle was hard-won and was won with their blood and lives. He turned to look at Lu Hu and Lu Bao, whose faces were also full of fatigue, but their eyes revealed determination and excitement. Zhang Xian instructed them to take care of the wounded brothers, clean up the battlefield, distribute some of the spoils to the brothers, and keep the rest as Li Jian's security supplies, and then left first. After this fierce battle, the Dark Knight forces came to an end. Chapter 15 Blood Temple. After the demise of the Dark Knight organization, Zhang Xian finally had a rare period of leisure time. In addition to playing with the charming Xiaoichun and the two cute little ones, he devoted himself to the practice of intermediate Bajiquan and intermediate Yulongbu. Every day, Zhang Xian greets the first rays of sunshine in the morning and comes to the familiar back mountain. He stands tall and straight, with a focused and resolute expression. Every move he makes shows the fierce power of Bajiquan and the agility of Yulongbu. As time goes by, his movements become more skillful and smooth, and every punch and every step he takes seem to blend into the surrounding air. After practicing hard, Zhang Xian finally mastered the intermediate Bajiquan and intermediate Yulongbu to perfection. At that moment, he seemed to feel a new power surging in his body, and an indescribable feeling of joy spread throughout his body. At this moment, the familiar prompt sound of the system sounded in his mind, ding. Congratulations to the host for practicing the intermediate Bajiquan and intermediate Yulongbu to the level of perfection. They are automatically upgraded to advanced Bajiquan and advanced Yulongbu. System rewards, realm promotion to the Heaven Realm, and the Blood Killing Palace Killer Organization. Zhang Xian was filled with surprise. He did not expect that this breakthrough would bring such a generous reward. As the rewards were distributed, detailed information about the Blood Killing Hall also flooded into his mind.
It turned out that this was an organization generated by the system, and the members of the organization were 100% loyal to him. Among them, the strength of the Hallmaster Angeli had reached the Xiantian realm, the 2 deputy Hallmasters also had the powerful strength of the Grandmaster realm, the 4 Hallmasters were the Grandmaster realm, and the strength of the rest of the members was the Huajin realm. This organization has a total of 207 people, located in the border city on the border of country Te Zhang Xin secretly marveled in his heart. With such a powerful organization as a backing, he will undoubtedly be more confident in the future. However, before he could recover from the surprise, his cell phone suddenly rang with a rapid ring. Zhang Xin picked up the phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number, but he had an inexplicable premonition in his heart. When he pressed the answer button, a sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, my master.
I want to see you." Zhang Xin couldn't help but shudder, and a thin layer of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead.
Angelica on the other end of the phone seemed to notice his strangeness, so she stopped teasing and said seriously, "Master, I want to give you this gift.
I will arrive in the Demon City tomorrow afternoon."
Zhang Xin was slightly relieved and replied, "Okay, I got it." The gift that Angelique mentioned was a mysterious piece of paper that she got during an expedition. The material of the paper was unknown, and there were some mysterious words written on it, which seemed to hide some unknown secrets. Angelique had always treasured it, but now she wanted to give it to Zhang Xin, which showed her loyalty and respect for Zhang Xin.
The next afternoon, Zhang Xin arrived at the Yaodu airport and waited.
He was full of curiosity and anticipation about the mysterious piece of paper, wondering what secrets it held. When he saw Angelica's graceful figure walking out of the crowd, his eyes were instantly drawn to her.
Angelica was wearing a fiery red dress that showed off her perfect figure.
Her long hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall, and her big beautiful eyes sparkled with charming light. When she saw Zhang Xin, she immediately smiled brightly and walked towards him quickly.
"Master!" Angelica called out coquettishly, and then hugged Zhang Xin.
Maybe this was a foreigner's habit.
Zhang Xin pushed her away awkwardly and said, "Don't make trouble.
This is a public place." Angelica stuck out her tongue mischievously, then took out the mysterious page of paper from her bag and handed it to Zhang Xin. "Master, this is the gift I want to give you."
Zhang Xin took the paper and examined it carefully.
The material of the paper felt very strange, and it didn't seem to belong to any material he was familiar with. The words on it were crooked, like some ancient runes, and he didn't recognize any of them.
Zhang Xin frowned and asked, "Angela, do you know what it says?" Angelica shook her head and said, "I don't know either. It was like this when I found it. But I think it must be very important, so I thought of giving it to you, the master." Zhang Xin nodded and carefully put the page away.
He decided to study it carefully after returning. Then, he took Angelica to the presidential suite of the 5-star hotel under the Chinda Group. After the system scanned the mysterious pages, it turned out that these words were the words of an ancient tribe, and they were records of the treasures of an ancient tribe. It was said that as long as the puzzle of these words was solved, the treasure could be found. Zhang Xin was excited, and he knew that he had discovered something extraordinary. According to the system's prompt, the address of the book page is a valley cave in the primeval forest of Crocodile Province. Soon after they entered the primeval forest, they felt the atmosphere around them become extremely strange. Suddenly, a group of huge black poisonous bees rushed out from the woods and attacked them like a dark cloud. Everyone hurriedly waved their weapons to resist, but there were too many poisonous bees, and many people were stung and fell to the ground in pain.
Zhang Xin made a prompt decision and asked everyone to cover their mouths and noses with clothes and move forward quickly.
As they moved forward, they encountered a huge python, which was as thick as a tree trunk and blocked their way with its tongue spitting out.
Angelica was not afraid and stepped forward to fight the python fiercely. After finally getting rid of the python, they fell into a swamp again.
Some people accidentally stepped into it and their bodies sank rapidly, and the situation was very critical. Zhang Xin hurriedly organized everyone to pull each other with branches and vines, and it took a lot of effort to pull the people who fell into the swamp out. After a long and arduous journey, as well as desperate struggles with various dangers, they finally found the entrance to the treasure. It was a cave hidden under the abyss, and the cave was filled with a mysterious atmosphere. Zhang Xin led everyone carefully into the cave, which was dark and damp, with strange lights flashing on the walls. As they went deeper, the scene in the cave became more and more shocking.
There is a thick stone door deep in the cave.
After various attempts, they finally opened the stone door and found the mysterious treasure inside the stone door. It was boxes of gold and silver treasures piled up like mountains, as well as various precious treasures.
Zhang Xian and everyone were stunned by the scene before them. Zhang Xian was filled with emotion and told everyone to move to the blood-killing hall for use. Chapter 16 Sending my sister to college.
Zhang Xian's younger brother Zhang also successfully obtained his university diploma in July before the start of the Yadu Business School. Under Zhang Xian's arrangement, Zhang entered Qianda Group to work. Zhang Xian also instructed Wang Shu to arrange for a company leader with rich work experience to take Zhang to study and lay a solid foundation for the future.
In the bustling and modern Yadu Business School ushered in a new semester.
The bright sunshine gently sprinkled on every corner of the campus like a golden veil, injecting endless vitality and energy into the entire campus.
Zhang Xian, driving a specially customized Rolls-Royce Phantom, drove smoothly to the solemn and imposing gate of Yadu Business School.
In the back seat of the car sat his lovely twin daughters Xinxin and Niannian, their delicate faces full of excitement and curiosity. Today, they came to send their dear Aunt Zhengyun to school. Zhengyun ushered in a brand new life in her sophomore year, and her bright eyes were full of expectations and longings for the new semester. When this noble and kingly luxury car arrived at the school gate like a god descending, it immediately caused a big stir like a stone thrown into a calm lake. The classmates cast envious and curious eyes, full of speculation about this mysterious person who drove a luxury car to send their relatives to school.
Zhang Xian walked out of the car calmly and elegantly.
He was wearing a high-end suit carefully tailored by a top tailor.
Every line seemed to tell of his extraordinary temperament and noble status.
With a gentle smile on his face, he gently opened the back door, and Xinxin and Nian jumped out like two cheerful elves, holding Zhengyun's hands tightly on the left and right.
"Aunt, we'll take you to school."
Xinxin blinked her big eyes like black gemstones, and her voice was as clear as a silver bell.
Yes, Auntie, you must be good at school."
Nian also said in a baby voice, with an innocent smile on her little face. Zhengyun smiled and touched the heads of her two lovely nieces, her heart filled with warmth and emotion. She turned to look at Zhang Xian and said softly, "Brother, thank you for sending me off."
Zhang Xian smiled and looked at his sister lovingly, nodding slightly. "You are still so polite to me. If you have any problems at school, just call me. Don't put yourself in a difficult position."
Zhengyun responded obediently, and then walked into the campus with Xinxin and Nian. Along the way, Zhengyun kept greeting the classmates, and everyone was full of curiosity and love for the two cute little girls around her.
"Zhengyun, is this your relative's child? So cute." A female classmate with a ponytail asked with surprise. "These are my eldest brother's daughters, Xinxin and Nian." Zhengyun introduced with a smile, his face filled with pride.
The classmates praised Xinxin and Nian for their cuteness, which made the two little girls a little shy and snuggled up to Zhengyun.
Zhengyun took them to the downstairs of his dormitory, squatted down and said goodbye to them gently.
"Xinxin, Nian, Auntie has to go to class, you and Daddy should go back obediently,"
Zhengyun said. "Okay, Auntie, we will miss you." Xinxin and Nian waved their hands, their eyes full of reluctance. Zhengyun looked at their lovely appearance, feeling reluctant to leave, and then turned and walked into the dormitory.
Zhang Xian looked at his sister's back, with a slight smile on his face, knowing that his sister would have a wonderful time in this school.
However, at this moment, some discordant voices suddenly appeared on campus.
A group of students who looked like they were from wealthy families gathered around, looking at Zhang Xian's luxury car with envy and jealousy in their eyes.
"Hey, who is this? Such a big show."
A boy in branded clothes said sarcastically, his eyes full of disdain.
"Humph, it must be some nouveau riche showing off."
Another boy echoed with a scornful smile on his face. Zhang Xian frowned slightly when he heard these words, but he ignored them and turned around to get back to the car.
However, this group of people surrounded him relentlessly and blocked his way. "What? You don't dare to speak?
Are you afraid of being exposed?" the leading boy said provocatively. Zhang Xian's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he looked at the group of people coldly. "Get out of the way."
"Wow, you're quite arrogant."
"Who do you think you are?" the boy continued arrogantly. At this time, the bodyguards arranged by Li Jian's security got down from the black business car behind him and quickly stood beside him, staring at the group of people with dignity. Seeing the bodyguards' burly figures and stern expressions, the group of rich kids were a little timid, but they still said stubbornly, "Having a bodyguard is amazing."
Zhang Xian didn't want to cause too much trouble on campus, so he suppressed his displeasure and said to the bodyguard, "Let's go." The bodyguard nodded and escorted Zhang Xian back to the car.
The group of rich kids watched Zhang Xian leave, still mumbling, but they didn't dare to stop him. Zhang Xian sat in the car, thinking to himself that the behavior of these rich kids made him a little worried about the atmosphere of this school. He decided to find time to have a good talk with Zhang Yun, asking her to protect herself in school and not get too entangled with these people. At the same time, he called Lu Hu and asked him to arrange a few skilled bodyguards to secretly protect his sister Zhang Yun. At the same time, Zhang Yun in the dormitory also heard the noise downstairs, but she didn't know what happened. After she sorted out her belongings, she prepared to go to the classroom for class. On the way, she met a few good classmates. Zhang Yun, there seemed to be a bit of noise downstairs just now. What happened? A classmate asked curiously.
Zhang Yun shook his head. I don't know either. I didn't see it in the dormitory.
It's probably those rich kids looking for trouble again.
They just stir up trouble all day long. Another classmate said angrily. Zhang Yun frowned. Why are they always like this? Doesn't the school do anything about it? The school can't do anything about them. Their families have powerful backgrounds and the school doesn't dare to offend them.
The classmate said helplessly. In the following days, Zhang Yun studied hard in school and actively participated in various activities. She got along very well with her classmates, and everyone liked her kindness and sincerity.
Zhang Xian also often came to visit her at school and brought her all kinds of delicious food and fun things.
However, seeing that Zhang Yun was beautiful and graceful, and a school beauty, the group of rich boys often approached her for various reasons. One day, Zhang Yun was reading quietly in the library, when suddenly the group of rich boys walked in. They deliberately made a loud noise next to Zhang Yun, and looked at Zhang Yun with provocative eyes from time to time. Zhang Yun suppressed her displeasure and continued to concentrate on reading. But they became more and more excessive, and one of the boys even deliberately threw a book at Zhang Yun.
Zhang Yun finally couldn't stand it anymore. She stood up and glared at the boy. What are you doing? Oh, are you angry? I like to see you angry.
The boy smiled teasingly with pride. Zhang Yun was so angry that he was shaking all over.
You guys are going too far.
At this moment, the bodyguards of Li Jian security suddenly appeared and quickly subdued the group of rich kids. After Zhang Xian received the news from the bodyguards, he also rushed to the library immediately.
Tell me, how do you want to die? Zhang Xian said coldly.
When the group of rich kids saw Zhang Xian coming, they turned pale and begged for mercy.
Zhang Xian ignored them and went straight to the school leaders, asking them to deal with the group of rich kids seriously. The school leaders knew Zhang Xian's identity and influence and immediately agreed to his request.
After this incident, the group of rich kids never dared to provoke Zhang Yun again. Zhang Yun is very grateful for her brother's protection, and she cherishes this hard-won learning opportunity even more. Zhang Xian is also proud of his sister's courage and strength, and he believes that his sister will thrive in this school and become an excellent talent.
Chapter 17 Parents Meeting. Zhang Xian sat in the driver's seat of the luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom, feeling nervous and excited.
Today was an important day for him to meet his fiancée Xiaoyichun and their parents, a day they had been looking forward to for a long time. Xiaoyichun was sitting in the passenger seat, with a happy smile on her beautiful face. Zhang Xian turned his head to look at her from time to time, his heart full of longing for a better life in the future. Zhang Xian's parents, Zhang Feng and Zhang Meizhu, sat in the back row, holding the lovely twin sisters Xinxin and Nian Nian in their arms. Zhang Feng had a serious face, while Zhang Meizhu smiled slightly. They also attached great importance to today's meeting. Along the way, Xinxin and Nian Nian blinked their big black gemstone eyes and looked out the window curiously, chattering non-stop. The car sped along the highway and finally arrived at Xialing after more than 3 hours.
Zhang Xian drove the car to the door of an elegant hotel as agreed.
Xiaoyichun's father Xiao Hui and mother Lin Shui had already been waiting at the hotel entrance. When they saw them arrive, they smiled warmly.
Oh, you're finally here.
Lin Shui came up to them with a smile.
Zhang Xian and Xiaoyichun got out of the car with the twin sisters, and Zhang Feng and Zhang Meizhu followed. Uncle and aunt, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Zhang Xian said apologetically. It's okay, it's okay.
Xiao Hui waved his hand. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone walked into the hotel's private room. The room was decorated very warmly and elegantly, and the dining table was already filled with a variety of delicious dishes. Everyone took their seats one by one. Zhang Xian and Xiaoyichun sat on one side, and their parents sat on both sides. The twin sisters played nearby under the care of their nanny.
Today our two families are finally together. It's not easy. Zhang Feng spoke first. Yes, as parents, we should naturally pay attention to our children's affairs. Xiao Hui agreed. Zhang Meizhu continued, we really like Yichun, she is well behaved and sensible.
Lin Shui also smiled and said, Zhang Xian is a good kid, and we feel relieved that Yichun is with him.
Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun looked at each other and smiled, their hearts filled with sweetness. Then let's discuss the children's marriage. Zhang Feng said. Okay, I think it's more important to determine a date first. Lin Shui said.
So, everyone started discussing the wedding date. After some discussion, they finally decided on an auspicious date, which would be in April next year, a golden autumn season.
What about the format of the wedding? Xiao Hui asked.
Zhang Xian looked at Xiao Yichun and said, I want to give Yichun a romantic and unforgettable grand wedding, and everything should be done according to her preferences.
Xiao Yichun said with emotion, as long as I am with you, everything is fine. Everyone nodded and praised Zhang Xian for his thoughtfulness. What about the wedding venue? Zhang Meizhu asked. The venue is secret, I will arrange it. Zhang Xian said. After hearing what Zhang Xian said, everyone had no objection.
They asked Zhang Xian to make sure it was arranged and did not say any more on this issue. At this time, Xinxin and Nian blinked their big, Kazalan eyes and looked at the adults curiously. Xinxin called out in a baby voice, Dad, Mom.
Nian followed suit. Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun looked at them with a smile. Xinxin continued, Dad and Mom, are you getting married? Nian also blinked her big eyes and asked, what is marriage? Zhang Xian smiled and picked up Xinxin and said gently, marriage means that Dad and Mom will be together forever, and we will be a real family in the future. Xinxin nodded, not quite understanding, and Nian also came over and hugged Zhang Xian's legs. Xiao Yichun smiled and picked up Nian, saying, we will be happier in the future.
The twin sisters smiled happily and kissed Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun on the face again and again. Next, everyone discussed wedding dresses, formal wear, guest lists, etc. During the whole process, Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun were immersed in happiness, as if they had already seen their beautiful wedding scene. After the discussion, everyone enjoyed a sumptuous lunch together, during which the atmosphere was very harmonious and laughter continued. After lunch, Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun took their twin sisters and their parents for a stroll in Xiaoling. They strolled along the streets together, admiring the scenery and enjoying this warm moment. At lunch the next day, Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun's family said goodbye to Xiao Hui and Lin Shui and set off on their journey home. The car was driving slowly on the highway. Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun held hands tightly.
I'm really happy today, said Xiao Yichun. Me too, we're finally getting married. Zhang Xian said. Well, I'm looking forward to that day. Xiao Yichun leaned on Zhang Xian's shoulder, a happy smile on her face.
After returning to the number 1 villa in Yaodu Shadao, Zhang Xian solemnly told Wang Shu to take charge of all the preparations for the wedding venue. Wang Shu has always been known for his outstanding ability to handle affairs, and Zhang Xian has unreserved trust in him. After receiving this important task, Wang Shu mobilized the senior management of Qianda Group and Lijian Security to participate, and he immediately devoted himself to the preparations. He started to act without stopping, just like a machine with a full spring. In order to find the most suitable venue, he worked tirelessly to travel to every corner of the city and carefully inspected every possible location. He not only checked the size, layout, facilities and other conditions of the venue, but also carefully considered the environment and traffic around the venue. Sometimes, in order to compare the advantages and disadvantages of different venues, he would even run around to multiple places in a day, so busy that he didn't even have time to eat. While looking for a venue, Wang Shu also actively contacted the best wedding planning team. He inquired about the teams with outstanding reputations in the industry through various channels, and then had in-depth communication and negotiations with them one by one. He explained to them in detail the expectations and requirements of Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun for the wedding, and listened carefully to their professional suggestions and creative ideas. He carefully compared the plans and quotations of various teams, striving to make the most sensible choice while ensuring quality. In order to make every detail of the wedding perfect, Wang Shu also personally participated in the design of the wedding layout. He repeatedly discussed with the designers about color matching, decorative elements and other issues, striving to create the most romantic and warm wedding atmosphere. He also personally supervised the production and layout of props to ensure that each prop met his high standards. Throughout the preparation process, Wang Shu always maintained a high degree of concentration and enthusiasm, not missing any small details that might affect the wedding effect, and doing his best to make this wedding flawless. Chapter 18 Happy time for the two little ones. On a weekend morning, the sun shone through the thin clouds and fell on the garden of Sand Island Villa number 1. Zhang Yun finished a week of study at Yaodu Business School and couldn't wait to return to this warm home.
Xinxin and Nian Nian pestered Zhang Yun and Zhang Xian, Dad and Auntie, let's go to the amusement park, okay?
Zhang Xian saw that everyone was very excited, and after telling her parents, she drove a specially customized Rolls-Royce Phantom to take Xiaoichun, Zhang Yun, and their two precious daughters Xinxin and Nian Nian.
The group happily prepared to go to the Yaodu Longxing amusement park again.
When they arrived at the amusement park, the park manager Zhang Ming was already waiting at the door with a warm smile on his face. After Zhang Ming respectfully saluted Zhang Xian's family, he led them through a special passage into this dreamy amusement park. As soon as they entered the amusement park, the first thing that caught their eyes was a colorful sea of flowers. The colorful flowers swayed gently in the breeze, as if waving and welcoming them. Xinxin and Nian Nian excitedly broke free from their parents' hands and ran towards the sea of flowers like two happy little birds. They shuttled through the flowers, their laughter was as clear and melodious as silver bells, and their small figures set off the beautiful sea of flowers. Zhang Xian and Xiaoichun looked at the two little ones' happy appearance, and their faces also showed happy smiles. At this time, several tourists passed by with their children.
Xinxin ran over generously, took a little girl's hand and said, let's play together.
The little girl readily agreed, and several children laughed and chased in the sea of flowers, and everyone had a great time. Then, they came to the carousel. The wooden horse was carved lifelike, and the gorgeous decorations sparkled in the sun.
Xinxin and Nian Nian couldn't wait to climb onto the wooden horse.
As the music sounded, the wooden horse slowly turned. The two little babies held the reins of the wooden horse tightly, their faces full of surprise and joy.
Zhang Yun also rode a wooden horse happily, feeling the joy of innocence. Zhang Xian and Xiaoichun stood aside and used cameras to record the children's beautiful moments.
There was a little boy next to him who was afraid to ride the wooden horse. When Nian Nian saw it, she encouraged him loudly, don't be afraid, it's fun, you try it. With Nian Nian's encouragement, the little boy finally plucked up the courage to ride the wooden horse, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. After getting off the carousel, they came to the bumper car venue.
The family was divided into two groups, Zhang Xian took Xinxin, Xiaoichun took Nian Nian, and Zhang Yun watched and took pictures.
The bumper cars collided with each other in the venue, making bursts of cheerful laughter and screams. The adults seemed to have returned to their childhood and enjoyed this exciting and interesting game. Xinxin excitedly drove the bumper car, running rampant in the venue, and had a lot of fun with other tourists' bumper cars. Nian Nian drove carefully under the guidance of Xiaoichun, and occasionally had a fierce collision with Xinxin.
Tired of playing bumper cars, they came to a rest area. There are comfortable seats and delicious snacks here.
Zhang Yun ran to buy some cotton candy and ice cream and shared them with everyone. The two little ones ate the sweet cotton candy and ice cream, their faces full of food, and smiled with satisfaction. Xiaoichun and Zhang Yun gently took tissues to help the two little ones wipe the ice cream off their faces. At this time, a staff member dressed as a cartoon puppet came over. Xinxin and Nian Nian ran over and looked at the puppet curiously with other children. They touched the puppet's hands and pulled the props in the puppet's hands.
The puppet teased them in a funny way, making the children laugh. After a short break, they continued to explore the amusement park.
They came to a huge Ferris wheel that was so high that it seemed to touch the sky. The family got on the Ferris wheel, and as it slowly rose, they had a panoramic view of the beautiful scenery of the entire amusement park. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the various amusement facilities and buildings in the amusement park looked particularly beautiful. Xinxin and Nian Nian lay on the window, pointing excitedly at the scenery below, chattering non-stop. Xiaoichun quietly admired all this, with a heart full of love for life and a vision for the future. On the Ferris wheel, they also met another family. The children greeted each other in a friendly manner and shared with each other the interesting scenes they saw.
Xinxin and Nian Nian also competed with the two children to see who saw more amusement facilities.
Everyone argued with each other, which was very interesting. When the Ferris wheel reached the highest point, Zhang Xian gently hugged Xiaoichun and whispered in her ear, "Dear, thank you for your company and support all the time.
We are so happy together as a family." Xiaoichun looked at Zhang Xian with tears in her eyes.
She responded softly, "Well, we will always be happy like this."
After getting off the Ferris wheel, they came to a performance area. A wonderful acrobatic performance was being performed here.
The actors' superb skills won the applause and cheers of the audience.
Xinxin and Nian Nian were stunned and kept clapping and cheering.
Zhang Yun was also deeply attracted by the performance. She was amazed at the actors' superb skills and courage, and cheered loudly with Xinxin and Nian Nian.
After the performance, Xinxin and Nian Nian ran over to give the actors their flowers. The actor smiled and touched Xinxin and Nian Nian's heads, praising them for being cute.
Then, they came to a water park. There are various water facilities and amusement projects here, such as water slides and water swings.
Xinxin and Nian Nian put on cute swimsuits and jumped into the water eagerly.
They slid down the water slide happily, splashing water.
Zhang Yun and Zhang Xian also played with the children.
The family played in the water to their heart's content, and laughter echoed throughout the water park. Xiaoichun took pictures of this warm and happy scene, and the tourists next to them were also infected by their joyful atmosphere and joined in to enjoy this happy time together. Before they knew it, the sun was setting, and the happy day was coming to an end. Zhang Yun took the two little ones for a walk behind Zhang Xian and Xiaoichun, enjoying the good times.
When they walked out of the amusement park, Xinxin and Nian Nian looked back reluctantly. Zhang Xian gently stroked their heads and said, "Baby, let's come back next time."
The children laughed happily. Xiaoichun looked at the two little ones, and her heart was filled with warmth and happiness. No matter how time passes, no matter what difficulties you encounter in life, as long as the family is together, they can overcome everything and have the best life.
Chapter 19 Demon City Earth King. Wang Shu hurried to Villa Number 1 on Shadao Island.
He looked solemn and carefully took out an exquisitely made invitation to the auction from his bag, and then handed it to Zhang Xian respectfully. This invitation came from the famous Tianyuan auction house in Yaodu, and Xianda Group was one of the invited parties, which undoubtedly demonstrated its important position in the industry. It is reported that the most eye-catching focus of this auction is the King of Land in Yaodu. You should know that this land is located in the center of the most prosperous East District of Yaodu, which can be said to be very valuable.
Zhang Xian took the invitation with great interest, his eyes sparkling with anticipation.
Without much hesitation, he quickly decided to go to this grand auction with his beloved Xiaoichun, and Wang Shu and Lu, who naturally accompanied them along the way. When they arrived at the auction site, the whole place was filled with a warm and tense atmosphere. As the auction progressed, the auction of the Monster City Land King finally arrived. At this moment, Zhang Xian clearly heard the familiar sound in his mind, ding. System task, please bid for the King of Land in the Demon Capital. I will reward you with an all-round talent to help you build a business empire. The auctioneer announced in a high-pitched voice, this extremely important piece of land in Yaodu has a starting price of 5 billion, and each bid must not be less than 20 million. There was an uproar at the scene. Such a high reserve price obviously indicated that this would be a thrilling battle. Many buyers could not hold back and began to bid enthusiastically. 5 billion, someone shouted first. 5.1 billion, another voice sounded immediately afterwards. Zhang Xian's eyes were as sharp as a torch, and he was determined. He calmly raised the sign in his hand, 8 billion. This bold move immediately caused a huge commotion at the scene. People were amazed, who is this person? He was so decisive to directly increase the price by 2.9 billion. After a short silence, other buyers were not to be outdone, and the price continued to rise like a rocket. 8.1 billion. 9 billion. Zhang Xian's expression remained calm and composed, without any panic. He made another decisive bid, 10 billion. At this time, the competition on the scene became more and more intense, with bids coming one after another, as if it was a fierce battle. 12 billion. 15 billion. Zhang Xian took a deep breath and shouted out a shocking number, 20 billion. The auction site was silent for a moment, but soon new bids were heard. 22 billion. 25 billion. Zhang Xian held the sign tightly in his hand, his eyes revealing determination, 30 billion. The price soared wildly, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. 35 billion. 40 billion. A trace of determination flashed in Zhang Xian's eyes, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, 50 billion. Finally, there was no other sound at the scene. The auctioneer dropped the hammer excitedly and announced loudly that Zhang Xian had successfully won the bid for the King of Land in Yaodu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and taking the bid for the King of Commercial Land in Yaodu. The host is rewarded with the all-round talent Sima Outyan, a member of the side branch of the Sima family in Kyoto, 33 years old, a business genius. A tenfold cashback of 500 billion renminbi has been legally and compliantly transferred to the 8088 account of Huaxia Bank. Zhang Xian's mobile phone rang with a text message alert at the same time. It was indeed a bank account arrival message. At this time, Zhang Xian's personal funds had exceeded 1 trillion. After the auction, Zhang Xian immediately started planning a grand blueprint based on the Land King.
He immediately contacted Sima Outyan, the legendary all-round talent who soon came to the Demon City. Sima Outyan's arrival made Zhang Xian even more powerful. Sima Outyan began to show his outstanding business talent.
He conducted an in-depth and comprehensive analysis of the entire Land King project. He proposed a series of highly innovative and forward-looking planning concepts, from business layout to operation model, from brand introduction to customer service. Every detail was carefully designed.
On the vast 500-acre land, the roar of construction continues day and night.
A towering and modern skyscraper has risen from the ground, becoming the core landmark of this business empire.
Its internal facilities are advanced and complete, and every detail shows quality and luxury.
In the surrounding area, commercial buildings of different styles have sprung up like mushrooms after rain, covering diversified business formats such as high-end shopping malls, luxurious hotels, unique dining venues, and fun entertainment and leisure areas.
Genda Group started a large-scale integration and migration. All departments moved into the new office area in an orderly manner, and showed stronger vitality in this new environment. Genda Group's original business was further expanded and deepened on the new platform, and closely integrated with Diwang's commercial resources to promote each other.
At the same time, Li Jian Security has also been closely integrated into this emerging business empire. Lu Hu led his team to carefully build a complete set of strict security systems, from each key node to every detail, to ensure the safety of the entire area. Their presence allows people to conduct business activities and daily life here with peace of mind. Zhang Xian actively negotiated with various strategic partners and reached cooperation agreements with many well-known domestic and foreign companies.
With the assistance of Sima Outyan, every negotiation went very smoothly.
They worked together to explore new business areas in this commercial group based on Land Kings, and continuously promoted the vigorous development of the business empire. New industries such as financial services, technological innovation, and cultural creativity have moved in, injecting a steady stream of innovative vitality and development momentum into this business empire. As the business empire gradually takes shape, its influence is also expanding. It has attracted outstanding talents from all over the world to gather here. They carry their dreams and passions and contribute their own strength to the prosperity of this business empire. Various high-end conferences, exhibitions and activities have also been chosen to be held here, further enhancing its popularity and influence. Under Sima Outyan's careful planning, the business empire also actively carries out public welfare activities to give back to the society. It has set up special funds to support public welfare undertakings such as education, medical care, and environmental protection, making positive contributions to the development and progress of the society. Zhang Xian's name also became famous along with the glory of his business empire and became a business idol in the hearts of countless people.
Sima Outyan also relied on his outstanding talents to gain a firm foothold in this business empire and became Zhang Xian's most capable assistant.
He built a world-renowned business empire and set a new benchmark for the business development of Yaodu and even the whole world.
Chapter 20 Chapter 24 Enforces attack again. Soon after the Dark Knight was destroyed, Soul's death was like a stone thrown into a lake, stirring up ripples. His elder brother Suatu, the leader of another overseas evil force Ghostgate, was furious after hearing the bad news. His hideous and distorted face seemed to devour the whole world. He clenched his fists, the flame of revenge flashed in his eyes, and vowed to make Zhang Xian and others pay a painful price. After learning the news, the intelligence personnel of the Blood-Killing Hall reported to the Hall Master Angeli that the Ghostgate is one of the top forces in the Dark World, and its master Suatu has reached the Xiantian realm in martial arts, which is about the same strength as her. Angeli went to the Sword Security Company in Yaodu with a solemn face to meet Zhang Xian and report the situation to Zhang Xian in detail. Later, Master, Suatu will not give up, he will definitely come to seek revenge on us. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing firmness and determination in his eyes. Then we should strike first and never let them take advantage of the opportunity.
Zhang Xian made a prompt decision and asked Lu Hu to gather Lu Bao and a group of elite masters of sword security to prepare to meet with the Blood-Killing Hall and go to the outside world together. In a mountain forest in the desolate land outside the region known as the No Man's Land, the sky was filled with wind and sand, and the atmosphere was particularly depressing. The wind was howling, and the sand and dust were flying in the air, as if foreshadowing the upcoming bloody battle.
Zhang Xian led his team to arrive as scheduled and successfully joined the people of the Blood-Killing Hall.
Angelica was dressed in red, heroic, and the long sword in her hand flashed with cold light, just like her resolute heart. Lu Hu carried his sharp broadsword on his back, the blade flashed with a cold luster, and he was fierce, as if he could kill the enemy at any time. Lu Bao held the spear tightly, and the slender spear reflected the light in the sun, majestic and awe-inspiring.
Zhang Xian looked around and said to everyone, "Today, we will show that Suwato how powerful we are."
Everyone shouted in unison, their morale was high, and the passionate voices seemed to break through the sky. This battle was a matter of life and death, and they had to go all out.
The Ghost Gate spies found Zhang Xian and others.
Not long after, a cloud of dust rose in the distance, and Suwatu led his Ghost Gate people to appear like a ghost. Suwatu was tall, with a ferocious face and a flame of revenge in his eyes. He looked at Zhang Xian and others and said with gritted teeth, "Zhang Xian, the hatred of killing your brother is irreconcilable. Today is the day you die." Zhang Xian sneered, "Suwatu, who will win is still unknown." After that, the two sides immediately became hostile to each other and a fierce battle was about to break out. At the beginning of the battle, Lu Hu rushed towards the enemy like a tiger descending from a mountain, swinging his sword vigorously. He dodged the oncoming sword by leaning sideways, and then swung his sword. A flash of cold light passed by, and an enemy screamed and fell to the ground. Lu Hu's sword skills were sharp and his moves were fierce. Every sword slash carried a deadly threat. Sometimes he chopped horizontally, sometimes he chopped vertically. As the sword flashed, the enemies were unable to avoid it, and blood splashed everywhere, dyeing the land red. Lu Bao, with his superb spear skills, charged left and right in the enemy formation. He jumped, and the spear stabbed out like a dragon, piercing directly through the chest of an enemy. Then he spun the spear, forcing the surrounding enemies to retreat. The spear danced in his hand like a silver lightning, and every attack could cause huge damage to the enemy.
Angelica was not to be outdone.
She was agile, like a dancing butterfly. The long sword in her hand danced like flying, and the sword flowers were dotted, as beautiful and deadly as a fairy scattering flowers. Her sword skills were elegant, but contained infinite power. Sometimes she jumped lightly to avoid the enemy's attack, and sometimes she stabbed with a sword swiftly, making the enemy unable to defend.
Zhang Xian showed his great strength at the Heavenly Man realm.
He used the advanced dragon step, and moved freely among the enemy formations like a ghost. The enemy's attacks had almost no effect on him. He appeared in front of the enemy in an instant like a flash of lightning.
Zhang Xian's Bajiquan was even more powerful.
Every punch he threw was overwhelming. He punched an enemy in the abdomen, and the enemy immediately vomited blood and flew backwards. Seeing his men falling down like harvested wheat, Suwatu's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of madness. He roared to the sky, and like a beast out of control, he rushed towards Zhang Xian fiercely. Seeing this, Lu Hu rushed forward like a towering mountain without hesitation, resolutely blocking Suwatu's way, and instantly fought with Suwatu. Suwatu's moves were extremely vicious and cruel. Every move and style went straight to Lu Hu's vital parts, like a venomous snake that had fallen into madness, tightly wrapped around Lu Hu, vowing to kill him. Lu Hu was indeed extremely brave and fearless, but in the face of the gap in strength, he gradually fell behind. Soon, Lu Hu was gradually defeated by Suwatu's fierce attack like a storm, and finally lost. Just when Lu Hu was about to be hit in the head, Zhang Xian saw this critical situation and immediately performed the ghostly dragon step. His figure flashed quickly like a phantom, and then he threw a fierce Bajiquan at Suwatu. The fist carried the force of thunder and struck Suwatu's chest fiercely. With a muffled bang, Suwatu's body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, fell heavily to the ground, and spit out a mouthful of red blood. However, Suwatu was furious. He endured the severe pain in his body and struggled to stand up with difficulty, his eyes flashing with unyielding stubbornness. He gritted his teeth and rushed towards Zhang Xian again regardless of everything, and used his proud stunt. His hands were dancing wildly, and a series of ink-like black breaths were wrapped around his hands like a water snake, gradually forming a powerful force that made people's heart palpitate. The people around him stopped their actions involuntarily, holding their breath and watching the fierce battle quietly.
Zhang Xian used the dragon step to the extreme.
His body was like a slippery loach under Suwatu's violent attack, dodging left and right, making Suwatu's attacks fall short. Finally, Zhang Xian keenly caught a tiny flaw, and without hesitation, he used a special move of the dragon step, and his figure instantly disappeared in front of Suwatu. Suwatu was immediately shocked, and before he could react, Zhang Xian appeared behind him like a ghost, and then swung his iron fist and hit him hard on the back. Suwatu let out a shrill scream, and fell to the ground, unable to move at all, and ended his life in convulsions. As Suwatu fell, the members of the Ghost Gate also lost their fighting spirit and fled in all directions.
Zhang Xian and his team took advantage of the victory and pursued them, wiping out the remaining enemies. This fierce battle finally ended with Zhang Xian and his team's victory, and the Ghost Gate was also eliminated from the Dark World. Zhang Xian instructed everyone to clean up the battlefield and collect the spoils.
These supplies added a lot of strength to the blood palace and the sword security.
Zhang Xian and his team also became famous in this battle and became a formidable existence in the dark world.
Chapter 21 The Crisis of Commercial Competition. In the bustling and noisy city of demons, fierce competition and contest are played out on the business stage every day. The huge business circle built by Zhang Xian's Yaodu Land King is the most dazzling existence in the city. It gathers countless high-end brands and prosperous scenes. The main person in charge, Ouyang Outyan, has run the business circle with his outstanding management skills. Under the leadership of Wang Shu, Xianda Group has demonstrated strong competitiveness in various fields and has become a leader in the industry.
Zhang Ming is in charge of Yaodu Longsheng Amusement Park, which brings endless joy and surprises to people.
And Li Jian Security, under the management of Lu Hu and Lu Bao, provides solid security for Zhang Xian's industry and customers.
However, there are often turbulent undercurrents hidden under the calm surface of the lake.
E2 International, whose chairman is an ambitious man, is even more ruthless in his work style.
This powerful competitor has quietly risen up and is eyeing Zhang Xian's business territory. On this day, Zhang Xian was discussing the next development plan for the business circle with Ouyang Outyan in the office. Suddenly, Wang Shu walked in hurriedly. "Mr. Zhang, it's bad. E2 International has been very active recently.
They seem to be targeting our various industries and have snatched away many of our customers and projects,"
Wang Shu said solemnly. Zhang Xian frowned, with a sharp look in his eyes. "Pay close attention to their movements. I want to see what they want to do." At the same time, Xiao Yichun also learned about E2 International. As Zhang Xian's fiancée, although she was not directly involved in business operations, she also had keen insight. "Xian, I think we can't just sit there and wait for death. E2 International is coming at us with great force. We must take action," Xiao Yichun said seriously. Zhang Xian nodded. "I know, dear, what do you think? Maybe we can start from their weaknesses and find a breakthrough," Xiao Yichun said thoughtfully. Zhang Xian fell into deep thought and began to think about how to deal with the situation.
In the following days, the attacks of E2 International became more and more fierce. They used various means to lower prices and offer more favorable conditions to attract many partners of Zhang Xian's industries. Some merchants in the business circle began to waver and had the intention to switch to E2 International. The number of tourists in the amusement park also declined to a certain extent. Xianda Group's business was severely impacted.
Zhang Xian knew that this could not go on, so he called together all the core members, including Ouyang Outyan, Wang Shu, Zhang Ming, and Lu Hu, to discuss countermeasures. "We can no longer allow E2 International to attack us so recklessly. We must take countermeasures," Zhang Xian said seriously.
Ouyang Outyan nodded and said, "Director Zhang, I think we can increase publicity and promotion in the business circle to attract more high-quality merchants to settle in and enhance our competitiveness."
Wang Shu went on to say, "I agree.
At the same time, we can also innovate in our business and launch some unique services and products." Zhang Ming suggested, "We can hold some large-scale events in our amusement park to attract more tourists." Lu Hu patted his chest and said, "Mr. Zhang, don't worry about security. I will never let E2 International take advantage of the situation." After listening to everyone's opinions, Zhang Xian gradually came up with a plan in his mind. In the process of implementing the plan, Zhang Xian personally communicated and negotiated with some important partners, retaining them with sincerity and favorable conditions. The business circle began to hold a series of exciting activities, attracting a large number of people. The amusement park also launched new rides, and the number of tourists gradually recovered. Xianda Group regained market share through innovative business.
However, E2 International did not stop there. They also noticed Zhang Xian's counterattack and began to intensify their sabotage.
They spread rumors in the market and tried to discredit Zhang Xian's industry.
After Zhang Xian learned about this, he sneered, "They think they can defeat us like this? Too naive."
He decided to take the initiative and sent out elites to collect their intelligence. At the same time, he also began to look for the flaws of E2 International, ready to give them a fatal blow.
After a period of hard work, Zhang Xian finally found a major loophole in E2 International.
It turned out that in order to expand rapidly, E2 International had a big problem with its capital chain.
They obtained funds through some improper means.
Once this problem was exposed, they would fall into a huge crisis.
Zhang Xian acted decisively, using the evidence he had in working with the media to expose E2 International.
Instantly, E2 International was caught in a whirlpool of public opinion, their image plummeted, and their partners left them one after another. The top executives of E2 International panicked and tried to find a way to save the situation, but it was too late.
Zhang Xin took the opportunity to intensify his attack on them.
Shenda Group completely suppressed E2 International in terms of business, and its advantage in the business circle became more and more obvious.
The amusement park was extremely popular.
In this crisis of commercial competition, Zhang Xin demonstrated outstanding leadership and decisive decision-making ability. He led his team and turned the situation around step by step.
As E2 International gradually declined, Zhang Xin saw a great opportunity to acquire E2 International.
He and his team carefully planned and developed a detailed acquisition plan. At the negotiation table, Zhang Xin negotiated with Wu Yi, chairman of E2 International, in a strong manner. He relied on his own advantages and bargaining chips to continuously lower the acquisition price. Although Wu Yi and E2 International shareholders were unwilling to accept it, they had to compromise under the pressure of reality, as they would go bankrupt if they did not accept it. Finally, Zhang Xin successfully acquired E2 International at a very low price, bringing this former competitor under his own command and incorporating it into Shenda Group. The victory in this business competition made Zhang Xin's business empire more stable and powerful. His industry ushered in new development opportunities, the business circle became more prosperous, Shenda Group continued to expand its territory, and the amusement park became a landmark attraction in the city. Xiaoichun looked at Zhang Xin's great success in business, and his heart was filled with pride and pride.
This is my man, a real business wizard. Xin, you are really great. I believe you will create more miracles. Xiaoichun said gently in the room of Villa number 1 in Shadao. Zhang Xin smiled and hugged Xiaoichun. This is also your credit, dear, thank you for your support and encouragement. Your husband is so great, what should I reward him with?
Xiaoichun blushed and kissed Zhang Xin's lips, and was about to get up and leave.
How could Zhang Xin let the meat in his mouth run away like this?
He hugged Xiaoichun with both hands and slowly fell on the soft big bed.
10,000 words omitted here. Chapter 22 The Learning Talents of the Two Little Ones. Xinxin and Nian are already 4.5 years old, and it's time to find a kindergarten. Zhang Feng said seriously to Zhang Xin and Xiaoichun.
At this time, ding. System task, please choose a kindergarten to send your two precious daughters to. Reward the host with God-level calligraphy skills and God-level painting skills. There is a kindergarten with beautiful environment and complete facilities in the Sand Island Villa district. The kindergarten is surrounded by lush green trees and colorful flowers, as if you are in a beautiful fairy tale world.
The environment here is simply beautiful to the extreme, and all kinds of facilities are complete and comprehensive.
Whether it is creative amusement facilities or exquisite and warm classroom layout, people can feel endless warmth and comfort.
Zhang Xin and Xiaoichun brought their lovely Xinxin and Nian here.
As soon as the two little ones stepped into the kindergarten gate, they were immediately attracted by everything full of fantasy. Their round eyes were shining with excitement, as bright and shining as two black gems. They blinked their beautiful big eyes, looked around curiously and surprised, opened and closed their little mouths, and said in a baby voice, "Daddy and Mommy, this place is so beautiful, I like it so much." Zhang Xin and Xiaoichun looked at the two little ones with surprise and love, smiled at each other, and the two little ones liked this kindergarten. Then, under the enthusiastic and detailed introduction and patient and amiable guidance of the kindergarten teachers, Zhang Xin and Xiaoichun methodically completed the admission procedures for the two little ones.
On a sunny morning, the kindergarten opened its doors.
Zhang Xin, Xiaoichun, their parents, and Zhang Wen and Zhang Yun, who had taken leave from work and college to rush home, sent the two little ones to school on their first day. At the entrance of the kindergarten, the teacher warmly greeted every child. The lovely twin sisters Xinxin and Nian held hands, said bye-bye sweetly to their grandparents and other elders, and walked happily into the kindergarten gate. They were full of expectations for this novel place, and their bright eyes sparkled with curiosity.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task.
The host is rewarded with God-level calligraphy skills and God-level painting skills.
The rewards have been issued.
With a dizzy feeling like a surging tide, Zhang Xin's mind suddenly seemed to be opened by a magical door, and countless exquisite knowledge and skills about calligraphy and painting appeared in an instant. It was as if a mysterious force was surging in his mind, pouring in the essence of God-level calligraphy, the way of using the brush, the composition skills of God-level painting, the use of colors and a series of profound and unfathomable contents like a tide. As soon as they entered the classroom, Xinxin and Nian were attracted by the colorful toys and interesting books. They couldn't wait to start exploring, flipping through this book and fiddling with that toy. Xinshin picked up a small doll and said to Nian Nian with a smile, "Nian Nian, look how cute this is." Nian Nian held a picture book and responded with sparkling eyes, "Sister, this story seems very interesting." In class, the teacher began to teach the children to sing nursery rhymes. The teacher's gentle voice sounded like a spring, leading the children to sing one sentence at a time. Xinshin and Nian Nian listened very carefully, their little mouths opened and closed with the teacher's rhythm, as if they were the most lively notes.
Xinshin whispered to Nian Nian, "Nian Nian, we must study hard." Nian Nian nodded vigorously.
In a short while, they learned the whole nursery rhyme. Their crisp and sweet voices echoed in the classroom, as if they were the most beautiful sounds of nature, and the teacher couldn't help but praise their musical talents. Then, the teacher took out the literacy cards and began to teach everyone to recognize words. Xinshin stared at the cards intently, her bright eyes flashing with intelligence, her little head turning quickly, trying to understand and remember. Nian Nian was not to be outdone, carefully observing the shape and structure of each word, and feeling their meaning with her heart.
Xinshin turned to Nian Nian and said, "Nian Nian, I think I know this word. Mom taught us." Nian Nian responded with a smile, "Yes, I know this word too." Soon, Xinshin and Nian Nian recognized the words almost at a glance and read them accurately. Their outstanding performance made the other children look at them with envy.
When drawing, Xinshin picked up the brush and her little hands danced flexibly on the drawing paper. She first sketched a rough outline, and then filled in the colors carefully.
Nian Nian watched from the side and said, "Sister, you draw so well."
Xinshin smiled proudly, while Nian Nian focused on drawing the cute little animals, depicting them stroke by stroke, and handling every detail very delicately. The lifelike little animals seemed to be about to run out of the drawing paper at any time. Their paintings amazed the teachers and praised their painting talents. When learning mathematics, the teacher used interesting games and teaching aids to guide the children to recognize numbers and simple calculations. Xinshin and Nian Nian were very active in the game, quickly understood the concept of numbers, and were able to accurately complete simple addition and subtraction operations.
Xinshin said to Nian Nian, "Nian Nian, let's calculate this together." Nian Nian happily agreed.
He also took the initiative to help other children understand, showing his excellent quality of being helpful. In the craft class, the teacher taught everyone how to make paper cranes. Xinshin watched the teacher's demonstration carefully, then picked up the colored paper and folded it carefully. Nian Nian helped by handing her sister scissors, glue and other tools. Xinshin's little hands were very skillful, and she folded a beautiful paper crane in a short while. Nian Nian was not to be outdone, and she also folded a paper crane by imitating her sister. Put the paper cranes together and smiled happily. During outdoor activities, Xinshin and Nian Nian also had a great time with other children. They played on the slide together, with Xinshin in front and Nian Nian behind, laughing as they slid. Their happy figures were left on the slide. When playing games together, when a child accidentally fell, Xinshin and Nian Nian would quickly run over to help him up and comfort him softly. When playing the skipping rope game, Xinshin and Nian Nian jumped lightly, their flexible postures were like happy little swallows, and they cooperated with their friends to let the laughter echo over the playground. During the free time, Xinshin and Nian Nian found a sand pit and ran over excitedly. Xinshin picked up a small shovel and started digging sand, while Nian Nian found some small shells and put them in the sand pit for decoration. Together with the children, they built a small castle and dug a small river around the castle.
Looking at their masterpieces, they couldn't stop smiling. It was lunchtime in the kindergarten.
Xinshin and Nian Nian sat in their seats and waited for the teacher to distribute food. They followed the example of other children, picked up the spoon and ate their food slowly.
Xinshin said to Nian Nian, "Nian Nian, we must finish our meal, so that we can grow taller." Nian Nian nodded and ate with big mouthfuls.
After the meal, they cleaned up the tableware together and put it back in the designated place. In the science exploration class after lunch break, the teacher took out some simple scientific experiment equipment for the children to observe and explore. Xinshin and Nian Nian watched with curiosity, listened carefully to the teacher's explanation, and then tried it themselves, discovering some interesting phenomena, such as the buoyancy of water and the attraction of magnets, which aroused their strong interest in science.
In the dance class, Xinshin and Nian Nian danced to the rhythm of the music.
Their movements were coordinated and graceful, as if they were born dancers. The teacher looked at Xinshin and Nian Nian's performance and couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. The day in kindergarten passed quickly, and Xinshin and Nian Nian returned home with full harvest and happiness. Mom and Dad listened to them talk about their experiences in kindergarten, and their faces showed gratified smiles.
Chapter 23 Mysterious Ancient Martial Arts Secrets.
In the study room of Villa Number 1 in Sand Island, Xinshin was concentrating on drawing a sketch of mom and dad holding her in Nian Nian's hands, while Nian Nian was practicing calligraphy.
Zhang Xian was guiding them in painting and calligraphy skills from time to time, with a gentle smile on his face.
Suddenly, Zhang Xian received a call from Angelica, and an excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Master, I just got the news that the members of the Blood Temple found a relic while exploring a deserted island.
When Zhang Xian heard this, a light immediately flashed in his eyes, and he asked with interest, "Oh? Then let's go and take a look?" Angelica responded excitedly, "Okay."
Zhang Xian called Lu Hu and Angelica, as well as the two main masters of the Blood Killing Hall, namely Blood Sword Hall Lu Qingyan and Blood Knife Hall Rosenjuer, to meet at the agreed location, and then embarked on an adventurous journey to the island ruins together. They took the small yacht that Rosenjuer had found, sailed for a long time on the rough sea, and finally arrived at the mysterious deserted island. They walked slowly along the winding path. The island was shaded by green trees, and there was an ancient and mysterious unique atmosphere everywhere. After walking for a while, a huge stone gate appeared in front of us. Various strange symbols and patterns were carved on the stone gate, as if telling a long history.
"It seems this is the entrance to the ruins," Zhang Xian said in a low voice.
Angelica held a long sword in her hand, staring at the stone door, and said, "Everyone be careful, we don't know what dangers may exist in here." After walking through the narrow stone path, a strange beast that looked a bit like a lion suddenly jumped out. The beast was huge, with sharp claws and fangs, and fierce light flashing in its eyes.
"Everyone, prepare for battle,"
Angelique shouted, and took the lead in swinging her sword and rushing towards the beast. Her sword skills were agile and sharp, and in the flash of her sword, she started a fierce battle with the beast. Lu Qingyan was not to be outdone. She waved the blood sword in her hand, bringing up streaks of blood, and fought with the beast. Her figure was like a ghost, and wherever the blood sword went, the wind whistled.
Rosenjuer drew out the big knife from behind, and each of his strikes was powerful as he charged into the battle.
Seeing this, Lu Hu also drew his sword and rushed forward. His sword skills were fierce and domineering, and when he collided with the beast, there was a series of metallic collision sounds.
Zhang Xian was watching from the side.
With the joint attack of everyone, the beast was quickly killed and fell to the ground. Everyone walked carefully along the passage, and suddenly, countless spikes fell from above their heads.
Zhang Xian walked in front. "Master, be careful."
Angelica and Lu Qingyan shouted at the same time, flew forward, and used sword skills to knock away the spikes. Continuing to go deeper, they came to a huge cave. The walls around the cave were engraved with ancient words and patterns. In the center of the cave, there was a huge, ancient, and mysterious closed stone door. Angelique walked closer to take a look out of curiosity, and at that moment, a huge spider quietly descended from the top of the cave. The spider was huge, covered with black hair, and spewed sticky silk from its mouth. Angelique was startled and quickly swung her sword at the spider, but the spider dodged nimbly and spit out more silk to attack Angelique. Seeing this, Zhang Xian rushed forward and blasted out with Bajiquan, with a powerful punch that pushed the spider back a few steps.
Lu Hu also joined the battle, waving a big knife. Lu Qingyan and Rosenjuer stood by and watched the surroundings vigilantly to prevent any other danger from occurring. Angelica's swordsmanship attacked the spider like a gust of wind and rain. Zhang Xian's Bajiquan was also incredibly powerful, and Lu Hu's broadsword was even more powerful. With their concerted efforts, they finally killed the giant spider. There were complicated mechanism patterns engraved on the stone door. After some exploration, everyone found that they needed to unlock the mechanism to open the door. "Let me try." Rosenjuer walked forward and studied the mechanism carefully. He relied on his experience and wisdom to slowly figure out the solution to the mechanism. After a period of effort, there was a click sound and the stone door slowly opened to both sides. "It's finally opened." Everyone was excited. Behind the door is a more spacious space, filled with ancient books and weapons. In the center of the deepest part, there is a stone platform with a wooden box on it. However, just as everyone was about to go forward to take the ancient books and weapons, a group of huge monsters suddenly emerged from all directions. These monsters had different shapes, some looked like lions, some looked like tigers, and some looked like dragons, and each of them exuded a powerful aura. "Oh no, everyone be careful!" Zhang Xian shouted. Angelica and the two hallmasters immediately confronted the monsters and started a fierce battle. Angelica's sword was like a swimming dragon, and each sword was full of sharp sword energy. Lu Qingyan's blood sword released blood rays, covering the monsters. Rosenjuer waved his sword and started a close combat with the monsters. Zhang Xin and Lu Hu were not to be outdone.
Zhang Xian's dragon step combined with Bajiquan allowed him to move freely among the group of monsters.
Lu Hu's broadsword was so powerful that every blow was extremely powerful. With everyone's brave fighting, the monsters were defeated one by one. But there were too many monsters and they gradually felt powerless. At this moment, Zhang Xin discovered the monster's weakness. He shouted, "Attack their eyes."
Hearing this, everyone changed their tactics and focused on attacking the monster's eyes.
Sure enough, this move was very effective and the monster's offensive power was immediately weakened. After a tough battle, all the monsters were finally wiped out.
Everyone was panting heavily with exhaustion, but their eyes were all shining with excitement. Everyone walked cautiously towards the shelf where books and weapons were placed. Zhang Xian walked forward to the deepest stone platform, reached out and opened the wooden box, which contained a mysterious ancient martial arts secret book.
At this time, Zhang Xian's mind rang with ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ancient martial arts secret book Phantom Fist. Phantom Fist's attack method usually uses illusory images and phantoms to confuse the opponent, making it difficult for the opponent to distinguish between real attacks and illusory illusions. The attacker can use this confusion to attack the opponent unexpectedly.
Would the host like to learn Phantom Fist? Zhang Xian answered without hesitation, "Study." Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully learning Phantom Fist.
Zhang Xian closed his eyes, feeling the power of this Phantom Fist, and his heart was filled with surprise.
After exploring the ruins for a long time, the group returned home with the ancient martial arts manuals and other ancient martial arts items.
Although this expedition was full of dangers, it also brought them a lot of gains.
After returning to land, Zhang Xian gave the Phantom Fist secret book to Angelica, asking her to study and practice it with Lu Hu and the two hall masters. He also instructed them to select the appropriate ancient martial arts books and give them to the members of the Blood Killing Hall and the Brothers of the Sword Security to practice, but Phantom Fist must not be allowed to be practiced by anyone other than them, and the decision will be made based on their contributions in the future.
Angelique and others nodded yes. Chapter 24 Black Tiger Hall.
In the prosperous Demon City, there is an organization regarded as a dark force by people, Black Tiger Hall. They usually bully people and do evil, which makes many people dare not speak out. On this day, Zhang Wen and his college classmates, organized by class monitor Xiao Weijie, welcomed their first reunion after graduation from business school. With full of joy and expectation, they happily gathered at the Shangshi KTV in Yadu, ready to relax and reminisce about the past. A group of energetic young people sang in the box, and the whole atmosphere seemed warm and cheerful, full of youthful atmosphere and strong friendship among classmates.
However, an accident suddenly happened.
A younger brother of the Black Tiger Hall went to the wrong box. When he saw that there were several young and beautiful female classmates among Zhang Wen's classmates, he immediately had evil thoughts in his heart. He began to speak frivolously and behave frivolously, which naturally aroused the disgust and anger of his classmates.
The two sides had a fierce conflict, but these newly graduated students were no match for the evil forces.
Several people were soon beaten and bruised, and their injuries were very serious. Zhang Wen looked at his injured classmates, his heart filled with pain and anger. Enduring the pain of his injuries, he called Zhang Xian.
Zhang Xian on the other end of the phone was furious when he heard what happened to his brother.
He immediately called Lu Hu and Lu Bao to lead several elite brothers of Li Jian security to Shangshi KTV first, and he also rushed there. When Lu Hu, Lu Bao and others arrived at the Shangshi KTV, they saw Zhang Wen and his classmates lying on the sofa and the ground groaning in pain. Several people, including Zhang Wen, had obvious knife wounds on their bodies. After seeing Lu Hu and others, Zhang Wen lay on the sofa and said laboriously and weakly, "Brother Hu.
Quick, my 3 female classmates were dragged away by them."
Lu Hu and others' eyes were instantly filled with anger, and they immediately started to search for the people from the Black Tiger class. Soon, they found the troublemaker at the entrance of a box not far from Zhang Wen's box. At this time, the little brother was hugging a beautiful woman in revealing clothes, singing and drinking with a group of people in colorful and strange costumes, and they were very comfortable. When the little brother noticed Lu Hu and others, he was not afraid at all, but asked loudly and arrogantly, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" The others also shouted in unison. When Lu Hu and his companions walked into the private room, they found 3 girls huddled in the corner and shivering. They must be Zhang Wen's classmates. Seeing that they were neatly dressed, they were lucky to have arrived in time.
"Did you just beat someone up in the private room across the street? And you brought them to your private room by force? Do you still have the law?" Lu Hu shouted angrily. The law of the king? Humph, this is our Black Tiger Hall's territory. Why should we be afraid of the law of the king? Here, we, the Black Tiger Hall, have the final say, the younger brother shouted arrogantly. Hearing this, Lu Hu and the others were immediately enraged. They could no longer hold back and went straight forward to beat the younger brother violently. The younger brother and the others were beaten so hard that they begged for mercy. We don't dare to do it anymore. Please spare us. At this time, the boss of Black Tiger Hall, Black Tiger, was enjoying a massage from a beautiful woman in his office on the top floor of Shangshur KTV. Suddenly, a younger brother rushed into the office in a hurry, without even knocking on the door, and frightened Black Tiger so much that he stood up and even forgot to pull up his pants. When Black Tiger learned about the trouble caused by his younger brother, he didn't want to make a big deal. However, when he heard that the other party dared to attack his younger brother, his anger was ignited all of a sudden. Then, he led a group of men to rush to the scene in a menacing manner. When Heihu arrived at the box, he saw Lu Hu and the others, and immediately snorted coldly, saying, "Humph, Lu Bao, what do you mean by this? Don't think that you can do whatever you want here just because you are the manager of Li Jin Security. You injured my people, how are you going to settle this account?" Lu Bao was about to speak when Lu Hu grabbed him and shouted to Heihu, "Heihu, your people beat up my brother and his classmates for no reason, and also dragged several of his female classmates into this box in an attempt to commit illegal acts. You, the Black Tiger Hall, have always committed many evil deeds. Today is the end of you in the Black Tiger Hall." At this time, the atmosphere between the two sides was tense and tense, as if a fire could be ignited at any time. At this extremely tense and critical moment, Zhang Xian hurried over. He looked at the chaotic scene in front of him, his eyes revealing anger and coldness. "Heihu, you allowed your men to do evil things. Today I will make you pay the price." Zhang Xian's voice sounded coldly. Black Tiger looked at Zhang Xian and was shocked by the aura emanating from him. He couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive, but he still said stubbornly, "Who are you? Don't think you can do anything to me. We in the Black Tiger Hall are not to be trifled with." Zhang Xian sneered, "Really? Then I'll try it today." After that, Zhang Xian gave an order, and Lu Hu, Lu Bao and others immediately started a fierce fight with the people from the Black Tiger Hall. When Zhang Wan and his classmates saw Lu Hu and others about to engage in a fierce fight with Heihu's men, their faces were filled with shock and fear. Zhang Wan was worried that Zhang Xian and the others would suffer, so he dragged his wounds and supported his classmates to the door of the little brother's box. Zhang Wan's classmates all stared with their eyes wide open, their mouths slightly open, as if they couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes, and their bodies couldn't help but step back a few steps. The three female students were even more frightened and screamed, their faces were full of tension, their bodies trembling slightly, their faces pale, and they were completely at a loss. They had never experienced such a scene before, and their hearts were filled with fear and worry. They were worried that Lu Hu and the others would be injured, but they also felt grateful to Lu Hu and the others for standing up. Zhang Xian was agile and unstoppable. Wherever he went, the people of the Black Tiger Hall fell one after another. Black Tiger saw that the situation was not good and wanted to escape, but Zhang Xian would not let him escape easily. He quickly caught up with Black Tiger and subdued him with one move. "Big brother, please let me go. I know I was wrong. I will compensate you for injuring your people. I will compensate you no matter how much it costs. Please let me go." Heihu begged for mercy. "Let you go? Then who will let those who are bullied by you go?" Zhang Xian said coldly. At this time, the police also arrived at the scene. It turned out that Zhang Xian had called the police on the way. The police acted quickly and captured all the remaining members of the Black Tiger Hall with lightning speed, without sparing any of them. As for the Shangshur KTV, due to many problems such as poor management and providing venues and conveniences for the illegal and criminal activities of the Black Tiger Hall, the relevant departments took severe measures and ordered it to suspend business for rectification, conduct in-depth investigations and rectifications to ensure that similar things will not happen again, and also conduct a comprehensive investigation and handling of other possible violations in the past. After this incident, the evil force of Black Tiger Hall was finally eradicated. When the people of Yaodu heard the news, they all applauded. Zhang Wen and his classmates also recovered quickly under Zhang Xian's treatment. Chapter 25 accompanying Xiaoichun to go shopping. In the early morning, the sunlight poured into the room through the gaps in the curtains. After Zhang Xian gently sent the lovely Xinxin and Yan Yan to kindergarten, he turned around and looked tenderly at Xiaoichun beside him, his eyes full of love. He smiled and said, "Honey, we haven't bought new clothes for a long time. how about we go shopping in the mall today?
Xiaoichun looked at Zhang Xian with a happy smile on her face and readily agreed.
Soon, Zhang Xian drove the cool Lamborghini Veneno and brought Xiaoichun to the Dynasty shopping city in Yadu like a flash of lightning. This place is indeed the most luxurious shopping paradise in the entire city.
The magnificent building exterior shines with golden light, and the fountain in front of the gate reflects colorful rainbow light under the sunlight. Walking into the shopping mall, it was spacious and bright, and the gorgeous decoration made people feel like they were in a dreamland.
They first came to the Gucci store.
As soon as they stepped into the store, the luxurious atmosphere came to their faces.
Zhang Xian held Xiaoichun's hand tightly and strolled in the store.
His eyes first fell on a row of men's suits. The exquisite tailoring and high-grade fabrics made him shine. He carefully selected and finally chose a dark gray custom suit for his father. The fabric of this suit was as smooth as silk, and the texture on it was delicate and exquisite. Every stitch told of exquisite craftsmanship. Zhang Xian gently stroked the suit, as if he could feel the majesty and temperament of his father when he put it on, and the price of this suit was as high as 880,000. Then, he walked to the women's clothing area and chose a lavender silk dress for his mother. The color of the dress was dreamy, and the texture of silk shone softly under the light. The dress was also embellished with exquisite embroidery, and every stitch and thread revealed luxury. The price of this dress was as high as 360,000.
Afterwards, Zhang Xian went to the men's accessories area to pick a gift for his brother.
He picked out a limited edition Patek Philippe watch, which was particularly dazzling with its unique design and dazzling diamond inlay. Zhang Xian picked up the watch and looked at it carefully, imagining how handsome his brother would look when wearing it. This watch is worth 2.88 million.
He also matched a high-end business suit for his brother. The steady color and exquisite craftsmanship made the whole outfit look particularly tasteful. The price was 680,000. For the younger sister, Zhang Xian chose a dazzling diamond necklace.
The diamonds on the necklace shine like stars, each of which is pure and dazzling, and is worth 680,000 yuan. There is also a fashionable dress with a lively design and bright colors, which is very suitable for the younger sister's youthful and lively image.
The price is 160,000 yuan.
Of course, they did not forget to choose cute children's clothes for their lovely 4.5-year-old twin daughters Xinxin and Yanyan. Zhang Xian carefully selected a bunch of exquisite little skirts and small suits, each of which costs more than 30,000 yuan. The cartoon patterns and lace decorations on them make these children's clothes full of childlike fun.
Then, they came to the Hermes store. As soon as they entered the store, the luxurious atmosphere was intoxicating.
Zhang Xian's eyes were immediately attracted by a crocodile leather platinum bag. The leather of the bag was smooth and delicate, and the color was deep and noble. He picked up the bag without hesitation, handed it to Xiaoichun, and said, "Dear, this bag is very suitable for you. You must be very beautiful holding it." Xiaoichun looked at the bag and was full of joy.
Zhang Xian bought this crocodile leather platinum bag worth 680,000 yuan for her without hesitation.
Then, he picked out a pair of exquisite high heels for Xiaoichun. The height of the heel was just right, and the upper was inlaid with sparkling crystals. The price was as high as 128,000 yuan. When they were choosing clothes, Xiaoichun suddenly heard a familiar voice.
"Hey, isn't this Xiaoichun?"
Xiaoichun turned around and saw that it was her high school classmate Ma Lily, and her husband Wu Yong was standing next to her. Ma Lily looked Xiaoichun and Zhang Xian up and down, with a disdainful smile on her face, and said, "Xiaoichun, I haven't seen you for so many years, and you are still so ordinary.
Is this your boyfriend? He doesn't look that good."
Zhang Xian frowned and was about to speak when Xiaoichun grabbed his hand and said to Ma Lily with a smile, "Yes, this is my fiancé Zhang Xian." Ma Lily chuckled, "Tisk, looking at the way you are dressed, you don't look like the kind of people who can afford the things here." Wu Yong also echoed, "That's right, this is not a place you can afford."
Zhang Xian sneered, "Oh? Really? Then what can you afford?"
Ma Lily said proudly, "My husband is a senior executive of the company. We just bought a piece of clothing worth 50,000 yuan. It is not comparable to you who just want to feast your eyes."
Zhang Xian smiled disdainfully, 50,000? Is that worth showing off?
As he spoke, Zhang Xian told Xiaoichun that he didn't need to pay attention to such people and continued to choose clothes for Xiaoichun. He picked up a dress, which was elegant and generous in style. The fabric was top-grade silk, inlaid with pearls and crystals, and worth 288,000 yuan.
He smiled and said to Xiaoichun, "Dear, how about this one?"
Xiaoichun smiled and nodded. Zhang Xian picked up another coat, which was very unique in cut and made of precious wool, and cost 380,000 yuan. Xiao Yichun tried on these clothes, and the whole person radiated a charming brilliance. Zhang Xian looked at Xiao Yichun with love and appreciation in his eyes. Ma Lili and Wu Yon looked at the luxury items that Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun had chosen, and their mockery became even stronger. When Zhang Xian took out his black card and asked the waiter to swipe it, and then walked out of the Hermes store holding Xiao Yichun's hand, their expressions became very ugly. They originally thought that Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun were just an ordinary couple, but they didn't expect Zhang Xian to be so rich that he could buy these expensive items so easily. Ma Lili watched them leave, feeling unwilling, and she said loudly, "Humph, even if you can afford these clothes, you are just nouveau riche."
Zhang Xian stopped and looked back at Ma Lili and Wu Yong, with a hint of majesty in his eyes, and said, "It doesn't matter whether we are nouveau riche or not.
What matters is that we have the ability to enjoy these beautiful things, while you can only be jealous and mock us here." After that, Zhang Xian took Xiao Yichun's hand, smiled contemptuously at Ma Lili and Wu Yong, and then left the store with Xiao Yichun, leaving Ma Lili and Wu Yong in the same place, with embarrassment and regret on their faces. They realized how stupid and ridiculous their behavior just now was, and that the happiness and wealth of Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun were something they could never achieve. In this luxurious mall, Zhang Xian used his actions to slap Ma Lili and Wu Yong in the face, and also made Xiao Yichun feel his endless love and pampering. They continued to stroll in the mall, enjoying this wonderful shopping time.
Zhang Xian picked out more beautiful clothes and accessories for Xiao Yichun, each of which was worth a lot of money.
Xiao Yichun was moved by Zhang Xian's attentiveness and generosity, and her heart was filled with happiness and sweetness.
After visiting every corner of the mall, they left with a lot of gains.
On the way home, Xiao Yichun snuggled in Zhang Xian's arms and said softly, "Dear, thank you for everything you did for me today.
I am really happy." Zhang Xian gently stroked Xiao Yichun's hair and said, "Dear, this is what I should do. As long as you are happy, I am willing to do anything."
In the afterglow of the sunset, with full of happiness and love, they returned to their warm home to share these items, happiness, and joy with their family.
Chapter 26 Kindergarten Parent-Child Activities Happy Time.
Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun stood quietly at the entrance of the kindergarten, waiting expectantly for Xinxin and Nian Nian to finish school. The afternoon sun shone on them, casting a faint warm glow. Led by their teacher, the children lined up happily towards the door, and the neat queue was like a cheerful stream. When the two little cuties Xinxin and Nian Nian appeared at the door, their eyes lit up instantly, like two shining stars, and then they flew into the arms of Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun with their short legs, and said in their baby voices, "Daddy and Mommy, I miss you so much." That childish voice seemed to melt people's hearts. The kindergarten teacher at the side smiled and said to Zhang Xian, "Mr. Zhang, the kindergarten will hold a parent-child activity tomorrow, please come and participate."
Zhang Xian smiled and replied, "Okay.
Today is the grand day for the kindergarten to hold parent-child activities." Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun brought their lovely Xinxin and Nian Nian to the kindergarten early, full of joy, ready to welcome this day full of fun and challenges. The kindergarten was bustling with activity. Colorful balloons danced in the air like happy elves, and ribbons fluttered in the wind, decorating the entire kindergarten like a dreamy fairy tale world. The teachers greeted every family with a smile, and the children jumped around in the kindergarten like happy deer, excitedly looking forward to the opening of the event. Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun looked at the lively and lovely Xian and Nian Nian, their hearts filled with happiness and warmth. The first event of the activity was the parent-child relay race. Each family had to send their parents and children to participate, and complete the tasks of running, skipping rope and passing balloons in turn.
Zhang Xian's family stood at the starting line. Xian and Nian Nian clenched their fists tightly, cheering for their parents in a baby voice, which was very cute. With a sharp whistle, Zhang Xian rushed out like an arrow from a string, and his agile figure shone brightly in the sun.
He took powerful steps and ran quickly, and finished the first section in the blink of an eye. Then, Xiao Yichun took over the skipping rope lightly, like a beautiful butterfly dancing. With both hands shaking the skipping rope quickly and his feet jumping rhythmically, his graceful posture was no less than that of professional players. After a while, the required number of skipping ropes was successfully completed. Finally, Xian and Nian Nian carefully held the balloon and passed it to their parents. Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun rushed to the finish line with balloons. With the concerted efforts of the whole family, they were the first to successfully cross the finish line, winning warm applause and cheers. The two little ones jumped up excitedly and hugged their parents tightly, their bright smiles as dazzling as the sun. Next was the parent-child jigsaw competition. Each family was assigned a large jigsaw puzzle, which had to be completed within the specified time. Zhang Xian's family sat around the jigsaw puzzle and began the tense and interesting work of piecing it together.
With his keen observation, Zhang Xian carefully looked for the edge of the puzzle.
His eyes shuttled through a pile of puzzle pieces, not missing any details. Once he found the right edge piece, he quickly picked it up and put it in the right place. Xiao Yichun focused on piecing together the pattern in the middle. He patiently selected the puzzle pieces, carefully compared the colors and shapes, and then carefully put them together. His fingers moved flexibly, as if playing a beautiful piece of music.
Xin and Nian were not to be outdone.
They blinked their big eyes and carefully helped their parents find the small pieces of the puzzle. The little fingers searched among the puzzle pieces, and occasionally found a suitable piece, and they would shout excitedly. The family worked together and cooperated tacitly like one person. The progress of the puzzle was getting faster and faster. Seeing that other families were gradually catching up, Zhang Xian's family became more focused and worked harder. The air seemed to be filled with tension. Finally, at the last moment before the countdown ended, they successfully completed the puzzle and won the first place.
Xian and Nian screamed excitedly, and the high decibel sound seemed to break through the sky.
Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun also smiled at each other, their eyes full of pride. At noon, the kindergarten prepared a sumptuous lunch for everyone. Parents and children sat together, enjoying the food and sharing the happy moments of the activities. Xin and Nian chattered about their feelings to their parents, their little hands gestured and their little mouths kept talking, like two happy little birds.
Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun listened patiently, and were often amused by the two little ones' childish talk.
After a short break, the parent-child activities continued. The first event in the afternoon was the parent-child dribbling competition. Each family had to form a group of 2 people, clamp the balloon with their bodies and carry it to the finish line. After discussing with each other, Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun decided that they would go on stage first. Carefully clamping the balloon, they walked forward with steady steps.
Zhang Xian bent slightly, clamped the balloon tightly with his arms, and Xiao Yichun held his arm.
The 2 bodies were tightly together, trying to keep their balance.
The steps were slow and firm, like 2 big penguins, swaying but very firm.
On the way, the balloon almost fell several times, but with tacit understanding and skills, they successfully transported the balloon to the finish line. Next, it was Xin and Nian's turn. Although they were young, they also tried hard to learn from their parents and clamp the balloon tightly. The 2 little guys were close together, clamping the balloon with their small bodies, and moving forward step by step. The little face was flushed, which was very cute. With everyone's cheers, the task was successfully completed. After a fierce competition, Zhang Xian's family won the second place. The last project of the activity was the parent-child painting competition.
This project was a piece of cake for Zhang Xian, who possessed god-level painting skills.
Each family had to create a painting together with the theme of our home.
Zhang Xian's family sat in front of the canvas and began their creative journey. Zhang Xian was responsible for outlining the outline of the house. He picked up the paintbrush and gently outlined it on the canvas. The brushstrokes were smooth and natural, as if there was magic. After a while, a warm house appeared on the canvas. Xiao Yichun filled the picture with various colors, carefully selected the colors, and gently painted with a paintbrush. The colorful picture was like a fantasy world, full of vitality and vigor. Xin and Nian painted their favorite flowers and small animals on the canvas. The 2 little ones painted carefully, and every stroke was full of innocence and vitality. The family was immersed in the joy of creation, and time seemed to have stopped. When they finished the painting, a home full of warmth and love appeared before everyone. The judges were full of praise for the painting. In the end, Zhang Xian's family's work was highly praised. The work was recognized by everyone and posted on the classroom's wall of honor. As the sun sets, the kindergarten parent-child activity ends with laughter and joy. Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun walk out of the kindergarten hand in hand with Xin and Nian. On this day, they gained happiness, family affection and growth, and also left a wonderful memory. On the way home, Xin and Nian were still immersed in the joy of the activity, and kept sharing their feelings with their parents. Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun listened with a smile, their hearts full of happiness and satisfaction. Ding!
It was detected that the host accompanied the 2 baby daughters to participate in a parent-child activity in the kindergarten. The 2 daughters were extremely happy. The host was specially rewarded with a Ferrari LaFerrari. Ferrari LaFerrari is a limited edition model, only 499 units were produced. A Ferrari 458 Italia, a mid-rear 8-cylinder 2-door sports car and high-performance sports car launched by Ferrari, and a Ferrari Purosang, a 5-door 4-seater SUV. The rewards have been distributed in the garage of Sand Island No. 1 Villa, and the keys, related documents, etc. have been distributed in the first drawer of the bedside table in the villa room.
Chapter 27 Tianjin Construction Group.
Zhang Xian stood silently beside the Ferraris, his eyes slowly turning over thoughts, thinking to himself, well, this LaFerrari should be given to Xiao Yichun. This car can undoubtedly perfectly express my deep love for her, and the 458 should be given to my sister Zhang Yun. I have always loved this sister very much. She will definitely be very happy to see this gift as for my brother. He has already started working. The SUV is really the most suitable for him. I sincerely hope that it can help him move forward more smoothly on the road of life. After thinking about these arrangements, Zhang Xian very gently took Xiao Yichun's soft hand and slowly walked out of the magnificent villa No. 1, which was like a palace. The two walked steadily towards the garage together.
Zhang Xian had a doting smile on his face.
He gently placed the key of the Ferrari LaFerrari in Xiao Yichun's palm. After Xiao Yichun took the key, she was so excited that she couldn't wait to get in the car, started the car and drove around, feeling the unparalleled speed and passion. The roar of the car seemed to be telling of its excellent performance. Zhang Xian looked at her, eyes full of surprise and emotion, and his heart was instantly filled with warmth, and a tenderness spread in his heart. Then, Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun got into the Ferrari 458 together. With the roar of the engine, the car sped towards Yaodu Business School like an arrow. When Zhang Yun arrived at the business school, he saw his brother and sister-in-law driving such a cool car to give to him. He was so excited that he almost jumped up. He rushed forward like a happy bird and hugged Xiao Yichun tightly. His face was filled with a happy smile, which was as dazzling as the bright sunshine.
Zhang Xian stepped forward and gently stroked Zhang Yun's hair, his eyes full of love.
Zhang Yun also had an extremely deep dependence and respect for his brother Zhang Xian.
This kind of family bond was extremely tenacious.
After handling these matters, Zhang Xian, the hands-off chairman of Qianda Group, came to the door of Qianda Group. But he did not go in immediately, but called Zhang Wen to come down, and then handed the brand new Ferrari Purosang to Zhang Wen.
Seeing Zhang Wen's happy face, Zhang Xian also smiled with relief.
In his heart, the love and responsibility for his family are always the most important. He is willing to give everything for them, just hoping that they can live happily. The weight of this family affection is as heavy as Mount Tai in his heart.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for giving gifts to his family and receiving a lot of family love. The host is specially rewarded with 40% equity of Qianda Group and 100% equity of Tianjin Construction Group. The equity certification has been placed in the second drawer of the bedside table in the room of Shadao No. 1 Villa. The moment Zhang Xian heard this prompt tone, he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of surprise and excitement in his heart. The 40% equity of Qianda Group plus the original 60% equity is 100% equity, which is absolute controlling. Tianjin Construction Group is one of the top 10 largest groups in China, with a market value of over 100 billion. It is well known in the industry and has a first-class reputation. Zhang Xian never dreamed that a small move of his would bring such an amazing return. While Zhang Xian was still immersed in the surprise, his cell phone rang suddenly. He looked at the caller ID and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Without thinking too much, he answered the call. A respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello? Is this Mr. Zhang Xian? He answered, I am Zhang Xian, may I ask who you are? The other party hurriedly said, Hello, Mr. Zhang, I am Zhou Jian, the general manager of Tianjin Construction Group, and I would like to meet with you. Is it convenient for you? Zhang Xian thought for a moment and answered decisively, if it is convenient, I will go there right away. Zhang Xian drove his Lamborghini Veneno and slowly came to the magnificent office building of Tianjin Construction Group, located in the financial center of the eastern district of Yaodu, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. He slowly looked up and saw the towering building standing tall, like a giant, exuding a majestic and solemn atmosphere. This atmosphere made Zhang Xian's already strong sense of mission even deeper and heavier. Zhou Jian and a group of senior executives had been waiting quietly at the door, with expressions of respect or expectation on their faces. As soon as Zhou Jian saw Zhang Xian appear, he hurriedly stepped forward with enthusiasm and respect on his face, and greeted Zhang Xian eagerly. Zhang Xian smiled and responded to Zhou Jian, exchanging a few simple words with him. Everyone walked into this magnificent building, and the sound of footsteps echoed in the spacious hall, as if playing a piece of music full of hope and challenge, foreshadowing future development and journey. In the spacious and bright conference room, Zhou Jian introduced the group's business scope, project status, personnel structure, and problems in detail.
Zhang Xian listened carefully and took notes from time to time.
His eyes were focused and sharp, as if he wanted to remember every detail. We are currently facing strong competitors in bidding for some large projects, and our market share has declined, Zhou Jian said with a frown, revealing a hint of worry in his tone. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment and said, "We need to strengthen market research, understand customer needs, and improve our service quality and project quality.
Only by meeting customer needs can we stand out in the competition."
Zhou Jian nodded in agreement. Mr. Zhang is right, we really need to work hard in these areas.
Zhang Xian went on to say, also, talent is the key to the development of an enterprise.
We need to attract more outstanding talents to join us and establish a sound talent training and incentive mechanism. Let them give full play to their talents and realize their own value here.
Zhou Jian's eyes gleamed with a gleam. I have been thinking about this as well.
We can cooperate with some universities to establish internship bases to train and reserve talents in advance.
Zhang Xian smiled and expressed his approval. This is a good idea.
In addition, we need to strengthen internal management, optimize work processes, and improve work efficiency. In this way, Zhang Xian and Zhou Jian worked out a series of development strategies and plans. First, they increased the intensity of market promotion and frequently participated in industry exhibitions. At the exhibition, Zhang Xian also attended in person, and Zhou Jian led the team to display the group's latest achievements and advantageous projects, attracting the attention and consultation of many customers. With professional knowledge and enthusiastic attitude, he patiently answered questions for every customer, winning the favor and trust of customers. At the same time, they also held a number of technical exchange meetings, inviting experts and scholars in the industry to share the latest technical dynamics and development trends, and enhancing the group's influence in the industry. In terms of technological innovation, Zhengxin invested a lot of money to establish a research and development center.
It recruited top experts and scholars in the industry and provided them with excellent working environment and generous treatment.
These experts and scholars lived up to expectations and devoted themselves to the research and development of new technologies. They studied day and night, constantly tried and innovated, and finally achieved a series of important results. These results not only enhanced the core competitiveness of the group, but also laid a solid foundation for the future development of the group.
Chapter 28 Two Little One's Birthday Party.
On a particularly bright and sunny day, the garden of Sand Island No. 1 Villa was as lively as a sea of joy.
Today was the birthday of the two little guys, Xinxin and Yanyan. Zhang Xian, full of love and expectation, held a grand and dreamy birthday party for his two cute babies.
Zhang Xian and Xiao Weichun were full of joy, busy and happy, carefully preparing this meaningful event for their precious daughters. Zheng Feng and Zhang Meizhu also arrived at the scene early, and their loving eyes always fell gently on the two lovely little granddaughters. Sometimes they gently touched the little heads of their granddaughters, and sometimes they said a few witty words to them with a smile on their faces. Zhang Wen and Zhang Yun were also busy helping with the preparations, sometimes helping to place flowers, sometimes teasing Xinxin Yan, who was curiously looking around, laughing at their cute appearance. Sometimes they went to organize the gifts, and even picked up a small toy and dangled it in front of the little ones, causing them to laugh happily. Xinxin Yan's grandfather Xiao Hui and grandmother Lin Shui even came all the way from Xiaoling to Yaodu just to send the most sincere birthday wishes to their granddaughters. As soon as they arrived, they hugged the two little ones tightly in their arms and whispered to them. Situoutian, Wang Shu, Lu Hu, Lu Bao, Zheng Ming, Zhou Jian and others also came, each with carefully prepared gifts.
Angelica, who came from abroad, joined the party with a smile.
In addition, many kindergarten children, such as Meng Meng, Hao, Tian, Ye, etc., also came here with their parents, making the whole garden full of innocence and vitality. The garden of the villa was decorated like a dreamland. Colorful balloons fluttered in the wind, and beautiful flowers competed with each other in splendor. Some were red like fire, some were pink like clouds, and some were white like snow, interweaving a brilliant color. In a corner, there was an exquisite 3-layer birthday cake decorated with cute cartoon characters, and all kinds of delicious food were placed around it. The sweet fruit platter contained crystal clear grapes, red strawberries, and yellow mangoes, exuding an attractive fruity aroma. The exquisite small pastries were made small and exquisite, some were made into the shape of little rabbits, and some were made into the shape of flowers, making people want to take a bite. The delicious ice cream had various flavors, chocolate, vanilla, and blueberry, shining with charming luster in the sun. Xinxin and Yan wore beautiful princess dresses and ran around in the garden like two happy elves. They chased colorful butterflies in the flowers, laughing, and laughed like silver bells from time to time, attracting other children to chase them. Zhang Xian looked at the cheerful figures of his daughters, smiled and joined the team chasing butterflies, and gently drove the butterflies from behind, making the little ones chase more vigorously. After a while, he pulled the children to play hide and seek.
Meng Meng hid behind a big tree and mischievously showed a little foot.
Hao Hao hid behind a big tree and accidentally got his clothes caught by the branches.
He kept shouting anxiously.
Tian Tian and Ye Ye hid in the flowers and asked Xin Xin and Nian Nian to guess where they were, and secretly looked out from the gaps in the flowers. Xiao Yichun watched the children playing gently from the side, reminding them to pay attention to safety from time to time. The children also played the game of eagle catches chicken in the garden. Xin Xin volunteered to be the mother hen and stretched out her arms to protect the chickens behind her.
Nian Nian led other children to be chickens and tightly held the corners of the clothes of the children in front.
Lu Hu and Lu Bao were full of childishness and played the eagle.
They ran and laughed on the grass.
The eagle pounced to the left and then to the right, and the mother hen led the chickens to dodge left and right. Zheng Feng, Zhang Meizhu, Xiao Wei and Lin Shui watched with great interest, applauding and cheering for the children's wonderful performance from time to time.
The joyful sounds echoed throughout the garden. After a while, everyone presented their gifts. Zhang Xian gently picked up Xin Xin and Nian Nian, and presented the two baby daughters with two beautiful bracelets with precise positioning.
The bracelets sparkled brightly in the sun, and he gently put the bracelets on the daughters' wrists, and the little ones happily stroked the bracelets with their little hands.
Xiao Yichun smiled and gave each of them a cute plush toy. The toy was furry and very soft. Xin Xin and Nian Nian hugged the toy tightly and kissed their mother's face again and again.
Zheng Feng and Zhang Meizhu presented two sets of precious picture books. The stories in the picture books were very exciting. They pulled their granddaughters to sit next to them and told them stories softly.
Zhang Wen and Zhang Yun presented two exquisite music boxes.
When the springs were gently turned, beautiful music would be heard. They put the music boxes in the hands of Xin Xin and Nian Nian and taught them how to turn the springs.
Xiao Hui and Lin Shui lovingly put two pearl necklaces on Xin Xin and Nian Nian.
The pearls were round and white, exuding a charming luster. They looked particularly beautiful on the necks of the two little ones.
The little ones happily turned around to show off the necklaces.
Situ Outyan squatted down and patiently introduced two sets of intelligent learning robots to Xin Xin and Nian Nian, which could tell stories and teach knowledge.
Xin Xin and Nian Nian fiddled with them curiously.
Wang Shu pushed a beautiful children's car in front of the children. There were cute cartoon patterns on the body of the car. The children gathered around and competed to sit. Wang Shu smiled and picked up Xin Xin and Nian Nian and let them sit in the car.
Lu Hu and Lu Bao gave a huge toy castle together. There were various rooms and small furniture in the castle. The children couldn't wait to get into the castle to play. Lu Hu and Lu Bao also got into the castle and played with the children.
Zheng Ming sat next to the children with a set of exquisite paintbrushes and sketchbooks, encouraging them to use their imagination to create.
Zhou Jian gave two pairs of beautiful leather shoes with sparkling rhinestones on the uppers.
The two little ones walked around happily on the ground after putting them on, and Zhou Jian clapped his hands on the side.
Angelica brought two specially customized Barbie dolls from abroad.
The dolls were wearing gorgeous dresses and various exquisite accessories.
They were so beautiful that Xin Xin and Nian Nian couldn't put them down.
Meng Meng, a kindergarten child, took a painting she drew by herself and explained to Xin Xin and Nian Nian in a baby voice that the painting was a scene of her and Xin Xin and Nian Nian playing together. Hao Hao proudly showed everyone how to make the plane fly, and invited Xin Xin and Nian Nian to play together. Tian Tian gave a bouquet of wild flowers she picked herself. The colorful flowers exuded a natural fragrance.
Xin Xin and Nian Nian took the flowers and smelled the fragrance happily. Ye Ye gave a box of her favorite candies and shared the sweetness with her friends. Xin Xin and Nian Nian looked at the pile of gifts, their eyes sparkling with surprise and joy.
Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun distributed birthday cakes to everyone to share the joy, and the whole garden was immersed in a happy and joyful atmosphere.
Chapter 29 Cooperation Project with the officials of Yaodu.
After the warm and joyful birthday party for the two little ones came to an end, Zhang Xian's life seemed to be injected with a new source of vitality and he began a new journey.
Under Zhang Xian's arrangement, Tianjin Construction Group also moved to the business circle developed by the King of Land in Yaodu, just like the unfolding of a grand strategic layout.
When Zhang Xian gave this business circle the romantic name Yisun Business Circle, his heart was filled with deep affection and love for Xiao Yichun. This name is not just a combination of a few words, but also the crystallization of their love and the symbol of their common goal.
Every time he mentioned this name, Zhang Xian's eyes would sparkle with tenderness and determination. On a bright and sunny day, Zhang Xin, wearing his signature well-tailored suit, stepped steadily into the magnificent headquarters building of Tianjin Group.
The sun shone through the glass curtain wall, casting golden spots in the hall, as if foreshadowing a bright future. Zhang Xin sat in a spacious and bright office, with a huge French window behind him, overlooking the bustling scene of the city, thinking about the development direction of the group. Not long after, Zhou Jian walked into the office with hurried but firm steps, his eyes revealing sharpness and wisdom. While Zhang Xin and Zhou Jian were discussing group affairs, Zhang Xin heard about the housing problem and mentioned, "Are there any projects that can help people solve the housing problem? Mr. Zhang, we should really discuss and find solutions to the current social housing problem in depth." Zhou Jian's tone carried a hint of urgency and responsibility. Zhang Xin nodded slightly, his expression becoming serious, as he knew the seriousness and urgency of the problem.
That's right, Zhou Jian, the current high housing prices have become a burden that many ordinary families cannot afford. As a company with social responsibility, we cannot sit idly by. Zhang Xin's voice was steady and powerful, as if declaring his determination. Zhou Jian went on to say, "Can we consider launching lower-priced housing projects? This will not only meet the needs of some people, but also enhance the image and reputation of our group." Zhang Xin fell into deep thought, his fingers tapping lightly on the table, his mind quickly thinking about various possibilities and challenges. After a while, he raised his head and said with a firm gaze, "I have decided that we will cooperate with the official Yaodu to jointly launch low-priced affordable housing. This is our responsibility and our opportunity." Zhou Jian's eyes flashed with excitement, but at the same time he was also worried. "Mr. Zhang, this is a bold and challenging decision. There will inevitably be many difficulties in the process of cooperation, such as land acquisition, fundraising, policy coordination, etc." Zhang Xin smiled and showed a confident look. "I know there will be difficulties, but we can't back down because of difficulties. As long as we have firm beliefs and go all out, there will be no difficulties that cannot be overcome. We must actively communicate with the official Yaodu and strive for their greatest support. At the same time, we must form a professional team to comprehensively plan and operate the project." Zhang Xin and Zhou Jian led the team to start intensive preparations. They frequently met and negotiated with relevant departments of Yaodu, detailing their ideas and plans. Yaodu showed great interest and support for their proposals, and the two sides began to discuss the details and plans of cooperation. At the same time, the Tianjin Group team also started work in various aspects. The market research team went deep into every corner of the city to understand the housing needs and purchasing power of different groups of people. The design team racked their brains to reduce costs while ensuring quality and design housing solutions that meet the needs. The engineering team made preparations for construction in advance to ensure that the project can proceed smoothly. In the process of advancing the project, Zhang Xin encountered pressure and resistance from all sides. Some competitors tried to sabotage their cooperation through various means, and even spread false rumors to discredit Tianjin Group. But Zhang Xin always remained calm and firm. With his wisdom and courage, he cleverly resolved one crisis after another. As Zhang Xin's fiancée, Xiaoyichun has always been by his side to support and encourage him. She understands Zhang Xin's ideals and ambitions, and is willing to face difficulties and challenges with him. During Zhang Xin's busy days, Xiaoyichun silently took on the responsibility of taking care of the family and life, so that Zhang Xin has no worries. As time goes by, Yisan Business District gradually becomes more lively. More businesses move in, bringing rich business formats and vitality. Zhang Xin is filled with a sense of accomplishment and pride as he watches the growing prosperity of the business district. The affordable housing project is also progressing steadily. A major breakthrough has been made in the acquisition of land. After many rounds of negotiations and consultations, Tianjin Group finally obtained a suitable piece of land for the project construction. The design plan has also been revised and improved many times, and finally a plan that is both beautiful and practical has been determined. During the construction process, Zhang Xin and Zhou Jian strictly controlled the quality to ensure that every link met high standards. They personally went to the construction site to inspect and guide, and promptly rectified any problems that occurred. After a long construction period, the first batch of affordable housing was finally completed and put into use. When the buyers received the keys and walked into their dream new homes, their faces were filled with happy and satisfied smiles. For Zhang Xin, these smiles were the greatest affirmation and encouragement. Tianjin Group became famous for this project and was praised by all walks of life. Zhang Xin and his team were also commended and rewarded. But Zhang Xin was not satisfied with the status quo. This was just the beginning. There were more challenges and opportunities waiting for them in the future.
By chance, Zhang Xian came across a new construction technology. This technology has many advantages, such as greatly improving the quality and stability of buildings, while also reducing costs and shortening construction periods.
Zhang Xian keenly realized that this was a great opportunity to enhance the competitiveness of Tianjin Group.
He immediately called a team to research and develop this technology. After investing a lot of money and manpower, and after countless trials and improvements, he finally successfully mastered this technology. Zhang Xian decided to apply this technology to subsequent affordable housing projects to create higher quality and lower priced housing.
As Tianjin Group continued to grow, Zhang Xian began to think about the group's diversified development strategy.
He also realized that relying solely on real estate development was not enough and that he needed to expand into other business areas. As a result, he began to get involved in commercial operations, property management, education and training, and other fields to create a diversified enterprise group. Under the leadership of Zhang Xian, Tianjin Group continues to move towards higher goals and has also won awards from the Yaodu government and recognition from the people.
Tianjin Group will take more determined steps to write its own glorious chapter on the business stage.
During this process, Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun's relationship grew deeper and deeper, and they often took their two baby daughters to various interesting places.
Chapter 30 Another slap in the face. With the orderly development of Isan Business District, Zhang Xian once again became a hands-off boss. At this time, Isan Business District has become a dazzling commercial pearl in the city, prosperous and full of vitality. Standing on a high-rise building in the business district, Zhang Xian overlooked the prosperous scene he created, and his heart was full of pride and satisfaction. After handling some important matters in the business circle, Zhang Xian decided to take a vacation and enjoy this rare leisure time. One day, Zhang Xian sat in the courtyard of his home with his father Zheng Feng as usual, tasting fragrant tea and enjoying the rare tranquility and warmth between father and son. The sun shone through the gaps in the leaves, forming patches of mottled light and shadows, and the breeze blew gently, bringing bursts of fresh air. After finishing his tea, Zhang Xian slowly stood up and walked leisurely towards the garage of the villa. The moment he stepped into the garage, his eyes naturally fell on his father's car that had been with him for a long time. This car carries countless memories and touching stories of his father over the years. Its body has some traces of oldness, the paint has also faded slightly, and the seats and interior of the car are inevitably worn. Zhang Xian looked at the car quietly, and a complex and indescribable emotion surged in his heart. He knew that his father had always been a frugal person. This car had been with his father for a long time, and his father had a very deep affection for it, so he was reluctant to replace it. But Zhang Xian deeply felt that his father had gone through many years of hard work, and now he had enough ability. It was time for his father to enjoy a better and better life. Zhang Xian came to his father with full expectations and said softly, "Dad, you have been driving that car for such a long time, it's time to change it." Zheng Feng was slightly startled when he heard his son's words, then smiled and shook his head, and said, "No need to change it, this car can still be driven, there is no need to waste money." Zhang Xian knew his father's character, he patiently persuaded him, "Dad, look, this car is so old, and its performance is not as good as the new cars now. You will be more comfortable driving a new car." Zheng Feng was still unmoved, he stroked the car body, and said, "I have feelings for this car, it has accompanied me through a lot, I don't want to change it." Zhang Xian felt helpless seeing his father so stubborn, but he did not give up. Zhang Xian persuaded his father and said, "Dad, just go and take a look, you don't have to buy it." Zheng Feng couldn't persuade his son, so he had to agree reluctantly. So Zhang Xian took his father to the specially customized Rolls-Royce Phantom that he had just bought and slowly drove out of the villa. Along the way, Zheng Feng kept nagging Zhang Xian for wasting money, and Zhang Xian smiled and comforted his father, saying that he wanted his father to enjoy a better life. Soon, they arrived at the Rolls-Royce 4S store. The store looked very impressive, with a huge exhibition hall filled with various luxury vehicles, shining brightly under the lights. Zhang Xian accompanied his father into the exhibition hall, and the salesperson immediately came up to them enthusiastically, introducing the features and advantages of various models. Zheng Feng listened to the salesperson's introduction while carefully observing the vehicles. Although he was a little tempted, he still felt that there was no need to change the car. Just when they were concentrating on choosing, they suddenly heard a harsh voice, "Hey, isn't this Zheng Feng? Why are you here to look at cars? The cars here are affordable for people like you?" Zhang Xian and his father looked in the direction of the voice and saw a fat, middle-aged man with exaggerated clothes walking over with a malicious smile on his face. Zhang Xian recognized this man at a glance. He was his father's former business rival Wu Yi.
Wu Yi had had many fierce competitions with his father in the business world, and they had many grudges against each other. Wu Yi had always been resentful of Zhang Feng and always wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge. Seeing Zhang Feng and his son appear here, Wu Yi was secretly happy, thinking that he had finally found a good opportunity to humiliate them.
Zhang Feng's face darkened slightly, but he remained calm and said calmly, "Wu Yi, we are just here to look at the cars, you don't have to be so sarcastic." Wu Yi was relentless and continued to mock, "Humph, look at the cars? I'm afraid you can only look. Which car in this store is not valuable? Can you afford it?"
Zhang Xian heard Wu Yi humiliating his father like this, and a surge of anger suddenly surged in his heart.
He took a step forward, glared at Wu Yi and said, "Wu Yi, don't go too far." Wu Yi smiled disapprovingly and said, "Why, did I say something wrong?"
Zhang Xian suppressed his anger and said, "Wu Yi, you don't have to worry about our family's affairs. You should just worry about yourself."
Wu Yi laughed and said, "Oh, you have quite a temper.
But in my eyes, Zhangfeng Company is closed down.
You are just down and out and can't afford it."
Zhang Xian looked at Wu Yi's arrogant look and swore in his heart that he must let his father buy the best car to let Wu Yi see the strength of their family.
Zhang Xian ignored Wu Yi and turned around to continue to accompany his father to choose a car.
Zhang Feng was actually also very angry about Wu Yi's words, but he didn't want to argue with Wu Yi in this situation, which would only make things worse. While choosing a car, Zhang Xian comforted his father and told him not to take Wu Yi's words to heart. Zhang Feng nodded and said, "I won't argue with him.
Let's continue to choose a car." During the selection process, Zhang Xian took a fancy to a new model of Rolls-Royce Phantom, which was first class in both appearance and performance.
Zhang Xian asked the salesperson about the price and learned that the price of the car was as high as 48 million. When Zhang Feng heard the price, he shook his head and said, "It's too expensive, let's look at something else."
Zhang Xian said firmly, "Dad, this is the one, I want to buy it for you." Zhang Feng wanted to say something else, but Zhang Xian didn't give his father a chance.
He took out his black card and said to the salesperson, "This is the one, just swipe the card." The salesperson was very surprised and hurried to handle the relevant procedures. Wu Yi saw Zhang Xian actually wanted to buy such an expensive car, and he couldn't help but feel jealous and surprised. He originally thought that Zhang Xian was just looking at it casually, but he didn't expect that he would really buy it.
Wu Yi said unwillingly, "Huh, Zhang Xian, do you think buying a car can prove anything?" Zhang Xian looked at him coldly and said, "I don't need to prove anything to you, I just want to make my father happy." Wu Yi was choked by Zhang Xian's words and was speechless.
Seeing Zhang Xian buy the luxury car worth 48 million, his heart was full of envy and jealousy. After completing the formalities, Zhang Feng drove the new car and Zhang Xian left the 4S store.
Wu Yi watched Zhang Xian and his son drive away in two Rolls-Royces, and his heart was filled with resentment and unwillingness. He secretly vowed to find a chance to take revenge on Zhang Xian and let him know how powerful he was. But Zhang Xian didn't care about Wu Yi's thoughts. He just wanted to accompany his father and enjoy this good time. Chapter 31 Quantum Armor 1. In the bustling business world, Zhang Xian is like a shining star.
The business empire he founded is booming at an astonishing speed. The fields it covers are wide and diverse. The Tianjin Group under it is even more famous in the construction industry, and the Eastern Business District has become one of the most prosperous and lively business centers in the city.
However, Zhang Xian always has a deep sense of responsibility and mission to the society in his heart.
He is eager to contribute more of his strength to those who are in trouble and in urgent need of help. On an ordinary day, Zhang Xian was busy dealing with the company's piles of affairs as usual. At this moment, a crisp voice suddenly sounded in his mind, "Ding. System task, please complete the donation to build 1,000 Hope primary schools in the mountainous areas of China. Complete the task and reward the host with the future black technology quantum armor. Zhang
Xian was stunned at first, and then he felt an irrepressible ecstasy in his heart.
Zhang Xian himself is also a science fiction enthusiast, and has a strong interest in those imaginative and futuristic technological products.
At this moment, hearing this task and reward, a strong sense of mission and excitement instantly surged in his heart.
Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian immediately called together Zhou Jian, Wang Shu, Ouyang Outyan, and the core team members of Tianjin Group and Chanda Group. In the spacious, bright, and solemn conference room, Zhang Xian conveyed his determination to them with a serious and firm expression.
"Ladies and gentlemen, I have decided to build 1,000 Hope primary schools in the mountainous areas of China.
This is not only our responsibility, but also a precious opportunity for us to change the fate of countless children. You all discuss how much money is needed, and I will donate this money personally.
Zhang Xian's eyes were firm and passionate, as if burning with a blazing flame. Zhou Jian and Ouyang Outyan looked at each other.
They saw the unswerving determination and belief in Zhang Xian's eyes, and they immediately expressed their full support without hesitation. Zhou Jian straightened up and said solemnly, Mr. Zhang, I will do my best to ensure that Tianjin Group will take on the responsibility of building Hope primary schools. We will deploy the best team, use the most advanced technology and materials, and ensure that each Hope primary school is durable and well equipped. Wang Shu also immediately stated that Qianda Group will fully assist Tianjin Group in handling related matters and ensure that all work can proceed smoothly. Ouyang Outyan then said, Mr. Zhang, I will lead the Yisan Business District team to strictly supervise the use of donations to ensure that every penny is used accurately and provide solid financial support for the construction of Hope Primary School.
Zhang Xian nodded with satisfaction, and he was full of trust in them.
Then, they began to discuss the specific implementation plan in detail.
First, Zhang Xian decided to send a professional research team to the Huaxia mountainous area to fully and deeply understand the actual situation in the mountainous area and the urgent needs of the children. This team is composed of professionals such as education experts, architectural designers, and sociologists. They are responsible for formulating the most reasonable and practical construction plan in the shortest time. The research team acted quickly. Carrying the mission, they braved the difficulties and obstacles, crossed mountains and ridges, experienced countless hardships, and visited one poor mountain village after another. In those places, they saw the children's extreme desire for knowledge and ardent longing for a better future, as well as the extremely simple school buildings and the extremely difficult learning environment. These scenes deeply touched their hearts and made them more determined to successfully complete the task assigned by Zhang Xian. After a period of in-depth research, the research team returned to the company with a detailed and rich report. Zhang Xian, Zhou Jian, Ouyang Outyan, and other core members carefully studied the report and finally determined the construction standards and layout of the Hope Primary School. Each Hope Primary School will be equipped with modern classrooms, spacious libraries, advanced laboratories, wide playgrounds, and other facilities, striving to provide children with a good learning and growth environment. At the same time, Zhang Xian began to prepare for the donation.
After a detailed analysis and comprehensive evaluation of various reports, Zhang Xian finally decided to donate 200 billion renminbi. This is a huge amount, but Zhang Xian knows that only in this way can the high-quality construction of 1,000 Hope primary schools be ensured.
Ouyang Outyan led the Yisan Business District team to establish a strict fund management system and supervision mechanism. They recorded and tracked every payment in detail to ensure that the flow of donations was transparent and open, so that every penny could play the greatest role. Zhou Jian led the Tianjin Group team to start the intense and busy construction work. They carefully selected the building materials and construction teams to ensure the quality and progress of the project. At the construction site, the workers worked day and night, racing against time to build the dream school for the children. They shed their sweat and created a better future with their own hands. However, the construction process was not smooth sailing.
Due to the complex and changeable geographical environment of the mountainous area, the construction faced many difficulties and challenges. Sometimes there were bad weather, such as storms, mudslides, etc., which seriously hindered the construction progress. Sometimes there were unstable geological conditions, and the design plan needed to be readjusted, which undoubtedly increased the difficulty and complexity of the project. However, Zhou Jian and his team were not intimidated by these difficulties. With their unyielding perseverance and superb technology, they overcame these difficult problems one by one. During the construction of the Hope Primary School, Zhang Xian was also busy. He often went to the construction site in person to check the progress and quality of the project and to care about the workers' lives and work. He interacted cordially with the children and encouraged them to study hard and become people who contribute to society in the future. Zhang Xian's arrival was like a beam of warm sunshine, illuminating the children's hearts and making them feel endless love and support. As time goes by, Hope primary schools have sprung up in the Huaxia mountain area. These schools are like shining pearls, illuminating the future of children. Children study happily in spacious and bright classrooms and play to their heart's content on the green playgrounds, with happy smiles on their faces. This smile is the best reward for the hard work of Zhang Xian and his team. Zhang Xian's business empire has also been respected and praised by more people because of this significant public welfare project. His corporate image has been greatly improved and his business has been further expanded. His good deeds have not only changed the fate of countless children, but also made important contributions to the development and progress of society. Finally, after the unremitting efforts of Zhang Xian, Zhou Jian, Ouyang Outyan and others, all 1,000 Hope primary schools were completed. At the completion ceremony of the Last Hope Primary School, Zhang Xian looked at the cheerful figures of the children and felt full of a sense of accomplishment and pride. He knew that everything he had done was worth it, and these Hope Primary Schools would become a solid foundation for the children to move towards the future.
At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Zhang Xian's mind again. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the task of donating money to build 1,000 Hope Primary Schools. The reward of future black technology quantum armor has been issued and placed in the study of Villa No. 1 in Shadao. Zhang Xian only felt a mysterious power instantly surging into his body, and then he felt a lot of relevant information about the quantum armor in his mind.
Zhang Xian couldn't wait to come to the study.
When he saw the quantum armor, his heart was suddenly filled with passion. He carefully stretched out his fingers to touch the quantum armor, and immediately felt that he had a close connection with this magical armor. As soon as he thought about it, the quantum armor appeared on his body in an instant. The armor flashed with mysterious light and was full of high-tech feeling. Zhang Xian tried to control the armor and found that it had powerful power in various magical functions. He seemed to have turned into a superhero and had the power to change the world.
Zhang Xian knows that this quantum armor is not only a reward, but also a responsibility.
He decided to use this armor to continue to make more contributions to society, protect those who need protection, and bring more peace and justice to the world.
Chapter 32 Quantum Armor 2.
After Zhang Xian obtained the quantum armor, he was not in a hurry to show its power to the world. He knew the huge energy contained in this armor and understood that the responsibility he shouldered was even greater.
Meanwhile, in the Sakura country far to the east, some unknown conspiracies were quietly brewing.
In a secret base in Sakura country, a group of ambitious people are plotting against China. The leader is a guy named Yamamoto Ichiro, who is insidious, cunning, and ruthless.
He also has several capable subordinates around him, such as Kobayashi Jiro and Watanabe Saburo.
Gentlemen, we must deal a heavy blow to China and let them know how powerful we, the Sakura country, are.
Ichiro Yamamoto said viciously.
But China is very powerful now, where should we start?
Kobayashi Jiro asked with some concern.
We can start with some of their weaknesses, such as creating some chaos on the border, or destroying their important facilities. A sly look flashed in Ichiro Yamamoto's eyes.
At the same time, Zhang Xian also learned about the unusual movements of Sakura country through some channels.
He decided to meet these guys in person and let them see how powerful he was. He put on the quantum armor, activated the flight function of the armor, and disappeared into the sky in an instant.
Zhang Xian arrived at the border of Sakura country at a very fast speed.
There was a tense atmosphere here, and some soldiers from Sakura country were patrolling.
Zhang Xian hid in the clouds and observed their every move. Hey, do these little Japs really think they can pose a threat to China? Zhang Xian sneered in his heart. Suddenly, Zhang Xian discovered that a team of special forces from Sakura country were quietly approaching the Chinese border. He immediately flew over and blocked their way. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Chinese border without permission? Zhang Xian's voice exploded in their ears like thunder.
These special forces were frightened by the sudden appearance of Zhang Xian, and when they saw the quantum armor on Zhang Xian, they showed expressions of horror.
It's the mysterious man from China. Report to Lord Yamamoto quickly, one of the special forces soldiers shouted. Zhang Xian looked at these terrified special forces soldiers with disdain in his heart. Humph, you want to run? Not that easy.
He flashed and instantly appeared in front of the special forces soldier who was shouting, grabbing him by the collar.
Tell me, what is your conspiracy? Zhang Xian asked with his eyes wide open.
The special forces soldier was so scared that he was shaking all over and stammered, we are just following orders.
I don't know the specific plan. You're not going to tell the truth, are you? Zhang Xian snorted coldly.
There was a flash of light in his hand and a beam of energy shot out, knocking the special forces soldier dozens of meters away. He fell heavily to the ground, and his life or death was unknown. Seeing this, the other special forces raised their weapons and fired at Zhang Xian.
Zhang Xian sneered, and the light on his quantum armor flashed, easily resisting these attacks.
He waved his hands, and beams of energy shot out from the armor, attacking the special forces like raindrops. Although these special forces were well trained, they had no power to fight back against Zhang Xian's powerful attack. Soon, most of them were killed or injured.
The remaining special forces looked at Zhang Xian in horror, and dared not stay any longer, turning around and fleeing towards the territory of Sakura country. Zhang Xian did not chase them, but turned to look in the direction of the Chinese border.
He knew that these special forces were only part of the Sakura country's conspiracy, and the real threat was still to come. At this moment, there was a sudden roar in the sky, and several fighter planes from the Sakura country came roaring in. Zhang Xian's eyes turned cold. Just in time. Let me show you how powerful the quantum armor is. He flew up and rushed towards the fighter plane.
The pilots on the fighter planes saw Zhang Xian rushing over and fired missiles one after another.
Zhang Xian flexibly dodged the missile attack and continuously fired energy beams to shoot down the fighter planes one after another.
While Zhang Xian was fighting with the fighter plane, Yamamoto Ichiro in Sakura country also received a report from the special forces. When he learned of Zhang Xian's appearance, his face became extremely gloomy. Damn Chinese, they actually have such a powerful weapon. Yamamoto Ichiro said with gritted teeth, but I won't let him succeed. He immediately summoned all his troops and prepared to launch a full-scale attack on Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian successfully shot down all the fighter planes and landed on a mountain on the border. He watched the surroundings vigilantly, knowing that the large army of Sakura country would arrive soon. Sure enough, not long after, a large number of Sakura soldiers and weapons and equipment appeared on the border. Yamamoto Ichiro stood on a tank and looked at Zhang Xian from a distance. Chinese people, if you have any sense, hand over your armor immediately, otherwise you will die without a burial place. Ichiro Yamamoto shouted loudly. Zhang Xian laughed. Yamamoto Ichiro, you little devils think you can steal my armor? Dream on. Humph, don't blame me for being rude. Ichiro Yamamoto waved his hand, and the soldiers behind him immediately launched a charge. A cold light flashed in Zhang Xian's eyes. He activated the quantum armor and rushed into the enemy group. Energy beams continued to shoot out, and wherever they went, the soldiers of the Sakura country fell one after another. Seeing this, Ichiro Yamamoto angrily ordered the tanks and armored vehicles to open fire. Shells and bullets rained down on Zhang Xian, but they were easily blocked by the quantum armor. Zhang Xian rushed left and right among the enemy groups, as if he was in an empty space. The soldiers of Sakura country were horrified to find that their attacks had no effect on Zhang Xian at all, and every attack of Zhang Xian could cause them huge casualties. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Ichiro Yamamoto cursed. Ichiro Yamamoto, die. Zhang Xian suddenly discovered Ichiro Yamamoto's position. He flashed and appeared in front of Ichiro Yamamoto in an instant. Yamamoto Ichiro looked at Zhang Xian in horror and quickly jumped off the tank, trying to escape. But Zhang Xian would not let him escape so easily. A beam of energy light shot out and hit Yamamoto Ichiro directly. Yamamoto Ichiro screamed and fell to the ground, his life or death unknown. Without the command of Ichiro Yamamoto, the soldiers of Sakura country fell into chaos. Zhang Xian took the opportunity to launch a more fierce attack and beat the soldiers of Sakura country to a pulp. Just when Zhang Xian was about to win, a transport plane suddenly appeared in the sky. Zhang Xian looked up and saw several soldiers wearing strange armor jumping out of the transport plane. What is this? Zhang Xian was shocked. At this time, the Japanese adjutant said excitedly, "We are saved. The armored team from the United States has arrived. Let's see how the Chinese die." At this time, China's support troops also arrived at the border. When they saw Zhang Xian fighting fiercely with the Sakura country's army, they immediately joined the battle. When Zhang Xian saw the arrival of the Chinese reinforcements, a warm current suddenly surged in his heart. He fought even more bravely, and together with the reinforcements, he quickly wiped out the remnants of the Sakura kingdom. However, the American soldiers wearing strange armor did not retreat, but rushed towards Zhang Xian and his men. Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed, and he could feel that the armor on these people had unusual energy fluctuations. Be careful, these guys are not simple. Zhang Xian shouted to the support troops. The two sides collided instantly, and these beautiful country armored soldiers showed their strong strength and superb fighting skills. Their armors can launch various strange energy weapons, and they launched a fierce confrontation with Zhang Xian's quantum armor. Zhang Xian was not afraid at all. With his skillful control of the quantum armor, he resolved the opponent's attacks again and again and gave a powerful counterattack. The Chinese support troops also fully cooperated with the soldiers of the United States. As Zhang Xian controlled the quantum armor to shoot down a soldier from the United States, the other soldiers from the United States panicked. Zhang Xian took the opportunity to lead the Chinese support forces to launch a fierce offensive, gradually forcing these soldiers from the United States into a desperate situation. "Surrender, you have no chance," Zhang Xian shouted loudly. However, these American soldiers still resisted stubbornly, and seemed unwilling to give up easily.
Just when the two sides were at a stalemate, several fighter planes from the United States suddenly appeared in the sky. Zhang Xian's heart sank, and he knew that the situation had become more complicated.
These fighter planes launched a round of indiscriminate bombing at Zhang Xian and his team, and Zhang Xian had to lead everyone to dodge the attack. The American soldiers took the opportunity to get rid of the predicament and reunite with the fighter planes.
Damn, these guys from the beautiful country are so troublesome.
Zhang Xian cursed. But he did not give up.
He commanded the Chinese support forces to engage in a tough air and land battle with the American aircraft and soldiers.
During the battle, Zhang Xian kept thinking about countermeasures.
He realized that relying solely on force might not be able to completely solve the problem, and he had to find a way to shoot down these fighters.
Zhang Xian led the Chinese support troops to pretend to retreat and led the American soldiers into a valley. When the American soldiers thought they had won, Zhang Xian suddenly launched a counterattack.
He used the powerful energy of the quantum armor to attack the American fighter planes one by one, and then concentrated on attacking the energy conversion loopholes of the American armor. In an instant, the armor of those American soldiers lost their function and they fell into extreme panic. The Chinese support forces took the opportunity to launch a general attack and captured these American soldiers in one fell swoop.
Zhang Xian finally won the difficult battle and destroyed the plans of Sakura Country and Beauty Country.
He looked at the captured Beauty Country soldiers and the captured armor, and his mind was filled with thoughts. This incident is just the beginning, and there will be more challenges and crises waiting for him and Huaxia in the future. Zhang Xian handed these American soldiers over to the relevant departments for processing, and then returned to the base with the Huaxia support troops. At the base, he and the scientific researchers conducted in-depth research and analysis on the captured American armor.
Through research, they found that the United States had indeed made great progress in armor technology, but there were also some shortcomings. At the same time, Zhang Xian also realized that China must strengthen its own scientific and technological research and development in national defense to be invincible in future international competition.
He proposed a series of suggestions and plans to the senior leaders, and also handed over the preliminary plan of the quantum armor awarded by the system to the Chinese officials, contributing his own strength to China.
It received great attention and support from the official leaders. Chapter 33 Taking the two kids around the company.
On the weekend, Zhang Xian drove the specially customized Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly into the underground garage of Yisan Business District. He had a loving smile on his handsome face, holding a little one in each hand, who were his beloved Xinxin and Nian. The two little ones wore identical pink princess dresses, had cute pigtails, blinked their innocent big eyes, and looked around curiously. They walked into the lobby of Qianda Group. When the company's employees saw the chairman and the two cute little babies, they all showed surprised smiles on their faces, especially the young ladies, who were melted by the cuteness of the two little ones. "Wow, chairman, these two little darlings are so cute," a young lady couldn't help but say.
Xinxin said sweetly, "Hee, thank you, sister." Nian also greeted in a baby voice, "Hello, sister." Zhang Xian greeted the employees with a smile, and then took the two little ones to the general manager's office. When they arrived at the office, Zhang Xian talked about work with the general manager Wang Shu, while Xian and Nian played with toys obediently. However, while Zhang Xian was not paying attention, the two little ones quietly slipped out of the office.
They walked hand in hand happily in the corridor, full of curiosity about everything around them. Suddenly, they accidentally bumped into a short, fat, mean-looking supervisor named Zhou Chui. When she saw that the two children had bumped into her, she immediately became furious.
"Oh, you two little things, why don't you watch your eyes when you walk?" Zhou Chui shouted. Xinxin and Nian were startled, tears welling up in their eyes. "I'm sorry, Auntie,"
Xinxin said softly.
Is saying sorry enough? Where are your parents? Why do we let you run around the company as you please?"
Zhou Chui kept on pestering her, the expression on her face becoming more and more ferocious. Nian said aggrievedly, "Our father is in the office."
Zhou Chui sneered, "You are so uneducated." As she spoke, she actually stretched out her hand and pushed Xinxin and Nian.
The two little guys were caught off guard and fell to the ground, hitting their knees heavily and burst into tears.
At this time, Zhang Wan, who happened to be passing by, heard the crying. He walked over quickly and saw the scene in front of him. He was immediately furious. "What are you doing?"
Zhang Wan shouted loudly.
When Zhou Chui saw Zhang Wan, her face changed and she stammered, Mr. Zhang, I. You actually hit the children, are you still a human being?"
Zhang Wen said angrily while hurriedly picking up the two little ones. At this time, many employees were standing around and watching, and everyone was indignant at Zhou Chui's behavior.
Zhang Xian and Wang Shu also rushed over when they heard the noise.
They were heartbroken to see their precious daughter crying in Zhang Wen's arms.
What's going on? Zhang Xian asked with a serious face.
Zhang Wen simply recounted what had happened, and Zhang Xian's expression became even uglier.
Zhou Chui, you've gone too far. Wang Shu said loudly, while Zhang Xian stared at Zhou Chui coldly from the side.
Zhou Chui was so frightened that her face turned pale. She collapsed on the ground and begged for mercy. Chairman, President Wang, I know I was wrong.
I didn't know these two children were your daughters. Please give me a chance. Opportunity? Why didn't you think about the opportunity when you bullied my daughter just now?
Wang Shu, immediately complete the resignation procedures for her and investigate whether she has committed any violations of regulations or disciplines. If so, severely punish her.
Zhang Xian said without question. Wang Shu nodded quickly.
Zhang Wen comforted them softly, which made the two little ones cry less.
My dears, don't cry. Uncle has vented your anger for you.
Zhang Wen said, and Wang Shu nodded beside him. Xin sobbed and said, Thank you, uncle. Nian Nian also wiped her tears and nodded. Zhang Xian hugged his two daughters in his arms and coaxed them softly, Don't be afraid, my dears.
Daddy is here.
After calming the two little ones, Zhang Xian turned to look at Zhou Chui and said in a cold tone, In my company, such people are not allowed to exist. With your behavior, you are not worthy of staying in Xianda Group. Zhou Chui had nothing to say and could only leave in disgrace.
Zhang Xian held his daughter, took Zhang Wen and Wang Shu back to the general manager's office.
Wang Shu, please strengthen the company's management in the future so that things like this don't happen again.
Zhang Xian said seriously. Yes, Mr. Zhang, I will definitely pay attention to it. Wang Shu nodded in response. Zhang Wen smiled and teased Xin and Yan Yan, Don't be sad, my dears. Uncle will take you to eat delicious food. Okay. Xin and Yan Yan immediately became happy. Zhang Xian looked at his daughter's smiles, and the anger in his heart gradually dissipated.
He decided to take better care of them in the future and not let them get hurt again. In the following time, Zhang Wen continued to walk around the company with the two little ones. When the girls in the company saw the two little ones coming back, they surrounded them and gave them candies and toys, making Xin and Yan Yan laugh. Little babies, they're so cute.
Yeah, I really want to hug them.
Zhou Chui returned to her workstation, full of regret and fear. She knew she had made a big mistake this time. Not only would she lose her job, but she might also face more serious consequences. She sat there, staring blankly ahead, the scene just now constantly appearing in her mind, regretting why she was so impulsive. She began to reflect on her behavior and realized that her attitude towards others might be problematic. She was always too impatient and mean, and had no patience or love. This time, she hit two children, which was an unforgivable mistake. She decided to change herself, and no matter what happened in the future, she would stay calm and rational, and not lose her temper or hurt others easily. She hoped that one day she could regain the recognition and forgiveness of others. But it was all too late, and what awaited her was the legal sanctions based on the results of the investigation.
Zhang Xian stayed with his daughters in the office.
He looked at their innocent smiles, and his heart was filled with warmth and happiness. He knew that his family was the most important thing in his life, and he wanted to protect them with all his love. My dears, Daddy will protect you well in the future and will not let anyone bully you.
Zhang Xian said softly. Xin and Yan Yan nodded obediently.
They felt their father's love and care. On this day, Xin and Yan Yan spent a special and unforgettable time at Chanda Group. They felt the love of their father, and also felt the care and love of their uncle and other employees. Zhang Xian also realized more deeply that his family was the most important existence in his life, and he wanted to protect them with all his love.
Zhang Xian will work harder to create better living conditions for his family.
At the same time, he will pay more attention to the education and training of his daughters, so that they can become kind, loving and responsible people.
Chapter 34 Dragon Soul Fighter. Ding!
It is detected that the host has destroyed the conspiracy of Sakura Country and Beautiful Country against China and has made a significant contribution to China. Hereby, the host is rewarded with the design drawings of the future black technology Dragon Soul Fighter.
Such a voice suddenly rang in Zhang Xian's mind.
He was immediately shocked to the point of being almost dazed. A large amount of information about this fighter rushed into his mind like a tide, occupying his entire mind in the blink of an eye. It took him a while to slowly recover. Zhang Xian's heartbeat accelerated sharply, and beads of sweat oozed out of his forehead. This future black technology named Dragon Soul Fighter was mysterious and powerful. He knew the great value and far-reaching significance behind this fighter. It was not just a fighter, but also the key to changing the entire world situation.
Zhang Xian took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down.
His eyes became extremely firm, and he secretly made up his mind to successfully develop it with his own ability. He knew that this was not only his personal opportunity, but also for the future and glory of China.
The first thing Zhang Xian thought of was to build a professional team to jointly solve this problem.
He called Wang Shu and said, "Wang Shu, I need your help to set up a laboratory and recruit top scientific researchers to jointly develop the Dragon Soul Fighter that I accidentally obtained.
It is a fighter that is far ahead of modern technology." Wang Shu agreed without hesitation.
Soon, under Wang Shu's operation, a large-scale, well-equipped laboratory was established. They recruited a group of outstanding scientific researchers through various channels. These people came from different fields, but all had a persistent pursuit of science and technology and outstanding talents. Zhang Xian shared the design drawings of the Dragon Soul Fighter with them in batches. Everyone was shocked by this magical design, and at the same time full of fighting spirit and passion.
In the laboratory, Zhang Xian led the team to conduct research and experiments day and night.
They faced countless technical difficulties and challenges, and every detail needed to be repeatedly scrutinized and verified.
But Zhang Xian and his team were not intimidated by the difficulties.
With their tenacious perseverance and wisdom, they moved forward step by step. As the research progressed, Zhang Xian realized that if they wanted to successfully develop the Dragon Soul Fighter and maximize its effectiveness, it would be far from enough to rely on their own strength. He began to think about how to cooperate with the Chinese military to seek stronger support and resources. Zhang Xian contacted a senior general of the Chinese military through some connections. In a secret meeting, Zhang Xian explained the importance and potential of the Dragon Soul Fighter to the leader in detail. He said, "Sir, if this Dragon Soul Fighter can be successfully developed, it will bring about earth-shaking changes to our Chinese national defense. I hope to cooperate with the military to accomplish this great mission together."
The leader listened carefully to Zhang Xian's introduction, and his eyes revealed his admiration for Zhang Xian and his strong interest in the Dragon Soul Fighter. After careful consideration, the leader expressed his willingness to support Zhang Xian's idea and reported the matter to his superiors. Soon after, Zhang Xian received an official response from the military, agreeing to cooperate with him. Zhang Xian's cooperation with the Chinese military officially began. The military provided a large amount of equipment and technical support for Zhang Xian's laboratory, and also sent a group of outstanding military experts and technicians to join the RD team. Zhang Xian was extremely grateful for the support of the military and knew that he had a great responsibility. During the cooperation, Zhang Xian worked closely with the military personnel.
They discussed research plans, solved technical problems, and learned from each other. Zhang Xian shared his understanding and ideas about the Dragon Soul Fighter with the military without reservation, and the military also provided many valuable suggestions and guidance for the research and development work with its rich experience and professional knowledge. As time went by, the research and development of the Dragon Soul Fighter jet made significant progress. Some key technologies were successively mastered, and the prototype of the fighter jet gradually emerged. Zhang Xian and his team were greatly encouraged, and they became more determined to successfully develop the Dragon Soul Fighter jet.
However, the research and development process was not smooth sailing.
When conquering some core technologies, Zhang Xian and his team encountered unprecedented difficulties and rare materials were difficult to find.
Zhang Xian was extremely anxious.
He knew that time was running out and he could not let difficulties stop him from moving forward. He led his team members to study and find a breakthrough day and night. At the same time, he also actively communicated with military experts to jointly discuss solutions. Finally, they got a message: Mike Auction House in Country D will hold an auction soon, and the items in this auction include rare metals needed for fighter planes. The military was instructed by the superiors, win these rare metals at all costs. They assigned 2 scientific research experts from the military to go to Country D to participate in the auction with Zhang Xian. After a fierce battle, Zhang Xian won 5 tons of rare metals for 500 million yuan. With this main rare metal, research and development have made breakthroughs all the way, which has brought new hope to the research and development of the Dragon Soul Fighter. Finally, the exciting day arrived. The Dragon Soul fighter jet was developed and assembled, and it had its first test flight. Zhang Xian and his team members, as well as senior military generals, many military leaders, and scientific research experts arrived at the test flight site early, and the leader of China No. 5 was there to witness this tense, exciting, and expected moment.
The test flight began.
Under the control of the pilot, the Dragon Soul fighter jet soared into the blue sky like a vigorous eagle. Zhang Xian and his team members closely watched the fighter jet's every move, silently praying in their hearts that everything would go well. The fighter jet performed a series of difficult maneuvers and tests in the air, reaching a speed of Mach 8. It is worth noting that the fastest fighter jet in the United States is about Mach 3, which is amazing. Its performance is extremely outstanding, and it is worthy of being the future black technology Dragon Soul fighter. When the fighter jet landed smoothly on the runway, the scene suddenly broke out in warm cheers and applause.
Zhang Xian was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. They succeeded. The successful test flight of the Dragon Soul fighter jet marks a major victory for Zhang Xian and his team.
It also means that China is already in a leading position in the aviation field.
Zhang Xian decided to dedicate the design of the Dragon Soul fighter to China.
This is an important contribution to his country and people, and the best way for him to realize his own value.
The fifth leader of China took over the design of the Dragon Soul fighter and, on behalf of the Chinese government, fully affirmed and highly praised Zhang Xian. In recognition of the outstanding contributions made by Zhang Xian and the laboratory research team he led, the state decided to award Zhang Xian the National Outstanding Contribution Award and give him generous material rewards. At the same time, the Excellent Research Team Award was awarded to Zhang Xian's laboratory research team, and each member of the team was awarded an honorary medal and corresponding rewards to encourage them to continue to climb to the top of the country's science and technology cause and create more brilliant achievements in China's aerospace field. Chapter 35 Military Invitation. The successful development of the Dragon Soul fighter has undoubtedly brought unprecedented shock and influence to China in the international military field. This achievement of epoch-making significance has significantly improved China's position in the military field and has become the focus of world attention. The Dragon Soul fighter's outstanding performance and advanced technology have enabled China's Air Force to achieve a qualitative leap. Its appearance has broken the previous military pattern and forced other countries to re-examine their relationship with China. It not only represents a strong combat capability, but also a symbol of China's scientific and technological strength and innovative spirit. Military experts and analysts from various countries have conducted in-depth research on the Dragon Soul fighter, trying to explore the mysteries and advanced concepts contained therein. And China also has more voice and initiative on the international military stage with the Dragon Soul fighter. At this exciting moment, Zhang Xian, a core figure in the development of the Dragon Soul fighter, finally had a rare leisure time. On this day, Zhang Xian was accompanying Xiao Yichun to admire various flowers, plants, and trees in the Yaodu Botanical Garden. In the botanical garden, the flowers are in full bloom and the trees are shady. Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun strolled on the quiet path, enjoying this moment of tranquility and beauty. Xiao Yichun looked at Zhang Xian beside her, her eyes full of tenderness and love. She knew how much effort and hard work Zhang Xian had put into the development of the Dragon Soul fighter some time ago. Now, seeing Zhang Xian can relax and enjoy this beautiful time, her heart is also full of relief. At this time, Zhang Xian received a call from Su Aigua, the second-ranking general of the Chinese military. On the other end of the phone, General Su Aigua's tone was serious and solemn. General Su Aigua said firmly, "Zhang Xian, I now ask you to go to the Kyoto military immediately. There is something extremely important that I need to discuss with you." Zhang Xian's heart suddenly tightened, and a strong intuition told him that this must be related to the Dragon Soul fighter that he had been devoted to. Without the slightest hesitation, he quickly sorted out the work at hand, and then said goodbye to Xiao Yichun without stopping, and embarked on the difficult journey to the Kyoto military. After a long journey, Zhang Xian finally arrived at the Kyoto military headquarters. When he walked into the solemn military building, he was nervous and expectant. Soon, he saw the solemn number 2 General Su Aigua. General Su Aigua looked at Zhang Xian with deep eyes, and his eyes seemed to contain many complex emotions. Afterwards, General Su Aigua solemnly conveyed the instructions from the number 1 and number 2 leaders of China. After careful consideration and research, the leaders decided to grant Zhang Xian the rank of Major General. Although he has no actual power under this rank for the time being, he will not be restricted by the working hours of the army. This unprecedented decision undoubtedly fully reflects the country's high recognition and attention to Zhang Xian, and it is also a supreme reward for his incomparable contributions to the country over the years.
After hearing this heart-shaking news, Zheng Xian was deeply moved and filled with incomparable pride. He deeply understood that this military rank was not just a simple honor, but also represented a heavy responsibility and sacred mission. He straightened his chest and said to General Suigwa with a firm gaze, "General, please rest assured that I, Zheng Xian, will never let down the trust that the country and leaders have placed in me. I will continue to devote all my strength to the country's military cause without reservation until the last moment of my life."
General Suigwa patted Zheng Xian on the shoulder with satisfaction, his eyes full of satisfaction and expectations for the future. He said to Zheng Xian with deep affection, "Zheng Xian, the country has entrusted you with such an important and arduous task, which is an absolute trust in your personal ability. The successful development of the Dragon Soul Fighter is indeed a great achievement, but it is just a beginning. In the future, we still have a long way to go in the military field, and there are countless difficult challenges that we need to face bravely." Zheng Xian nodded heavily. He deeply knew how heavy the burden he was carrying was. The next day, a grand and solemn awarding ceremony was held in a solemn atmosphere. The number 5 leader of the Chinese government personally led the number 1 and number 2 generals of the military, as well as many senior military and Chinese government leaders to attend. Zheng Xian walked towards the ceremony site with great excitement. His heart was full of anticipation for this glorious moment, and he also felt a heavy responsibility. When he stood in front of the number 5 leader of China, his eyes revealed determination and respect. Under the gaze of many leaders, Zheng Xian stood upright and solemnly, as if to show everyone his determination and responsibility. Then, the number 5 leader solemnly put the military rank shoulder strap symbolizing honor and responsibility on Zheng Xian's shoulders. The shining shoulder strap seemed to tell the country's recognition and trust in him. Then, Zheng Xian took the officer certificate with both hands, and his fingers trembled slightly, which was a manifestation of excitement. At this moment, Zheng Xian couldn't suppress his excitement and immediately informed his family of this exciting and glorious grand awarding. Zheng Feng on the other end of the phone was stunned for a few seconds after hearing the news, and then his face showed an uncontrollable surprise. His eyes were shining with excitement, his lips were trembling slightly, and then he said excitedly in a trembling voice, "Xianer, good job. You are the pride of our family. Mom and Dad are really proud of you." Zheng Yun choked up and said, "Brother, you are so great, I know you can do it." After Xiaoichun learned the news, she felt extremely proud. Her eyes were shining, thinking that this was the man she loved deeply, so excellent and so admirable. Zhang Wen was also very excited to have such an outstanding brother. Zhang Wen shouted excitedly, "Brother is so amazing, I will be like him in the future." The whole family was immersed in this atmosphere of joy and pride, and they were proud and gratified for Zheng Xian's achievements. Zheng Xian knows that this is not only a personal honor, but also a mission entrusted to him by the country. He secretly vowed in his heart that he must live up to this trust, use his wisdom and strength to continue to fight for the country's military cause, and contribute everything he has to defend the motherland and the people. He straightened his spine and faced the future with a more determined attitude, ready to meet new challenges and opportunities and write a more glorious chapter in the military field. As time goes by, Zheng Xian's name has become more and more famous in the Chinese military and even in the entire international military field. With his extraordinary talent and unparalleled sense of responsibility, he has won the respect and heartfelt praise from everyone. Whenever people mention Zheng Xian and his proud Dragon Soul Fighter, they are full of admiration and respect. At a significant military seminar, Zheng Xian gave a brilliant speech in which he elaborated in detail his unique and profound insights into the future development of the military. Many military experts and generals in the audience nodded and praised him. They seemed to see the light of hope for the future of China's military shining in Zheng Xian. At critical moments when the country is facing some major strategic decisions, Zheng Xian's opinions and suggestions have also received much attention. With his profound professional knowledge and rich practical experience, he has provided the country with many valuable suggestions and practical solutions. Zheng Xian deeply knows that his every move, every word, and every deed represents the glorious image and supreme honor of the country. He always maintains a rigorous and serious attitude and a spirit of dedication, and dares not slack off or relax even a little. Deep in his heart, he always remembers the heavy trust and supreme honor given to him by the country and the leaders. He wants to use his practical actions to create a more brilliant future for the country and the people. And the rank of Major General shining with bright light will always be like a bright beacon, inspiring him to keep moving forward bravely on the road in various fields in the future, never stop, and move firmly towards higher and farther goals. Chapter 36 Dragon Soul Battleship. Zheng Xian boarded the plane back to Yaodu with great excitement.
Just when he had just sat firmly in his seat, suddenly, ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the honor of China's Major General. The system specially rewards the host, the design drawings of the future black technology Dragon Soul battleship. Such a clear and shocking voice suddenly rang in Zhang Xian's mind. He was suddenly like being struck by thunder and instantly fell into a state of shock and almost stagnation.
A large amount of information about the Dragon Soul warship rushed into his mind like a surging wave.
The complex and profound information occupied his entire mind in the blink of an eye, and his brain was almost burst by this sudden impact. After a long time, Zhang Xian slowly recovered from this shock. His heartbeat accelerated violently at this moment, as if it was about to jump out of his throat, and fine beads of sweat oozed out of his forehead. Zhang Xian knows how mysterious and powerful this future black technology called Dragon Soul battleship is. Its appearance is like a bright light that suddenly lights up in the darkness, illuminating China's path forward in the field of military technology. Now that China has added this future black technology Dragon Soul battleship, it has undoubtedly taken an extremely important step in the international military field. The huge value and far-reaching significance behind the Dragon Soul battleship is by no means just a battleship, it is more like a key that can change the entire world pattern.
Zhang Xian took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down.
His eyes became extremely firm, and he secretly made up his mind that no matter how great the difficulties and challenges were, he must successfully develop it, so that China would become more powerful because of this battleship and the world would be shocked by it. After returning to Yaodu, Zhang Xian could not wait to call Su Aigua and report to him after careful research. General Su, I still have a complete design plan of the battleship.
I gave it a very domineering name, called Dragon Soul battleship. Its power, armament, and defense all surpass the existing technological level.
After hearing the news on the other end of the phone, Su Aigua was also shocked. He knew the importance of this news and immediately reported the matter to his superiors as quickly as possible. After learning the news, the Chinese official leaders and the number 1 general of the Chinese military attached great importance to this project. The number 5 official leader of China personally organized a meeting. At the meeting, he solemnly emphasized the importance of the Dragon Soul battleship to the country's strategic significance. His words were powerful, comrades, the emergence of this Dragon Soul battleship is a major breakthrough in our country's military technology field.
Its value is immeasurable.
We must go all out to support research and development work and safeguard the country's future and security. The firm statement of the number 5 leader made everyone present feel a great sense of responsibility, and everyone nodded to express their full support. Su Aigua, the second in command of the Chinese military, acted quickly with his vigorous style and high attention to this research and development. During the research and development process, he actively strived for any talents and materials needed. After official approval, he actively selected the top scientific research experts with outstanding achievements, superb skills, rich experience, and innovative thinking in related fields from various military scientific research institutions. With his deep connections accumulated over many years in the military and his excellent coordination ability. At the same time, he also worked tirelessly to travel to various places to allocate various rare materials for research and development. Every time he found a key material, his joy increased, because he knew that these materials were important cornerstones for building the Dragon Soul battleship. Soon, the original team of researchers who were working on the Dragon Soul fighter in the laboratory founded by Zhang Xian and Wangshu arrived, each of them with great enthusiasm and determination. These researchers are experts with profound attainments in related fields. They have devoted countless efforts and hard work to the development of the Dragon Soul fighter and are now devoting themselves to the development of the Dragon Soul battleship. They are well aware of the arduousness of this task, but they have no fear or retreat, but bravely meet the challenge. The RD team is composed of top scientific research experts from the Chinese military. Their participation makes the team even more powerful. These military experts have unique insights and rich experience in the field of military technology. Their arrival has injected strong motivation and confidence into the RD work. After the new RD team was officially established, they immediately devoted themselves to the research of the design drawings day and night. During the RD process, they encountered many technical difficulties, each of which was like an insurmountable mountain in front of them.
However, these outstanding scientific researchers were not intimidated by the difficulties, but overcame them one by one with their outstanding wisdom and tenacious perseverance.
General Su Aigua has always paid close attention to the progress of RD work. He not only provides full support in terms of talent and materials, but also often visits the site to cheer up the researchers and provide guidance and suggestions.
His presence makes the researchers feel extremely at ease and reliable.
The research and development expert team first conducted an in-depth analysis of the overall structure of the dragon's soul worship. They carefully studied the design drawings, striving to understand every detail thoroughly. According to the requirements of the design drawings, they began to build a strong and light hull. In this process, they need to constantly try and improve, looking for materials and processes. They also faced huge challenges in terms of power systems and weapons and equipment. Because some of the materials in the design were extremely rare or even non-existent on Blue Star, they had to spend a lot of time and energy looking for alternative materials of the same substance. This was an extremely difficult process that required them to constantly explore and experiment. In terms of weapons and equipment, it is full of science fiction. The Dragon Soul Warship is equipped with a powerful quantum energy cannon, which can release huge energy in an instant and cause devastating damage to the target. In order to achieve this goal, researchers need to overcome a series of technical difficulties, including energy storage, transmission, and release. They study and experiment day and night, constantly improving and optimizing the design. There is also an advanced electromagnetic shield system, which can effectively resist various attacks. Its research and development requires in-depth understanding and mastery of multiple fields such as electromagnetism and material science. Researchers started their research from the most basic theory and advanced their work step by step. In addition, there is an intelligent missile launch system that can autonomously track and attack targets. The development of this system requires the combination of knowledge and technology in multiple fields such as artificial intelligence and navigation technology. Researchers are constantly exploring and innovating to make this system more intelligent and efficient. During the research and development process, every researcher has put in tremendous effort and hard work. They gave up their rest time and devoted themselves to the work. They have only one goal in mind, which is to develop this epic-making Dragon Soul battleship as soon as possible. After arduous research and development, the Dragon Soul battleship was finally successfully developed. During the sea trial, the Dragon Soul battleship was like a giant beast awakening on the vast sea, showing its majesty and power.
However, at this moment, a cruiser of the Sakura Kingdom unscrupulously crossed the Chinese maritime defense line.
When the Dragon Soul warship's monitoring system discovered this uninvited guest, all crew members immediately entered a state of high alert. After the warning was ineffective, Suigwa stared at the target on the radar screen with a cold look in his eyes, and the flames of anger ignited in his heart. He decisively issued an order to let the Dragon Soul warship sail at full speed towards the opponent. Suigwa shouted, "Attack," and resolutely issued the order. The cruisers of Sakura country obviously did not expect to encounter such a powerful opponent. They tried to flee in panic, but the Dragon Soul battleship would not give them this opportunity. The powerful power system pushed the Dragon Soul battleship to approach like lightning, and the quantum energy cannon quickly charged. Following an order, a dazzling beam of light shot out from the Dragon Soul battleship, instantly hitting the cruiser that was trying to escape. A huge explosion sounded on the sea, and the Sakura country cruiser suffered heavy damage under the powerful attack of the Dragon Soul battleship, gradually lost power, and floated on the sea. The crew of the Dragon Soul battleship cheered, feeling proud of their successful victory over the enemy. This encounter not only demonstrated the powerful strength of the Dragon Soul battleship, but also allowed those enemies who coveted China's territorial waters to see that China's majesty cannot be violated. The Dragon Soul battleship will continue to guard China's maritime borders and defend the country's dignity and sovereignty. When this magnificent warship was unveiled, it shocked the world. Its advanced technology and powerful performance made other countries admire it. Zhang Xian and all the people involved in the research and development felt extremely proud that their efforts and dedication finally paid off. The number 5 leader and military generals spoke highly of the research and development results. They knew that the birth of the Dragon Soul battleship would greatly enhance China's international status and influence and safeguard the country's security and development. In the days to come, this Dragon Soul battleship will become China's national heavy weapon. It will carry the expectations and pride of the Chinese people, gallop in the sea of stars, and write a glorious chapter belonging to China. It will be an important symbol of China's strength and confidence on the world stage, allowing the world to see China's rise and strength. Chapter 37 Proposal. On a particularly sunny day, the sky was as blue as a gem, the white clouds floated like cotton candy, and the breeze blew gently, bringing bursts of pleasant air. This day was a romantic and grand proposal carefully prepared by Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian spent a lot of time and effort on this proposal ceremony. He and Wang Shu, Angelica and others carefully planned every detail, just to give Xiao Yichun an unforgettable surprise. At the same time, many relatives and friends were invited to witness this happy and sacred moment. The large banquet hall of Chianda Hotel, a 5-star hotel under Chianda Group in Yaodu, was transformed into a romantic proposal scene on this day. The scene was decorated as beautifully as a fairyland in a dream. The gorgeous flowers competed with each other in beauty and were carefully arranged into various beautiful patterns.
The colorful ribbons were intertwined in the air like a rainbow.
The light balloons danced with the wind, decorating the entire venue, making it full of romance and warmth.
When the scene was arranged, Zhang Xian's mind rang, ding.
It is detected that the host is about to usher in a sacred proposal event. The system specially rewards the host with the eternal heart ring. The ring setting is made of precious platinum and inlaid with a huge and pure 10-carat pink diamond, the only one in the world to help the host complete this sacred proposal ceremony. The reward has been issued in the host's trouser pocket.
Zhang Xian reached into his pocket and took out a box.
It was indeed a request for the eternal heart.
He was very excited. Giving it to Yi Kun was going to be a one-of-a-kind gift.
Anjili, Wang Shu, Sima Outyan, Zhou Jian, Lu Hu, Lu Bao and other subordinates and other friends arrived at the scene early, with smiles of expectation and joy on their faces, and everyone had deep blessings for the newlyweds. Senior executives from Yisun Business Circle, Chianda Group, Tianjin Group, Lijian Security and other companies also attended the event, all dressed in their best clothes, with solemn and blessing expressions. These influential figures in the business world were sincerely happy for the love between Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun at this moment, and they expressed their blessings and support for the love of the newlyweds in their own way. The lovely Xin Xin and Nian Nian also came to the scene. Like two little angels descended to earth, they wore beautiful princess dresses with pink skirts as light and elegant as blooming flowers. The two little ones held hands, blinked their big eyes like Carmen's and looked around, and ran around excitedly in the venue. Their innocent laughter was as clear and pleasant as silver bells, adding a touch of innocence and vitality to the whole scene. Zhang Feng and Zhang Meizhu, as well as Zhang Wen and Zhang Yun, also came to the scene with great joy. Zhang Feng and Zhang Meizhu's faces were filled with relief and emotion, as they watched their son about to enter a new stage of life. Their hearts were filled with emotion. Zhang Wen and Zhang Yun were also happy for their brother, with joy shining in their eyes, looking forward to this romantic proposal ceremony. Xiao Yichun's parents, Xiao Hui and Lin Shui, also came to the scene from Xiaoling. Their steps were a little anxious, and their eyes were full of expectation. When they saw their daughter, tears of joy flashed in their eyes, which were tears of emotion for their daughter's finding happiness. They knew that their daughter had found someone who truly loved her, and their hearts were filled with relief and satisfaction. At this time, Xiao Yichun was still immersed in the beautiful expectation of this day. The makeup artist and the costume designer were dressing Xiao Yichun carefully. She looked like a blooming flower in the mirror, beautiful and moving. She was wearing a white wedding dress inlaid with dazzling diamonds, shining charmingly in the sun. Her long hair was as smooth as silk, gently rolled up, and a few strands of hair playfully fell on her cheeks, adding a bit of gentleness and charm. She had a light makeup on her face, and her eyebrows were full of happy smiles. When Xiao Yichun slowly walked into the proposal scene, she was stunned by everything in front of her. Her eyes were attracted by the dreamlike scene in front of her, as if she was in a fairy tale world. Zhang Xian was wearing a custom-made suit with a deep and solemn color, which highlighted his handsomeness and elegance. In his hand was a bouquet of 99 red roses, the beautiful flowers symbolizing his passionate and deep love for Xiao Yichun. He had a gentle smile on his face, which was full of longing and expectation for the future. He walked towards Xiao Yichun nervously and expectantly. When Zhang Xian stood in front of Xiao Yichun, her heartbeat became more intense. After taking a deep breath, she looked into Xiao Yichun's eyes affectionately and said sincerely and passionately, "Yichun, you are the most important person in my life. I love you. Please marry me. I will treat you like a princess and protect you for the rest of my life." Zhang Xian slowly knelt on one knee and took out the ring shining with bright light from her arm's heart of eternity. Xiao Yichun was stunned by Zhang Xian's confession. A blush appeared on her face and tears of emotion flashed in her eyes. Zhang Xian continued, "This heart of eternity represents my everlasting love for you. I hope you can accept my proposal and let me protect you for the rest of my life." Xiao Yichun was so moved that she burst into tears, and her tears rushed out like a flood. Her heart was filled with emotion and happiness, an emotion that could not be described in words. She looked at the man who loved her deeply, and her heart was full of love and gratitude. She nodded and said with a sob, "I do." Although her voice was a little trembling, it was full of firmness and determination. Xiao Yichun stretched out her hand with excitement, and Zhang Xian put the heart of eternity on Xiao Yichun's ring finger. Warm applause and cheers rang out at the scene, and the sound was as surging as the waves. Friends and relatives came forward to bless the happy couple, their faces filled with joy and blessings. Angelica hugged Xiao Yichun tightly and said softly, "Yichun, congratulations, this is your exclusive happiness." Wang Shu, Sima Outyan, Zhou Jian, Lu Hu, Lu Bao and other relatives and friends also sent their most sincere blessings, and their words were full of beautiful expectations for the newlyweds.
Xinxin and Nian Nian ran over, hugged Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun, and said happily in a baby voice, "Dad and Mom, we wish you all the best."
Their faces were filled with innocent smiles, which were as warm as the sun. Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun hugged their two baby daughters tightly, their hearts filled with happiness and touching. They felt the warmth and strength of the family, and they also knew that they shouldered a great responsibility. At this wonderful moment, Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun seemed to forget everything around them, and only had each other in their eyes. They hugged each other tightly and kissed each other, feeling each other's body temperature and heartbeat, as if they wanted to remember this moment forever, with their hearts full of longing and expectation for the future. Zhang Xian gently stroked Xiao Yichun's hair and said softly, "Yichun, I love you, and I will make you happy every day in the future." Xiao Yichun leaned in Zhang Xian's arms and said softly, "Xian, I love you too, I believe we will be happy." Their words warmed each other's hearts like a spring breeze and made them full of confidence in the future. As the music started, Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun danced their first dance in the presence of their relatives and friends. Their dancing was graceful and light, like two dancing butterflies. Their faces were filled with happy smiles, and their eyes were only on each other. Their relatives and friends also joined in the dance, and the whole scene became a sea of joy.
Chapter 38 Mysterious Overseas Organization.
In a corner of the world, a mysterious organization called Dark Alliance is quietly active.
Its leader is named Hawks, and he and his members witnessed Zhang Xian's shocking strength in destroying Dark Knight and Ghostgate, and were deeply impressed by Zhang Xian's strength.
Today, the Dark Alliance is facing an unprecedented crisis in the struggle between overseas forces. Hawks knows that it is difficult to cope with it with their current strength, so he has the idea of contacting Zhang Xian.
When the Dark Alliance began to try to contact Zhang Xian through certain relationships, Lu Hu and Angelica were the first to notice something was wrong.
With years of experience, Lu Hu keenly sensed the unusual behavior of this mysterious organization and immediately stepped up surveillance.
Angeli quickly started to analyze the Dark Alliance.
Through the intelligence network of blood-killing hall and sword security and information collected from various channels, she conducted an in-depth analysis of the history, organizational structure, and style of this mysterious organization. Angeli found that although the Dark Alliance was mysterious, it also had its own weaknesses and limitations. In the face of the current crisis, it seemed a little flustered and at a loss, which may be one of the reasons why they were eager to contact Zhang Xian. Angeli also noticed that there seemed to be some contradictions and differences within the organization, which may have a certain impact on their actions. At the same time, Angeli also noticed that the Dark Alliance had inextricable ties with some other forces, which made the whole situation more complicated. She reported her analysis results to Zhang Xian in detail, providing an important reference for Zhang Xian's decision-making. After learning about it, Zhang Xian fell into contemplation, and he considered whether to be involved with this mysterious organization. After Angelica reported her detailed analysis of the Dark Alliance to Zhang Xian began to seriously consider the pros and cons of contacting this mysterious organization. In this ever-changing situation, every decision may affect the future direction. Lu Hu strengthened the defense deployment around the area to prevent the Dark Alliance from making any illegal moves. He was always on guard and prepared to deal with any possible situation. At the same time, he also discussed with Angelica how to deal with the mysterious organization.
Meanwhile, Hawks was anxiously waiting for Zhang Xian's response from the Dark Alliance. He kept urging his men to speed up their contact with Zhang Xian, feeling anxious and uneasy. Time was running out, and if they could not reach some kind of cooperation with Zhang Xian as soon as possible, the situation of their organization would become even more difficult. After careful consideration, Zhang Xian decided to make preliminary contact with the Dark Alliance and sent Angelica as a representative to meet with relevant personnel of the mysterious organization. Angelica came to the agreed location with Zhang Xian's instructions. During the meeting, Angelica showed her composure and wisdom. She dealt with the people of the Dark Alliance and cleverly probed their intentions and bottom line. At the same time, she also conveyed some of Zhang Xian's ideas and conditions to the other party. The people of the Dark Alliance were both excited and nervous about Angelica's arrival. They were eager to express their willingness to cooperate and hoped to get help from Zhang Xian. In the process of communicating with them, Angelica gradually understood their purpose and demands. After returning to Zhang Xian, Angelica reported the meeting in detail. Zhang Xian fell into deep thought again.
He needed to make a final decision among many factors. Should he cooperate with the Dark Alliance to jointly deal with the complex situation overseas, or remain independent and continue to develop in his own way? Zhang Xian understood that this choice would determine the future path of him and his forces. After Angelica returned from her meeting with the Dark Alliance, Zhang Xian fell into deep thought. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Xian decided to conduct further in-depth negotiations with the Dark Alliance. Zhang Xian took Lu Hu, Angelica, and some of his elite subordinates to the agreed negotiation location with the Dark Alliance, Yadu Hotel. Along the way, everyone remained highly vigilant to prevent any unexpected situations. After arriving at the negotiation site, Zhang Xian and others met the members of the Dark Alliance who had been waiting there. Hawks personally led some core members to come, and their eyes revealed an expression of both expectation and anxiety. When the negotiation officially started, Zhang Xian directly stated his position and conditions. He said, "It's not impossible to cooperate, but there are only two options for you to choose. One is to submit to me and join my blood-killing hall. I will not dissolve your Dark Alliance, but will establish a new Dark Hall with you, Hawks, as the head of the hall. The other is that you pay a certain price, and we will provide personnel and materials to help you overcome the difficulties. Of course, the degree depends on your efforts and sincerity." Lu Hu was paying close attention to the reaction of the Dark Alliance and was ready to respond to any possible emergencies. With her intelligence and eloquence, Angelica elaborated in detail on the various conditions and requirements proposed by Zhang Xian, and patiently answered and analyzed the possible doubts of the Dark Alliance. The members of the Dark Alliance began to discuss among themselves. They felt a little embarrassed about Zhang Xian's conditions, but they were well aware of their current predicament. Hawks frowned and fell into deep thought. He tried hard to think about how to meet Zhang Xian's requirements while also protecting the interests of his organization to the greatest extent. The two sides exchanged views and proposals, and the negotiation was very intense. Various opinions and proposals collided in the air, and the atmosphere was sometimes tense and sometimes slightly relaxed. Zhang Xian remained calm and firm throughout. As time went by, the negotiations gradually deepened to the key core issues. Both sides understood that this was the key to whether the cooperation would be successful. Hawks felt the pressure, and only through this difficult negotiation could he find a new way out for his power. After some fierce debate and negotiation, and recognition and respect for the strength of Zhang Xian and Angelica, Hawks finally chose the first path reluctantly and decided to let the Dark Alliance submit to Zhang Xian's blood-killing palace. Zhang Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Hawk's own martial arts realm has also reached the postnatal realm, and he has 2 grandmasters under him. This is an important breakthrough and is of key significance for expanding his power. After the Dark Alliance surrendered, Zhang Xian immediately started to integrate them. He first reorganized and trained the members of the Dark Hall and integrated them into the blood-killing hall system. Angelique was responsible for communicating with Hawks to understand the difficulties and problems they had faced before. It turned out that the Dark Alliance had been excluded and suppressed by other forces, and it had become extremely difficult to obtain resources, causing internal development to stagnate. Moreover, they were also facing constant provocations and attacks from some hostile forces, and the security situation was grim. Zhang Xian understood that in order to make the Dark Hall truly integrated and play a role, these problems must be solved. He began to mobilize the resources of the blood-killing hall to provide the Dark Hall with sufficient supplies and equipment support. Lu Hu led a group of elite troops and, together with the members of the Dark Hall, launched a counterattack against the surrounding hostile forces. During an operation, Lu Hu and his team encountered an ambush by a powerful hostile force. However, with their outstanding combat skills and tacit cooperation, they successfully broke through the encirclement, dealt a heavy blow to the enemy, and greatly boosted the morale of the Dark Hall. Zhang Xian also actively created a more favorable development environment for the Dark Hall. At the same time, he also established a series of incentive mechanisms within the blood-killing hall to encourage members to be proactive and contribute to the development of the entire force. As time went by, the Dark Hall gradually regained its vitality and the strength of its members continued to improve. Zhang Xian asked Angelica to start assigning some important tasks to the Dark Hall so that they could exercise and grow in actual combat. In an operation to compete for precious resources, the Dark Hall fully utilized their advantages and worked closely with other halls to successfully obtain a large amount of resources. This victory not only further consolidated the position of the Dark Hall in the blood-killing hall, but also made other members look at them with new eyes. Hawks was filled with gratitude and admiration as he saw his organization gradually prosper under the guidance of Zhang Xian and the leadership of Angelica.
He also began to truly integrate into and serve the blood-killing hall wholeheartedly, actively making plans and contributing to the rise of the blood-killing hall in the dark world. Chapter 39: Family Trip to the Seaside Vacation. The intense course finally came to a successful conclusion, and the long-awaited summer vacation also arrived as expected. Finally, I can accompany the lovely Xin and Nian every day. Zhang Yun drove the fiery red cool supercar Ferrari 458 Italia, and hurriedly drove towards the number 1 villa of Shadow Island. After discussing, Zhang Xian and his family decided to take a spontaneous trip. So, with great anticipation and excitement, they set out from the bustling Yaodu and headed south to the beautiful Cheong province, starting a relaxing and pleasant seaside vacation. When they stepped into this luxurious seaside resort, the two little ones were immediately attracted by the scenery in front of them. They ran around with their short legs and looked around. Everyone was also attracted by the elegant environment and exquisite atmosphere. The resort is shaded by green trees, colorful flowers, and winding paths, as if they were in a dreamy garden. After checking in, they walked into the holiday villa and entered the room. The room was spacious and comfortable, and every detail showed high quality and luxury. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the beautiful sea view was in full view. The blue sky and the endless sea were connected in the distance. The sparkling sea surface was shining with charming light under the sunshine, which was a refreshing scene. The two lovely Xin and Nian danced with joy when they saw the sea. They couldn't wait to find their favorite cartoon-patterned swimsuits from their suitcases, put them on quickly, and ran towards the beach like two happy little birds. Zhang Xian and Xiaoichun looked at the energetic figures of the children with doting smiles on their faces, and hurriedly followed them to the beach together. The golden beach sparkled in the sunshine, and it was soft and warm to step on. As soon as Xin and Nian arrived on the beach, they immediately squatted down and began to use their tender little hands to busy themselves on the beach, building their own sandcastle. Zhang Xian, Zhang Wan, and Zhang Yan also joined the children's games and helped them shape the sandcastle. After a while, a unique sandcastle appeared on the beach. Xiaoichun smiled and watched this warm scene, and from time to time he used his camera to record this beautiful moment. After building the sandcastle, the family ran to the sea together. The seawater gently lapped their legs, bringing a slight cool feeling. Xin and Nian played happily in the shallow water, sometimes jumping, trying to catch the splashing waves, sometimes diving into the water, exploring the wonderful world under the sea. Zhang Xian and Xiaoichun also swam in the sea to their heart's content, enjoying the feeling of freedom. Playing and laughing with the children, it seemed as if all the troubles were forgotten. On the second day, they also experienced various sea recreational activities. The family took a banana boat and sped across the sea, feeling the whistling sea breeze and the impact of the waves. Xiaoichun held Xin, Zhang Yan held Nian, and the children screamed excitedly, their faces full of joy. Then, they tried the jet ski. Zhang Xian took Xin and Xiaoichun took Nian, speeding across the sea, leaving white waves, which was exciting and fun. Afterwards, Zhang Xian, Xiaoichun, Zhang Wan and Zhang Yan also went sailing, raised the sails, and slowly sailed into the distance with the push of the sea breeze, enjoying the tranquility and comfort. Zheng Feng and Zhang Meizhu took Xin and Nian to choose to bask in the sun leisurely. They lay on comfortable beach chairs, wearing bath towels and sunglasses on their faces, quietly admiring the children's happy appearance of piling sand on the side. Their faces were filled with happy smiles, which was a kind of satisfaction and relief from the heart. Zheng Feng occasionally turned around and talked softly with Zhang Meizhu, sharing his inner feelings at the moment. As the sun gradually set, the sky was dyed a gorgeous orange-red, and the family dragged their slightly tired but happy bodies back to the resort. As night fell, the lights in the resort's restaurant were bright, and they came to the restaurant to enjoy a sumptuous seafood dinner. After ordering, the waiter soon presented them with delicious seafood dishes. The first thing that caught their eyes was a plate of Australian lobsters. The huge and bright red lobsters exuded an attractive aroma. According to the introduction, this lobster is worth thousands of yuan. The lobster meat is tender and juicy, with a chewy texture, and every bite is intoxicating. Then, a plate of Alaskan king crabs was also served on the table. The thick crab legs were full of fat crab meat. This king crab is expensive, costing several thousand yuan. They tasted the deliciousness of the king crab and felt the unique seafood flavor. There were also Gennaro oysters from Country F, with a smooth taste and rich seawater flavor, each of which is worth hundreds of yuan. In addition, there are various rare fish, shellfish and other seafood, such as grouper and abalone, and each dish is extremely luxurious. While enjoying the seafood, they also opened a bottle of top-grade red wine from Country F, Romane Conti, worth more than 100,000 yuan.
The wine, as gorgeous as a gem, swayed in the crystal glass, exuding a charming aroma. Zhang Xian gently picked up the wine glass and took a sip of the red wine, letting the mellow taste spread in his mouth, feeling the ultimate enjoyment brought by the perfect combination of red wine and seafood. Xiaoyichun and Zhang Yun also followed Zhang Xian's example, savoring the beauty of the red wine, with an intoxicated look on their faces. The children were full of curiosity about red wine.
Zhang Xian patiently explained the knowledge of red wine to them and used a small spoon to let them feel this unique drink.
After her parents tasted it with their tongues, Xinxin and Nian looked bitter and said in a baby voice, "It's not good, it's not good.
It's so bitter. It's so bitter." This caused everyone to laugh. The family laughed and talked while enjoying the seafood feast.
The children were full of curiosity about these novel seafoods, and they chattered and discussed them while tasting them.
Everyone raised their glasses to celebrate, and Xinxin and Nian also raised their juices to clink glasses with the adults.
Feeling this rare warm moment, Zheng Feng and Zhang Meizhu were also immersed in this delicious and joyful atmosphere, with happy smiles on their faces.
After dinner, they strolled on the beach, enjoying the beautiful night view. The moonlight sprinkled on the sea, sparkling and dreamy.
Zhang Xian and Xiaoyichun held hands, feeling the breeze, looking at Xinxin Nian, their eyes full of pampering, their hearts full of happiness and satisfaction. Zhang Yun led the two little ones to play in front, and their laughter echoed on the beach, as if the whole world belonged only to their happy family. In this quiet and beautiful night, they left countless beautiful memories, which was an unforgettable good time. Continue to stroll on the beach, enjoying this rare tranquility and comfort, until the night is deep. They return to the room with a satisfied smile, fall into a sweet dream, and look forward to tomorrow's sea fishing. The next morning, Zhang Wen rented a luxury yacht and prepared to head for the vast ocean.
Zhang Xian and his family excitedly boarded the yacht, and the staff skillfully drove the yacht to the distance.
The yacht was speeding on the sea, and the sea breeze was blowing on everyone's face. After a while, we arrived at a great spot for sea fishing. Everyone picked up their fishing rods, put on the bait, and threw the fishing lines into the sea with great anticipation. Zheng Feng sat there, calm and focused. After a while, his fishing rod moved. He reeled in the line expertly, and a big fat fish struggled to be pulled out of the water. Zheng Feng showed a proud smile on his face.
Zhang Wen was not to be outdone.
He stared at the fishing rod intently and soon got something. He caught a colorful sea fish and cheered excitedly.
Zhang Xian also made some gains. He was very happy to see more and more fish in the bucket. In contrast, Xiaoyichun and Zhang Yun seemed a little disappointed.
Their fishing rods remained motionless. Xiaoyichun's eyes revealed a trace of anxiety and helplessness, while Zhang Yun sighed softly.
Zhang Meizhu also got nothing.
Looking at the results of others, she couldn't help but feel a little frustrated.
Time passed slowly as they waited.
Zheng Feng, Zhang Xian, and Zhang Wen were still immersed in the joy of fishing, while Xiaoyichun, Zhang Yun, and Zhang Meizhu felt more and more frustrated. However, they were also trying to adjust their mentality and enjoy the time at sea.
Seeing that Grandma, Mom, and Aunt all looked unhappy, Xinxin and Nian cheered them up in a baby voice. "Grandma! Mom! Aunt! Come on! Catch some fish! We'll eat the fish you caught tonight."
"Humph, we won't eat the fish that Dad and the others caught." After being teased by Xinxin and Nian, Zhang Meizhu and the other two felt much better and focused more on the fishing float. The sunlight sprinkled on the sea, the waves sparkled, and intertwined with their happy or lost figures, forming a complex and beautiful picture. It was not until sunset that Zhang Xian and his family returned to the shore with a full harvest and a happy mood, ending this day's sea fishing trip full of surprises and complex emotions.
Chapter 40 Establishment of a Technology Company. Zhang Xian ended his seaside trip in Hainan Province and returned to Yaodu with his family.
At this moment, he was in the garden of Sand Island No. 1 Villa, enjoying this rare leisure time and carefully trimming the flowers and plants in the garden. At this moment, a sudden voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding!
It is detected that the seaside trip has brought the family a full sense of family happiness.
The host is rewarded with the design drawings of the entire series of new energy vehicles and the design drawings of future black technology batteries. The design drawings have been distributed in the study of Sand Island No. 1 Villa. This voice was like thunder, causing Zhang Xian's heartbeat to suddenly speed up rapidly, and then a dizziness came over him, and at the same time, a large amount of detailed knowledge about new energy vehicles and future black technology batteries emerged in his mind like a tide. Zhang Xian was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. After calming down, he resolutely decided to set up a technology company.
He could not wait to call Sima Outyan.
When Sima Outyan arrived at the villa and heard Zhang Xian's grand idea, his eyes immediately flashed with excitement. He did not hesitate to express his full support for this plan. In this way, Sima Outyan rushed to the Yisan Business District office building without stopping and held a meeting with a group of senior executives including Wang Shu for discussion. After that, Sima Outyan began to run around, working tirelessly to find a suitable place to build a technology company. This process was full of hardships. Finding a site was extremely difficult, recruiting personnel was also difficult, and one problem after another was like a heavy mountain pressing on their hearts. Finally, after unremitting efforts, the company gradually took shape and the laboratory was incorporated into the technology company. Next, it was the intense and critical research and development work. Zhang Xian and Sima Outyan led a group of passionate engineers and technical personnel to work day and night in the laboratory. They carefully studied the design drawings over and over again, and tried various experimental plans tirelessly. In this long process, they encountered countless unimaginable difficulties and setbacks. In order to overcome the research and development difficulties of future black technology batteries, Zhang Xian devoted almost all his time and energy to it without reservation. He consulted various materials without sleep and forgot to eat, repeatedly discussed with team members, and constantly improved the experimental plan. Sima Outyan gave full play to his intelligence and wisdom, thought deeply about the problem from different angles, and put forward many innovative ideas. After countless repeated tests and continuous improvements, a breakthrough was finally achieved. It was an extremely exciting moment. When the newly developed future black technology battery showed excellent performance far beyond expectations, the whole laboratory was instantly excited. The capacity of this battery is dozens of times greater than that of modern batteries, the charging speed is extremely fast, the service life is amazingly long, and the appearance is much smaller than existing batteries, which brings great advantages to reducing the total weight of the car and freeing up space for safety settings. This brilliant achievement has allowed them to see the bright dawn of success. With the solid foundation of future black technology battery, they immediately started to research and develop new energy vehicles, just like warriors embarking on a new journey. This is undoubtedly a more complex and arduous task, like a towering and challenging mountain standing in front of them. Because it involves technology and knowledge in many fields, covering mechanical engineering, electronic technology, material science, intelligent control, etc., each aspect is like an intricate mystery waiting for them to solve one by one. Zhang Xian and Sima Outyan led the team members to face the challenges with firm determination and fearless courage. Starting from the exterior design of the car, they carefully conceived every line, striving to make it both uniquely beautiful and in line with aerodynamic principles to reduce wind resistance. In terms of internal structure, they repeatedly considered the layout and connection of each component to ensure the overall stability and rationality. As for the power system, they worked hard, constantly tested and improved it to achieve the best power output and energy efficiency. In the field of intelligent driving, they actively explored the most cutting-edge technologies to enable cars to have highly intelligent driving capabilities. Throughout the entire R&D process, they carefully crafted and polished every link. They studied and discussed over and over again, constantly optimized the design plan, and did not miss any minor flaws. They did their best to make the new energy vehicles not only stylish and gorgeous in appearance, able to attract people's attention at the first time, but also extremely excellent in performance, whether it is acceleration, endurance or controllability, to reach the top level. This is not just the development of a car, but also an important step for them to pursue their dreams and change the world. They must go all out and achieve the ultimate. With the unremitting efforts of Zhang Xian, Sima Outyan and the entire team, the research and development of new energy vehicles has been steadily moving forward. First, a stunning new energy sports car prototype was successfully built. This sports car has extremely smooth lines and a futuristic appearance design. The body is made of high-strength and lightweight materials, which not only greatly reduces the weight of the car, but also significantly improves the vehicle's handling and acceleration performance. The car is equipped with the most advanced intelligent driving system and comfortable and luxurious interior, allowing drivers to enjoy speed and passion while also deeply feeling the ultimate comfort experience. Zhang Xian also named this sports car core concept. After everyone's research, it was decided that the price would be 3 million renminbi. Then, they launched sedans and SUVs for different consumer groups. Sedans are divided into multiple grades. Entry-level sedans are very cost-effective and economical. They are priced at 150,000 renminbi and can perfectly meet the daily commuting needs of ordinary consumers. Mid-level sedans have significantly improved in configuration and performance, and pay more attention to driving quality and comfort. They are priced at 380,000 renminbi.
High-end sedans are a model of luxury.
They are impeccable from interior to performance, showing dignity and elegance.
They are priced at 680,000 renminbi. SUV models are also divided into detailed categories.
The basic version of the SUV has a very spacious space and reliable performance, which is very suitable for family travel, and is priced at 200,000 renminbi. The mid to high-end SUV adds more intelligent technology and high-end configurations, such as panoramic sunroofs, advanced audio systems, etc., which can bring users a better driving experience, and is priced at 388,000 renminbi. And the top SUV integrates various advanced technologies, not only has strong power, but also has excellent off-road capabilities and intelligent safety systems, and is priced at 628,000 renminbi. During the development process, they have been constantly testing and improving. From the vehicle's range, charging efficiency to safety performance, every tiny detail has been strictly and almost harshly controlled. As time went by, their new energy vehicles gradually emerged in the market. Consumers were deeply attracted by these innovative models and gave them high praise. The company's reputation and influence continued to expand. In order to meet the growing market demand, Zheng Xian and Sima Outyan resolutely decided to expand the scale of production. They invested a lot of money to build a new production base and introduced advanced production equipment and processes. At the same time, they also continuously strengthened the construction of the talent team and recruited a large number of outstanding engineers, designers, and management talents, providing a solid guarantee for the company's sustained and stable development. In terms of marketing, the company has adopted a variety of strategies. It held a grand new product launch conference to fully demonstrate the excellent performance and unique charm of new energy vehicles, actively participated in international auto shows to compete with world-renowned auto brands, greatly enhancing the brand's popularity, and carried out a series of test drive activities to allow consumers to personally experience the huge advantages of new energy vehicles. Thanks to the unremitting efforts of all the staff of the company, the sales volume of new energy vehicles has been rising steadily, and the market share has been expanding. This success has not only brought huge profits to the company, but also made an indelible and important contribution to promoting the rapid development of the global new energy vehicle industry.
Chapter 41: Collaborating with the military again.
In today's era of rapid technological development, Zheng Xian's technology company is like a shining star, shining a unique light in the field of science and technology. Zheng Xian led his team to overcome difficulties in the field of black technology batteries and new energy vehicles, and constantly climbed to the peak of science and technology. The black technology battery they developed quickly became a benchmark in the industry with its excellent performance and ultra-long battery life. This battery uses advanced materials and unique processes, which can store huge energy in a very small volume, providing long-lasting and stable power support for various equipment. The successful launch of new energy vehicles has aroused widespread attention and enthusiastic pursuit around the world. Its stylish appearance, design, efficient drive system, and intelligent configuration make people full of expectations for future travel. This series of achievements not only won a high reputation for technology companies, but also meant that it has made an indelible and important contribution to promoting the rapid development of the global new energy vehicle industry, allowing Huaxia to take another solid and important step in the international field.
The Chinese military has keenly sensed the great potential and value shown by Zheng Xian and his technology company. The military has highly recognized and praised the outstanding achievements made by Zheng Xian and his technology company.
In today's complex and ever-changing international situation, the importance of improving scientific and technological strength to national defense construction and national security is self-evident. Zheng Xian's profound attainments in the field of science and technology and the advanced technology possessed by his company have undoubtedly become an extremely attractive partner in the eyes of the military. In view of Zheng Xian's outstanding talents and his company's leading technology, the Chinese military resolutely decided to carry out deeper and more extensive cooperation with Zheng Xian's technology company. This decision is not only a recognition of Zheng Xian and his team, but also a high regard and active use of scientific and technological power. Both parties are well aware that such cooperation will bring huge benefits and advantages to the country. At the beginning of the cooperation between the two sides, they focused on the development of a new generation of military equipment. Using the unique advantages of the black technology battery developed by Zheng Xian, the military hopes to significantly improve the performance and endurance of military facilities and weapons and equipment.
Major General Zheng Xian is well aware of the importance of this cooperation.
He devoted himself to the work and led his team to work closely with military experts. They jointly discussed and studied how to perfectly integrate the technology of black technology batteries into the research and development of military equipment. A large number of experiments and tests were carried out, and the scheme was continuously optimized to achieve the best results. In this process, many technical difficulties and challenges were encountered. For example, how to ensure the stability and safety of batteries in extreme environments, how to achieve efficient matching of batteries with various military equipment, etc.
However, Zhang Xian and his team were not intimidated by these difficulties.
With tenacious perseverance and superb technology, they overcame these problems one by one. After countless days and nights of hard work, a breakthrough was finally made. After the new military facilities were equipped with black technology batteries, their endurance was significantly improved, and they were able to maintain efficient operation for a longer period of time. The use of black technology batteries also gave weapons and equipment more powerful power and longer-lasting combat effectiveness, which enabled the Chinese military to take a solid and powerful step in improving its military strength. At the same time, both parties actively explored and developed special vehicles suitable for the military field based on new energy vehicle technology. Fully consider the combat needs in various complex environments, from extreme terrain to harsh climate, from high mobility requirements to high concealment requirements. Zhang Xian and his team, relying on their rich R&D experience and outstanding innovation capabilities, continue to overcome technical difficulties one after another. After in-depth research on the characteristics and needs of military operations, they have comprehensively optimized and improved the structure, power system, suspension system, etc. of the vehicle. In order to improve the passability of the vehicle, they developed special tires and suspension systems that can easily cope with various rugged terrains. In order to enhance the concealment of the vehicle, they used advanced stealth materials and technologies to greatly reduce the signal characteristics of the vehicle under radar and infrared detection. In order to meet the requirements of high mobility, a powerful power system was developed to enable the vehicle to accelerate and travel quickly in a short time. After hard work, a series of new energy vehicles with unique performance for military use have emerged. These vehicles not only have powerful power and excellent endurance, but also have highly intelligent control systems and advanced protective devices. They can act quickly and flexibly under various difficult conditions, providing strong support for the military's combat operations. The emergence of these vehicles has brought new ideas and possibilities to the military operations of the Chinese military. In actual combat exercises, they have demonstrated excellent performance and reliability, and won high praise from military leaders at all levels. As the cooperation continues to deepen, the connection between Zhang Xian's technology company and the Chinese military has become closer. They have jointly established several joint R&D centers, bringing together top talents from both sides and forming a strong R&D synergy. Here, new ideas continue to emerge and new technologies continue to break through. Researchers work day and night just to take the country's military technology level to a higher level. In these R&D centers, there are the most advanced experimental equipment and the most complete R&D environment. Researchers can give full play to their imagination and creativity and conduct various bold attempts and explorations. Constantly challenging themselves and breaking through the shackles of traditional thinking has injected new vitality into the development of military technology. During this process, Zhang Xian always maintained a high sense of responsibility and mission. He knew that the responsibility he shouldered was not only for the development of the company, but also for the security and honor of the country. He set an example and led the team members to devote themselves to every project to ensure that every result can meet the highest quality standards. He often went deep into the front line of research and development to discuss problems and solve problems with scientific researchers. He encouraged everyone to be innovative and dare to try, and not to be afraid of failure. Under his leadership, the whole team was full of vitality and fighting spirit, and everyone worked together to strive to achieve common goals. The Chinese military also gave Zhang Xian and his technology company all-round support and protection. From the allocation of resources to policy inclination, from technical guidance to information sharing, the military spared no effort to create the most favorable conditions for cooperation. This close cooperative relationship not only promoted the rapid development of technology companies, but also brought unprecedented opportunities and advantages to the military. The military provided a lot of financial and technical support to technology companies to help them with research and development and production. At the same time, the military also actively coordinated resources from all aspects to provide guarantees for the development of technology companies. For example, in terms of raw material supply, production site construction, talent training, etc., the military has provided strong support and help. In addition, the military has established an information sharing mechanism with technology companies to promptly convey military needs and technological development trends to technology companies so that they can better carry out research and development work.
With the joint efforts of Zhang Xian and the Chinese military, the results of the cooperation began to show great influence in various fields.
These advanced military equipment and special vehicles not only improved the combat effectiveness of the Chinese military itself, but also attracted widespread attention and praise in international military exchanges and cooperation. Other countries have expressed admiration and envy for China's achievements in the field of military science and technology, which has further enhanced China's status and influence on the international stage.
However, Zhang Xian and his team were not satisfied with the status quo.
They knew that the development of science and technology would never end, and only by continuous progress and innovation could they maintain their leading position. So, they started a new round of research and development and exploration. They set their sights on more cutting-edge scientific and technological fields, such as quantum technology and artificial intelligence, and tried to integrate these advanced technologies into the research and development of military equipment and vehicles, in order to create a more competitive and deterrent weapon system for the Chinese army. In terms of quantum technology, they are committed to the research and development of quantum communication equipment and quantum computing chips. Quantum communication has a high degree of security and confidentiality, and can provide reliable protection for military communications. Quantum computing chips have supercomputing power and can play a huge role in data analysis and password cracking. By applying quantum technology to military equipment, the information level and combat effectiveness of the military will be greatly improved.
In terms of artificial intelligence, they are actively exploring the application of artificial intelligence in the military field.
For example, they are developing intelligent combat robots and intelligent command and control systems.
Intelligent combat robots can perform tasks in complex and dangerous environments and reduce casualties of soldiers.
Intelligent command and control systems can make decisions in real time according to the battlefield situation, improve command efficiency and combat effectiveness. By combining artificial intelligence technology with military equipment, it will bring a new combat mode and concept to the military.
Chapter 42 Kindergarten Incident.
In the spacious and bright living room of the No. 1 villa on Nasha Island, sunlight shines through the huge French windows, pouring into every corner like a golden stream. Zhang Xian and his father Zheng Feng are sitting on the comfortable and soft sofa, facing each other. Their posture is relaxed and comfortable, and their faces are filled with a peaceful and satisfied look. Zhang Xian leans slightly to one side, one hand casually resting on the armrest of the sofa, and the other hand gently holding a cup of fragrant tea emitting curling hot steam. His eyes were clear and bright, revealing a calmness and composure. Zheng Feng straightened his spine, put his hands on his knees, and his eyes were majestic but kind. They sat quietly, enjoying this moment of peace and tranquility, and discussing the company's future development plan full of hope and challenges. The bright sunshine, like a golden veil, gently fell on them, outlining their figures more clearly. The warm light seemed to cover the entire scene with a layer of dreamy colors, making everything seem particularly peaceful and beautiful. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and the air around seemed to be still. Only the faint fragrance of tea permeated the air, exuding a breath of peace and tranquility. However, this rare tranquility was suddenly and ruthlessly broken by a rapid and sharp phone ring. The ring sounded abruptly, like a sharp needle, instantly piercing the tranquil atmosphere.
Zhang Xian was slightly startled, and a strange feeling surged in his heart.
His eyes quickly turned to the phone placed beside him, with a hint of doubt and uneasiness in his eyes. Then, he quickly put down the teacup in his hand and quickly reached out to pick up the phone. In just a moment, his face became as solemn as if it was attacked by frost, as if it was shrouded by a thick layer of haze. The anxious voice of the bodyguard of Lijian Security who was secretly protecting Xinxin and Yanyan came from the other end of the phone.
His words rang in Zhang Xian's ears like a bolt from the blue. "Mr. Zhang, it's bad.
A shocking knife-wounding incident has occurred in the kindergarten. Several children have been injured." These brief words hit Zhang Xian's heart like a heavy hammer. His hand tightly grasped the phone, as if the phone had merged with his palm and could not be separated. His heartbeat accelerated sharply at this moment, as if it was about to jump out of his throat. His mind was blank, with only those few words echoing continuously: knife-wounding incident, children were injured. Zheng Feng, who was standing by, was also shocked when he heard the news. His eyes widened in shock, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably, as if he had encountered a cold winter wind. His face turned pale, his lips trembled slightly, and he let out a low cry of surprise. He turned his eyes to Zhang Xian, his eyes full of worry and anxiety.
Zhang Xian stood up without saying a word.
His movements were swift and decisive, as if he was driven by an invisible force. His face was full of anxiety and worry, and his eyes revealed a resolute look. He quickly put on his coat and prepared to rush to the kindergarten. Zhang Feng also hurriedly got up and followed his son's footsteps. His steps were a little flustered, but his eyes were full of firmness and determination.
Along the way, Zhang Xian's mind kept showing the extremely cute faces of Xinxin and Yan like slides.
His heart was filled with worry and fear, as if an invisible hand was tightly grasping his heart, making him almost unable to breathe. He kept praying in his heart, praying that nothing would happen to his two babies. His hands tightly gripped the steering wheel, and his fingers turned pale from excessive force. His eyes were focused and anxious, staring at the road ahead, wishing he could fly to the kindergarten immediately. When he finally arrived at the kindergarten in a panic, the scene in front of him was already a scene of chaos and terror. On the playground of the kindergarten, the children were running around like frightened birds, their faces full of fear and helplessness. The heart-wrenching cries came one after another, hitting people's eardrums like a tide, and people's hearts were full of pity and heartache.
The teachers were trying to maintain order in a panic, and their figures shuttled among the children, trying to comfort the frightened children.
Their faces were full of anxiety and helplessness, and they held the children's hands tightly in their hands, as if they were afraid that they would be hurt in the slightest. The bloodstains on the ground were shocking, and several injured children fell to the side weakly, their bodies trembling slightly, as if telling the terrible disaster they had just experienced. Their wounds were bleeding, and the bright red blood was like blooming flowers, blooming on the ground in shocking patterns. The police had already set up a cordon, and their figures were busy shuttling around the scene. With serious, intense expressions, they held various police equipment in their hands and tried their best to deal with this sudden and terrible scene. Their eyes revealed a kind of firmness and determination, as if announcing to people that they would definitely bring the murderer to justice. After learning the heart-wrenching news, Xiaoyichun, Zhang Meizhu, Zhang Wen, and Zhang Yun were like ants on a hot pot, anxious and rushing to the kindergarten. Everyone's face was clearly filled with anxiety and worry, and the deep sorrow seemed to be overflowing. After arriving at the kindergarten, facing the crying children, they were even more anxious, and their hearts were in their throats. With their eyes wide open and full of anxiety, they shuttled in the noisy crowd in a panic and nervous manner, as if looking for a needle in a haystack, not letting go of any corner. They kept calling the names of Xinxin and Yan, and their voices were full of concern and expectation, over and over again. Xinxin.
Yan, the sound echoed in the air.
Xiaoyichun's brows were tightly knitted together, her eyes were full of anxiety, and her hands were tightly clenched into fists, as if secretly giving herself strength. Zhang Meizhu's eyes were red, tears were rolling in her eyes, and she could burst out at any time. She kept shouting, and her voice was a little hoarse. Zhang Wen was nervous, with fine beads of sweat on his forehead. While searching anxiously, he silently prayed in his heart that the two children must be safe. Zhang Yun was even more anxious, his steps were a little staggering, and he wanted to find Xinxin and Yan immediately and hold them tightly in his arms. The four people tried hard to search in this chaotic scene, with only one belief in their hearts, that is, to find their precious daughter, granddaughter, and niece as soon as possible.
Zhang Xian was looking for Xinxin and Yan in the crowd like crazy, his eyes were bloodshot and his eyes were terrified.
His steps were staggering, as if he would fall at any time. His hands were waving wildly in the air, as if he was trying to grasp that glimmer of hope. He kept calling the names of Xinxin and Yan, and his voice was full of anxiety and fear. Finally, in a hidden corner, he saw the two little guys who made him worry. Xinxin and Yan were terrified, their little faces were full of tears, and the crystal tears kept rolling in their eyes, as if they would fall at any time. Their bodies were still shaking, like two young leaves shivering in the wind.
Zhang Xian and Zhang Meizhu rushed over like crazy and hugged them tightly in their arms.
Zhang Xian's heart was full of heartache and self-blame. He wished he could bear all the suffering for them and let them not suffer any harm. It was learned that the man who hurt others had suffered some extremely serious injustice in his life. The long-term repression and anger were like a volcano about to erupt, which eventually made him lose his mind and do such a crazy and unforgivable act. After receiving the report from the bodyguard, Lu Hu and others rushed to the kindergarten as quickly as possible and worked together to subdue the irrational attacker. After Zhang Xian comforted his two precious daughters and handed them to Xiaoyichun and Zhang Yun, he slowly walked into the kindergarten. When his eyes fell on the injured children lying on the ground, his mind went blank, and a chill instantly jumped from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. His eyes were wide open, and his eyeballs seemed to be about to pop out of his eye sockets. He looked at the tragic scene in front of him in disbelief. His lips trembled slightly, his hands shook unconsciously, and a painful whimper came from his throat.
Zhang Xian staggered towards the injured children.
Every step he took felt like he was stepping on cotton, weak and powerless. Seeing the shocking wounds on the children and the blood staining their small bodies, Zhang Xian's heart was filled with grief and self-blame. His face turned pale, and his forehead was instantly covered with fine beads of sweat, which slid down his cheeks one by one. He squatted down, stretched out his trembling hands, and wanted to touch the injured children, but stopped in midair, as if he was afraid that he would bring them more pain. He bit his lower lip tightly with his teeth, leaving a deep mark, and murmured, "How could this happen?
How could this happen?"
Zhang Xian's eyes were filled with pain and sorrow, tears welled up in his eyes, but he refused to let them fall. His heart was overwhelmed by endless pain and guilt. He hated himself for not arriving earlier, why he didn't protect these innocent children. His body was shaking slightly, as if he would collapse to the ground at any time. At this moment, he felt that the whole world had lost its color, leaving only that heartbreaking scarlet. In the subsequent investigation, Zhang Xian actively cooperated with the police to find the truth of the incident and the murderer. He secretly vowed in his heart that those who hurt the children must be punished and justice must be served. This incident also sounded a heavy alarm for the entire city, and people began to pay more and more attention to the safety of kindergartens. Zhang Xian also made up his mind to further strengthen the protection of Xinxin and Niannian, and firmly told himself in his heart that he would never let such a tragedy happen again, and he would use all his strength to support a safe sky for the children. Chapter 43 Xiaoyichun's best friend comes to visit.
After the kindergarten incident, Zhang Xian's family fell into deep thought.
They looked at the lovely Xinxin and Niannian with love and worry in their hearts. After an in-depth discussion, they finally decided to change the kindergarten for the children and find a safer and warmer environment for them to grow up.
They finally chose a private kindergarten in Yaodu, Jinbei Kindergarten.
This kindergarten has a good reputation in the local area, advanced educational concepts, strong teaching staff, and complete security and other facilities. Zhang Xian and his wife Xiaoyichun both felt that this might be a new paradise for their children to grow up. On this day, Xiaoyichun received a call from her childhood best friend Lin Xiaoya, who said that she hadn't seen her for many years and would come to Yaodu to visit her tomorrow. Xiaoyichun was very excited and drove her Ferrari LaFerrari to the airport early the next day to wait. When she saw Lin Xiaoya coming out of the exit, tears welled up in her eyes and the two hugged each other tightly.
"Oh, Yichun, I finally see you,"
Lin Xiaoya said with a smile.
"Xiaoya, you're finally here. I missed you so much,"
Xiaoyichun said with a sob. The two walked out of the airport hand in hand, talking and laughing all the way, as if they were back in their childhood. They came to a cozy cafe, found a quiet corner to sit down, and began to chat about each other's lives. Xiaoyichun told Lin Xiaoya about the kindergarten incident between Xinxin and Niannian, and Lin Xiaoya was also very angry after hearing it.
How could those people treat children like this? It's really too much.
Fortunately, you changed kindergartens for the children in time, Lin Xiaoya said with a frown.
Yes, we are also concerned about the safety and health of the children.
We have inspected Jinbei Kindergarten and it is really good, said Xiaoyichun.
That's good. I hope Xinxin and Niannian can grow up happily in the new kindergarten,
Lin Xiaoya said with a smile. Then, Xiaoyichun shared with Lin Xiaoya the details of her family, Zhang Xian's work, the children's interesting stories, and some small troubles in life. Lin Xiaoya talked about her experience in another city, the challenges at work, and some interesting people and things she met. Come to think of it, I haven't met Xinxin and Niannian yet.
I really want to meet these two little cuties,
Lin Xiaoya said with a smile.
We will go back later and let you have a good look at them.
They are very naughty, but also very cute, Xiaoyichun said with a smile.
The two chatted for a long time, as if they had endless things to say.
After coming out of the cafe, they went shopping together and bought some gifts for Xinxin and Niannian.
Back at Sand Island Villa No. 1, Zhang Xian was playing games with the children. Seeing Lin Xiaoya coming, Zhang Xian and his family greeted her warmly.
Welcome Xiaoya to our home, Zhang Xian said with a smile.
This is my husband Zhang Xian, my father-in-law Zhang Feng, my mother-in-law Zhang Meizhu, my aunt Zhang Yun, and my second uncle Zhang Wen. Xiaoyichun pointed at the family and introduced them to Lin Xiaoya. Hello everyone.
I am Lin Xiaoya, Yichun's good friend who I have played with since childhood. Lin Xiaoya greeted Zhang Xian's family.
Zhang Xian, I finally meet you,
Lin Xiaoya said to Zhang Xian with a smile.
Xinxin and Niannian saw the guests coming and ran over curiously. Xiaoyichun squatted down and introduced Lin Xiaoya to the children. Xinxin, Niannian, this is Mom's good sister, Aunt Xiaoya. Hello, Aunt Xiaoya.
Xinxin and Niannian greeted her obediently. Lin Xiaoya looked at the two lovely children, her heart full of love. She took out gifts and handed them to the children.
This is a gift that Auntie brought you. Do you like it?
I like it.
Thank you, Aunt Xiaoya. The children happily accepted the gifts. Wow, Xiaoya, you are so polite. Xiaoichun said. Ha, this is a little gift for the children.
Lin Xiaoya said with a smile. In the next few days, Lin Xiaoya also stayed in Xiaoichun's Villa No. 1 on Shadao Island. She and Xiaoichun played with the children, told them stories, and played games. The children quickly became familiar with Lin Xiaoya and pestered her all day long. That day, they took their children to the park for a walk. The park was sunny and shady with green trees. The children ran and played on the grass, and their laughter echoed in the air. Xiaoichun and Lin Xiaoya sat on the bench, looking at the happy figures of the children, their hearts filled with happiness.
Ichun, I'm so happy for you to see you so happy now.
Lin Xiaoya said with emotion.
Yes, I feel very happy too.
Although I encounter some difficulties and challenges sometimes, I think it's all worth it with Zhang Xian and the children around me, Xiaoichun said with a smile.
Well, cherish your current life. By the way, how is your work recently? Lin Xiaoya asked. I haven't started working yet.
Zhang Xian said that after the wedding, I can choose a job I like and which will also be convenient for taking care of the family.
Xiaoichun said. You're right. But now, family is the most important thing to me.
Xiaoichun said with a smile.
I think so too.
Family will always be our warmest harbor, said Lin Xiaoya. They watched the children chasing butterflies on the grass with innocent smiles on their faces.
Xiaoya, what do you think the children will look like when they grow up? Xiaoichun suddenly asked.
I think they will be excellent and have a bright future, Lin Xiaoya said with a smile.
I hope so. I just hope they can grow up healthy and happy. Xiaoichun said.
Well, this is the most important thing.
By the way, do you and Zhang Xian usually take the children out to play? Lin Xiaoya asked.
Yes, we often take them to places like the zoo and the amusement park. The children love it, said Xiaoichun.
That's great.
It lets children have more contact with the outside world, which is very helpful for their growth, said Lin Xiaoya.
Yes, we think so too, said Xiaoichun.
After playing in the park for a while, they took the children to have a delicious lunch. In the afternoon, they went to the mall together and bought some new clothes and toys for the children. At night, the children went to bed early, while Xiaoichun and Lin Xiaoya sat in the living room and continued chatting.
Xiaoya, how long do you plan to stay in Yaodu this time? Xiaoichun asked. I'm not sure yet. Maybe I'll stay for about a week. I also want to have a good time in Yaodu.
Lin Xiaoya said.
That's great. I can accompany you around. There are many interesting places in Yaodu. Xiaoichun said. Well, thank you for your help then.
Lin Xiaoya said with a smile. In the next few days, they visited many famous attractions in the City of Demons, such as the skyscrapers that soared into the sky. Standing on the top floor and overlooking the bustling scene of the entire city was shocking.
Wow, the Demon City is so prosperous. Lin Xiaoya exclaimed.
Yes, the Demon City has developed very fast in recent years.
Xiaoichun said.
I came to the quaint old street again, strolling on the Bluestone Road, feeling the accumulation of years and the charm of history. It feels so good here, as if I have traveled back to ancient times, said Lin Xiaoya.
Yes, this old street has a very strong cultural atmosphere. Xiaoichun said.
Then, we went to the beautiful riverside scenic area and felt the majestic modern buildings on the riverside.
It's so spectacular here. Lin Xiaoya couldn't help but exclaim.
Yes, both sides of the river are the most prosperous economic centers of Yaodu, and my husband's Isan business district is also here.
Xiaoichun said. During the trip, they also brought some small gifts for the children.
Xinxin and Nian were very happy every time they received gifts, and they became closer to Lin Xiaoya. However, good times are always short-lived. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiaoya was about to leave the Demon City.
The night before she left, Xiaoichun and Zhang Xian specially prepared a sumptuous dinner for her. Xiaoya, I really don't want you to leave.
Xiaoichun said somewhat sadly. I can't bear to leave you, but I will come again if I have the chance.
Lin Xiaoya comforted. Well, you must come again. Zhang Xian said.
After dinner, I sat in the living room and recalled every detail of these days, including laughter and touching moments.
Xiaoya, thank you for your company these days. I had a wonderful time. Xiaoichun said. What are you talking about? We are good sisters. No need to be so polite.
Lin Xiaoya said with a smile.
Ha, yes, we are sisters for life. Xiaoichun said.
Yes, sisters for life.
Lin Xiaoya nodded.
They chatted for a long time and didn't go to bed until late at night. The next day, Xiaoichun and Zhang Xian sent Lin Xiaoya to the airport, where they hugged each other tightly and said goodbye reluctantly.
Remember to think about us, Xiaoichun said.
I will, and you should also take good care of yourselves and the children, Lin Xiaoya said. Seeing Lin Xiaoya walk into the boarding gate, tears welled up in Xiaoichun's eyes.
Zhang Xian gently patted her shoulder and comforted her. Don't be sad, we will meet again in the future. Xiaoichun nodded and left the airport with Zhang Xian.
Although Lin Xiaoya left, their friendship will last forever. Xinxin and Nian Nian will also start a new journey of growth in the new kindergarten, and Zhang Xian's family will continue to live a life full of love and warmth.
Chapter 44 Social Contribution Action. Zhang Xian's company is like a bright star, shining brightly. With the excellent business wisdom and unremitting efforts of everyone, the company has achieved great success and accumulated rich wealth. Zhang Xian knows that the success of an enterprise is not only its own glory, but also the opportunities and support given by the society.
Therefore, on a sunny morning, he called together Sima Outyan, Wang Shu, Zhou Jian, Lu Hu and other core members to gather in the spacious and bright conference room of Eason Business Circle to discuss how to carry out actions to give back to the society. At the beginning of the meeting, Zhang Xian looked at everyone with a firm gaze and slowly said, "Everyone, our company has achieved good results and made money now, but we must not forget where our roots are. We have the responsibility to give back to society and contribute our strength to those in need."
Sima Outyan followed up Zhang Xian's words and said, "Mr. Zhang is right.
We cannot just pursue profits, but we must also pay attention to social development and people's well-being. Giving back to society is not only a moral requirement, but also an important guarantee for the sustainable development of our company."
Wang Shu nodded slightly and expressed his opinion. "I think we can start with the field of education. Education is the cornerstone of the development of a country and a nation.
Providing better educational resources for children in poor areas can change their destiny." Zhou Jian agreed. "Yes, we can donate books and stationery, and even build more Hope primary schools to give more children the opportunity to receive a good education. Previously, the Hope primary schools built with your donations have been completed and put into use, but they are still far from enough for the children in the mountainous areas." Lu Hu thought for a moment and said, "In addition to education, medical care is also very important.
Medical conditions in many poor areas are backward and people cannot get timely and effective treatment.
We can donate medical equipment or fund some medical assistance projects." Everyone expressed their opinions and suggestions, and the meeting room was filled with a lively discussion atmosphere. Wang Shu went on to say, "In addition to material support, we can also consider providing some training and career guidance to help young people in poor areas improve their skills and increase employment opportunities, so as to achieve true self-development and get out of poverty."
Sima Outyan added, "Yes, we can cooperate with some vocational schools to carry out targeted training programs so that they can smoothly enter related industries after graduation."
Zhou Jian also proposed, "We can also carry out environmental protection public welfare activities, such as afforestation and the promotion of renewable energy, to contribute to improving the environment." Lu Hu smiled and said, "These are all very good ideas.
Can we consider setting up a special public welfare department to be responsible for the specific implementation and management of these things?" Zhang Xian nodded and said, "This is a good suggestion.
We need a professional team to efficiently implement our plan to give back to the community." After in-depth discussions, we decided to develop a comprehensive action plan to give back to the community.
First, in terms of education, a special education fund will be set up.
This fund will be used to help poor students complete their studies, provide tuition, living expenses, and school supplies. At the same time, it will cooperate with major universities to set up scholarships to encourage outstanding students to pursue excellence. In addition, it is planned to organize volunteer teams to regularly go to poor areas to carry out teaching activities to bring knowledge and joy to children. In order to better implement the education feedback plan, Zhang Xian personally led the team to conduct field investigations in impoverished mountainous areas. They walked through rugged mountain roads and came to a remote village. The school here was shabby, the classrooms were dilapidated, and the teaching facilities were extremely lacking. The children's eyes, eager for knowledge, deeply touched Zhang Xian and his team. Zhang Xian had in-depth exchanges with local principals and teachers and learned about the specific difficulties and needs they faced. After returning to the company, Zhang Xian immediately set about arranging various tasks. They purchased a large number of books, stationery, and teaching equipment and shipped them to the village. At the same time, they began to recruit volunteers and form a teaching team. Before the first batch of volunteers set off, Zhang Xian personally saw them off and encouraged them to care for the children with their hearts, impart knowledge, and ignite hope. The volunteers embarked on the teaching journey with enthusiasm and spent an unforgettable time with the children in the village. They not only taught the children cultural knowledge, but also carried out various colorful activities, such as painting competitions, sports competitions, etc., so that the children felt the joy of learning and the beauty of life.
In addition to education, we also took active actions in medical care.
We cooperated with many well-known medical equipment companies to purchase advanced medical equipment and donated it to hospitals and clinics in poor areas. At the same time, we also funded some medical assistance projects to help families with serious illnesses who could not afford the medical expenses.
Zhang Xian led the team to a hospital that received donations and visited the patients who were receiving treatment.
A patient excitedly shook Zhang Xian's hand and said, "Thank you, you gave me a second life."
Zhang Xian felt a great sense of responsibility and knew how important their efforts were to these patients.
In terms of vocational training and guidance, we have signed cooperation agreements with many vocational schools to jointly carry out training programs. We invite experts and outstanding practitioners in the industry to serve as lecturers to impart practical skills and experience to students. After training, many students have successfully found jobs and realized their own life values. In environmental protection public welfare activities, we actively participate in tree planting activities.
We organize employees and volunteers to go to barren mountains and wastelands to plant saplings.
We also cooperate with relevant institutions to promote the use of renewable energy, such as solar energy and wind energy, to contribute to reducing carbon emissions. With the continuous advancement of the Social Contribution Action Plan, Zhang Xian's company has won wide praise and respect in the society. More and more people have begun to pay attention to and support their public welfare undertakings, and many companies have followed suit to contribute to the development and progress of the society.
However, Zhang Xian knows that they still have a long way to go.
Problems such as education and medical care in poor areas are still severe and require more efforts. Therefore, they continue to improve and optimize the action plan to give back to society, increase investment, and expand cooperation areas. During a charity event, Zhang Xian met a student who had been sponsored by them. Now, the student has been admitted to his ideal university and is determined to become a public welfare worker in the future to help more people. Zhang Xian feels very gratified, knowing that their efforts have not been in vain and the seeds of hope they have planted are growing vigorously.
Looking back on past efforts and achievements, Zhang Xian is filled with emotion.
He knows that the development of an enterprise cannot be separated from the support of society, and giving back to society is the responsibility of an enterprise. He hopes that through their actions, he can arouse more people's sense of social responsibility and work together to build a better world. In the days to come, Zhang Xian and his team will continue to unswervingly walk on the path of giving back to society, and will continue to explore new public welfare models and projects to bring more welfare and hope to society.
Chapter 45 Charity begins. After a series of good deeds and careful consideration to give back to the society, Zhang Xian, with the unanimous support of his family and Sima Outyan, Wang Shu, Lu Hu, Zhou Jian and others, decided to establish a charity foundation named after his two beloved daughters, Zheng Xinxin and Zhang Nianqin Xian Nian Foundation. This decision was not made on a whim, but stemmed from Zhang Xian's strong recognition and sense of mission for social responsibility.
Zhang Xian has always had compassion for those who live in difficult situations. He has witnessed too much suffering and injustice, and he longs to use his own strength to bring some change and hope to them.
Sima Outyan and others are also people with love and social responsibility.
They share the same ideals as Zhang Xian and hope to make greater contributions to society through charity. In the process of preparing for the charity foundation, Zhang Xian and his team invested a lot of energy and time. First, they conducted in-depth research and analysis to understand the various needs and problems in society. They found that there were huge gaps in education, medical care, poverty relief and other fields, and someone was needed to fill these gaps. Therefore, they decided to focus the work of the charity foundation on these aspects and devote themselves to providing substantial help and support to those in distress. In order to ensure that the charitable foundation can operate efficiently and develop sustainably, a group of professional staff have been recruited, including managers, financial personnel, project planners, etc. In order to ensure that all the work of the foundation can be carried out in an orderly manner, a strict supervision mechanism has been established to ensure that every donation can be put to good use and truly bring benefits to those in need. After determining the goals and operation model of the charity foundation, Zhang Xian donated a large sum of money for the operation of the foundation, but in order to get more people involved in charity, he also opened up a donation channel to the society. By holding various public welfare activities and issuing fundraising initiatives to people from all walks of life, they widely mobilized social forces to participate in charity. In this process, they received strong support and response from many companies, social organizations, and individuals. Many people generously donated a large amount of funds and materials to the Charity Foundation. As donations continued to be raised, the Charity Foundation began to implement a series of specific charity projects. In the field of education, a large number of school supplies and books were donated to children in poor areas to help them improve their learning conditions. Scholarships and grants were also established to reward students with excellent grades in poor families, encouraging them to study hard and change their destiny. In the medical field, it cooperated with many hospitals to provide free medical assistance and surgical treatment for poor patients. It also organized medical teams to go deep into poor areas for free diagnosis and health promotion to improve the health awareness and medical level of local residents. In the field of poverty relief, living materials and financial assistance were provided to poor families to help them solve basic living problems. Vocational skills training and entrepreneurship support projects were also carried out to help poor people improve their own quality and employment ability and achieve poverty alleviation and prosperity. In addition to implementing specific charity projects, Zhang Xin and his team also focus on the publicity and promotion of charity culture. Through various media channels, they widely publicize charity concepts and deeds, calling on more people to pay attention to charity and participate in charity activities. They also held a series of charity forums and seminars, inviting experts, scholars, and celebrities to discuss the development and future of charity. Through these activities, not only the popularity and influence of the Charity Foundation have been improved, but also a strong charity atmosphere has been created in society.
In the process of developing the Charity Foundation, Zhang Xin and his team also encountered some difficulties and challenges.
For example, in the process of raising funds, they encountered some doubts and distrust, and some people even doubted their charitable motives. In the process of implementing charity projects, they also encountered some management problems and difficulties, such as slow project progress and unreasonable use of funds. However, Zhang Xin and his team were not intimidated by these difficulties and challenges, but actively took measures to solve them. By strengthening communication and exchanges with all sectors of society, the transparency and credibility of the Charity Foundation have been improved. By optimizing management processes and strengthening supervision mechanisms, the efficiency and quality of the implementation of charity projects have been improved. After a period of hard work, the Charity Foundation has achieved remarkable results. The charity projects have been highly praised and recognized by the majority of beneficiaries, and many people have changed their destiny because of their help. At the same time, the Charity Foundation has also received wide praise and support from all walks of life and has become a banner of social charity. Zhang Xin and others are also very proud and gratified because everything they do is meaningful and is for making the world a better place. However, Zhang Xin and his colleagues are not satisfied with the status quo, but continue to work hard to explore and innovate the development model and path of charity. Charity is a long and arduous task that requires continuous dedication and hard work. As long as we persevere, we will surely make greater contributions to society and benefit more people. In the days ahead, Zhang Xin and his team will continue to uphold the purpose of giving back to society and caring for others, constantly expand charitable fields and projects, and increase the influence and coverage of charitable causes. They will strengthen cooperation and exchanges with other charitable organizations at home and abroad, learn from advanced charitable concepts and experiences, and constantly improve their own charitable level and capabilities. They will actively explore the use of modern information technology means such as the internet and big data, innovate charitable models and methods, and improve the efficiency and benefits of charitable causes. At the same time, Zhang Xin and others also hope that more people can join the charity cause and work together to build a harmonious and beautiful society. Everyone has a kind heart. As long as everyone can lend a helping hand and give their love, the world will definitely become a better place. Let us act together and contribute our own strength to charity. As the Charity Foundation continued to grow, Zhang Xin and his team began to think about how to further enhance its influence and sustainability. They realized that relying solely on donations from individuals and companies was far from enough, and they needed to establish a more diversified fundraising channel. So they began to plan some large-scale public welfare activities, such as charity auctions and public welfare performances, to attract more social funds to invest in charity through these activities. At a charity auction, Zhang Xin and his team carefully selected a group of precious artworks and collections for auction. These artworks and collections not only have high artistic value, but also contain profound cultural heritage. The auction attracted many collectors and celebrities to participate, and the atmosphere was very warm.
After fierce bidding, these artworks and collections were finally sold at a high price, raising a large amount of funds for the charity foundation.
In addition to the charity auction, Zhang Xian and his team also organized a charity performance. This performance invited many well-known artists and actors to participate, and brought a visual and auditory feast to the audience through wonderful performances. The performance tickets were sold out and the audience responded enthusiastically. Through this charity performance, not only did they raise funds for the charity foundation, but they also increased the popularity and influence of the charity foundation. In the process of implementing the charity project, Zhang Xian and his colleagues constantly summarized their experiences and lessons, and continuously optimized the project plan and implementation process. They found that in some poor areas, due to the lack of effective industrial support, it is difficult for local residents to get rid of poverty and become rich. Therefore, they decided to carry out industrial poverty alleviation projects in these areas, and help local residents develop characteristic industries and get rid of poverty and become rich by introducing advanced production technology and management experience. In a poor mountainous area, Zhang Xian and his team decided to develop an eco-agriculture project after in-depth research and analysis. In cooperation with the local government and farmers, they established an eco-agriculture demonstration base and introduced advanced eco-agriculture technologies and varieties. Through scientific planting and breeding, they not only improved the yield and quality of agricultural products, but also protected the local ecological environment. At the same time, they also sold local agricultural products to all parts of the country through e-commerce platforms and other channels, increasing farmers' income. In the process of carrying out charity work, Zhang Xian and his colleagues also deeply realized the importance of education. They realized that only through education can a person's fate be fundamentally changed and a region can achieve sustainable development. Therefore, they decided to increase investment in the field of education and carry out more education poverty alleviation projects. In a remote rural primary school, Zhang Xian and his team donated a large number of books, stationery and teaching equipment to help the school improve its teaching conditions. They organized a team of volunteer teachers to regularly carry out teaching activities in the school to impart knowledge and skills to the students. At the same time, they set up scholarships and grants to reward students with excellent grades in poor families, encouraging them to study hard and change their destiny. As the charity foundation continues to grow and develop, Zhang Xian and his colleagues' charitable work has also gained recognition and support from more and more people.
Chapter 46 A New Journey for Charity.
In today's society, the importance of charity is increasingly prominent. It is like warm sunshine, illuminating the lives of those in difficult situations. With the efforts of Zhang Xian and his team, the Core Concept Charity Foundation is gradually becoming a shining charity star.
Zhang Xian, Wang Shu, Sima Aotian and others have always had the dream of helping others.
When Zhang Xian decided to establish the Core Concept Charity Foundation, he devoted himself to it, eager to make real contributions to society. His team members also have the same belief and enthusiasm, and together they embarked on this challenging and hopeful charity road. The successful operation of the Core Concept Charity Foundation was not achieved overnight. From the initial difficult start to gradually gaining social recognition and support, Zhang Xian and his team have gone through countless days and nights of hard work and struggle.
Every help may change a person's destiny, and every contribution has immeasurable value.
As the foundation's influence continued to expand, Zhang Xian realized that a clearer development direction and strategic planning were needed, so he decided to hold a team meeting to discuss the future of the charity foundation. At that meeting, the team members spoke actively and the atmosphere was warm and energetic. Someone proposed to expand the coverage of the charity project and extend charity to more regions and fields. There are still many places in the world where people are in trouble and in urgent need of help. By expanding the coverage, more people can benefit from charity and feel the love and warmth of society. For example, in some remote mountainous areas, there is a lack of educational resources and children cannot receive a good education. The Core Concept Charity Foundation can build schools in these places, provide educational materials and teacher support, and help children realize their dreams of studying. Some people also suggested strengthening cooperation with international charitable organizations and learning from international advanced charitable experiences. There are many excellent charitable organizations in the world, and they have rich experience and mature models in the planning, implementation, and management of charitable projects. By cooperating with them, we can learn from their strengths and enhance the professional level and management capabilities of the Core Concept Charity Foundation. For example, we can cooperate with internationally renowned medical charitable organizations to introduce advanced medical technology and equipment to provide better medical assistance services for domestic patients. Some people also suggested that we should focus on the sustainability of charity projects, not just provide temporary help, but also help the recipients achieve self-development and growth. Charity should not only be about giving, but also be a force that can inspire the inner potential of the recipients. By providing training, education, and entrepreneurial support, we can help the recipients improve their abilities and realize their self-worth. For example, we can provide agricultural technology training and entrepreneurial funds to poor families to help them develop agricultural industries and get rid of poverty and become rich. After in-depth discussions and research, Zhang Xian and his team finally determined the future development strategy of the Charity Foundation. First, in the field of education, in addition to continuing to support the development of primary schools in remote rural areas, we will also focus on vocational education and special education.
Cooperate with relevant institutions to establish vocational training centers to provide skills training and employment guidance for poor young people and help them better integrate into society. These poor young people often fall into a cycle of poverty due to lack of skills and opportunities. Through vocational training, they can master a skill, find a stable job, and thus change their destiny. At the same time, provide special educational resources and support for special children so that they can also enjoy equal educational opportunities. Special children are one of the groups in society that need care the most. They may face physical or intellectual obstacles, but they also have the right to pursue knowledge and growth. The Core Concept Charity Foundation will invest resources to establish special schools or educational institutions for special children, equipped with professional teachers and educational equipment, and provide them with personalized educational services. In the medical field, in addition to continuing to carry out free medical assistance and free clinics, we will strengthen cooperation with medical institutions to promote the innovation and application of medical technology. We will establish a medical research fund to support medical research projects and contribute to overcoming difficult and complicated diseases. Medical care is an important field related to people's life and health. Many people in poor areas cannot get timely and effective treatment due to lack of medical resources and funds. The Xian Charity Foundation will increase its investment in medical assistance, organize medical teams to carry out free clinics in poor areas, and provide patients with free medical services and medicines. At the same time, we will cooperate with medical institutions to jointly carry out scientific research projects, explore new treatment methods and technologies, and provide more possibilities for solving difficult diseases. In the field of poverty relief, in addition to providing material assistance, more attention is paid to the self-development capacity building of poor families. Carry out entrepreneurship training and guidance, provide microloans and entrepreneurship support to poor people, and help them get rid of poverty and become rich through their own efforts. Poverty is often a complex problem, and it is difficult to fundamentally solve it by relying solely on material assistance. The Xian Charity Foundation will help poor people establish entrepreneurial awareness and master entrepreneurial skills through entrepreneurship training and guidance. At the same time, it will provide them with ultra-low-interest microloans and entrepreneurship support funds to help them start entrepreneurial projects, achieve self-development and get rid of poverty and become rich. Secondly, strengthen cooperation and exchanges with other charitable organizations at home and abroad. Establish strategic partnerships with well-known domestic charitable organizations, jointly carry out large-scale charitable projects, give full play to their respective advantages, and achieve resource sharing and complementarity. Through cooperation, we can integrate resources from all parties and improve the implementation effect and influence of charitable projects. For example, in cooperation with an educational charity organization, we can jointly carry out an education poverty alleviation project. The Core Concept Charity Foundation provides financial support, and the other party provides educational resources and teaching staff. Both parties work together to create better educational conditions for children in poor areas. At the same time, actively participate in international charitable activities, exchange cooperation experiences with international charitable organizations, and enhance the international influence of charitable foundations. International cooperation can enable the Core Concept Charity Foundation to understand the latest developments and development trends of international philanthropy, learn advanced management experience and operation models, and provide useful reference for the development of the foundation. In order to better promote the development of charity, Zhang Xian also decided to introduce professional management and technical talents. A group of people with rich management experience and professional skills were recruited to join the team of the Charity Foundation. They are responsible for the daily operation management, project planning and implementation, fundraising and management of the Charity Foundation, providing strong guarantees for the development of the Charity Foundation. Professional management and technical talents can bring new ideas and methods to the Charity Foundation and improve the operation efficiency and management level of the foundation.
For example, introducing a person with rich financial management experience to be responsible for the fundraising and management of the foundation can ensure the safety and rational use of funds and improve the efficiency of fund use. In addition, Zhang Xian and his team will make full use of modern information technology to improve the management efficiency and service level of charity foundations. They will establish official websites and mobile applications for charity foundations to facilitate the public to understand charity projects, donate funds, participate in volunteer activities, etc. Through big data analysis and artificial intelligence technology, they can better understand the needs and feedback of recipients and optimize the design and implementation of charity projects. The development of modern information technology has brought new opportunities and challenges to charity. The use of the internet and mobile applications can allow more people to understand and participate in charity and expand the influence of charity. Through big data analysis and artificial intelligence technology, they can better understand the needs and characteristics of recipients and provide a scientific basis for the planning and implementation of charity projects. Under the guidance of the new development strategy, the Core Concept Charity Foundation has embarked on a new journey.
Zhang Xian and his team are full of confidence and passion.
Through unremitting efforts and continuous innovation, they will surely be able to do a better job in charity and bring hope and change to more people. In this process, they always maintain a sincere heart and firm belief. Charity is a long and arduous task that requires a lot of time and energy. They constantly reflect and summarize their experiences and lessons, and constantly improve their work. Every success and failure becomes the driving force for their growth and progress. Zhang Xian and his team went deep into poverty-stricken areas, communicated face-to-face with the beneficiaries, and understood their real needs and difficulties. They tried their best to feel the pain and desire of each beneficiary, and used their love to warm everyone in need. Only by truly entering the inner world of the beneficiaries can we better provide them with help and support. At the same time, we actively cooperate with all sectors of society to strive for more resources and support. We cooperate with enterprises to carry out public welfare projects and establish a good social image for enterprises. We cooperate with the media to publicize charity and increase public attention and participation. We cooperate with volunteer organizations to jointly carry out volunteer service activities and contribute love and strength to the society. Thanks to the efforts of the Core Concept Charity Foundation, more and more people have received help and care. Those who once lived in difficult situations have regained their smiles. Children can study in bright classrooms, patients can receive timely and effective treatment, and poor families can get out of poverty and become rich through their own efforts.
All of this makes Zhang Xian and his team feel extremely gratified and proud.
However, the road of charity is still long, and there are many challenges waiting for them to overcome. They must continue to explore and innovate, and work hard to build a more harmonious and beautiful society. The Core Concept Charity Foundation will continue to uphold the purpose of caring for life and delivering warmth and make greater contributions to society with greater enthusiasm and more solid work.
Chapter 47 Yun Province Jade Exhibition.
On a sunny day, Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun returned to their cozy Villa No. 1 in Shadao.
As soon as they sat down, Zhang Xian received a call from Lu Hu, Mr. Zhang. In a few days, Yunnan Province will hold a jade exhibition. Are you interested in going to see it?
Zhang Xian thought about it for a while and replied, okay, then let's go and see it.
You make the arrangements and ask Wang Shu to come along. After hearing this, Lu Hu began to plan the trip to Yunnan Province enthusiastically. Zhang Xian's eyes revealed anticipation and excitement, and he invited Xiao Yichun to see the excitement of the exhibition together.
Xiao Yichun smiled and looked at Zhang Xian gently, with a longing for this journey in his heart. 2 days later, accompanied by Wang Shu and Lu Hu, they boarded the plane to Yunnan Province. Along the way, everyone laughed and talked, full of curiosity and anticipation for the upcoming Yunnan Province Jade Raw Stone exhibition. After getting off the plane, when they arrived at the Yunnan Jade Raw Stone exhibition, they were immediately shocked by the grand scale of the scene. Jade merchants and enthusiasts from all over the country gathered here like a tide, and the whole venue was bustling with a strong commercial and artistic atmosphere.
Zhang Xian and others were wandering around the venue with great interest.
With his superb treasure appraisal skills, Zhang Xian soon picked out several rough stones. One of the rough stones looked ordinary from the outside, but Zhang Xian keenly noticed that it seemed to contain extremely rare violet jadeite. Without any hesitation, he decisively spent 8 million yuan to buy it.
While selecting rough stones, Zhang Xian met an arrogant rich second generation. The rich second generation was wearing branded clothes and behaved arrogantly. When he saw Zhang Xian selecting rough stones, he walked up with a contemptuous smile and said provocatively, "Hey, you know how to select rough stones?" Don't waste your money, there are not many good ones here. Zhang Xian just smiled slightly and ignored his unreasonable provocation.
He only focused on the rough stones in front of him and had no interest in such a boring person. However, when Zhang Xian took a fancy to another rough stone, the rich second generation also came over and said loudly, "I want this rough stone, I'll pay 10 million.
Zhang Xian frowned, he looked at the rich second generation, and said calmly, "Sorry, I also like this rough stone." The rich second generation was immediately furious, he widened his eyes and said viciously, "You dare to snatch it from me? Do you know who I am? Believe it or not, I will make sure you can't leave here." Zhang Xian still responded calmly, "This rough stone is not yours, why can't I buy it?" The two argued again, and the atmosphere became a little tense. At this time, Wang Shu stood up and suggested, "How about we do it like last time, each of us chooses a rough stone to cut on the spot, whoever has the higher value of the rough stone will get it, and the loser will pay the winner." The rich second generation thought about it, felt that he had a sure win, and agreed to the bet. Zhang Xian laughed secretly in his heart, full of confidence in his vision. Under the witness and hosting of Mr. Yuan, an old man with a high status in the jade and jewelry circle, Zhang Xian chose the violet jadeite stone this time, while the second generation rich man chose a stone that he thought had great potential. The stone cutting began, and the people around were attracted and crowded around. As the sound of the stone cutting machine sounded, Zhang Xian's stone gradually revealed the beautiful violet jadeite inside. The rich color, delicate texture, and dreamlike color made people around exclaim. In the end, the market value of this violet jadeite was assessed at 50 million yuan, and everyone praised Zhang Xian's vision. The rough stone of the rich second generation turned out to be just an ordinary stone. It did have a little green inside, but it was very ordinary. It could only be polished into 2 ring faces, which was worthless. The rich second generation's face became very ugly. He gritted his teeth and reluctantly paid 10 million yuan for Zhang Xian under the gaze of Mr. Yuan and the onlookers, and fled in embarrassment. Zhang Xian looked at his embarrassed appearance and laughed secretly in his heart. Then, Zhang Xian selected several rough stones one after another, each of which showed his excellent vision and judgment. Of course, this was the thoughts and opinions of others. He himself knew nothing about jade, but he was invincible just because he had the skills to identify treasures. One rough stone contained positive green jadeite inside, which cost 12 million yuan to buy. After the stone was cut, its market value was as high as 80 million yuan. Another rough stone contained floating flower jadeite inside, which cost 9 million yuan, and its market value after the stone was cut was about 60 million yuan. After walking around the venue for a long time, Zhang Xian had already bought 28 pieces of raw stones, with a total cost of more than 300 million yuan. He decided to find a place to rest and discuss the next plan. During the break, Zhang Xian gently said to Xiao Yichun, "Dear, when I go back, I will make all these jades into beautiful jewelry for you and your family." Xiao Yichun smiled happily and said, "Okay, I am looking forward to it. I will think about how to deal with it." Zhang Xian looked at Xiao Yichun's beautiful smile, and his heart was filled with love and warmth. The next day, they continued to explore the venue. Zhang Xian took a fancy to another rough stone. From the outside, this rough stone did not have anything special, but Zhang Xian, with his treasure appraisal skills, found that there seemed to be a piece of extremely precious glass jade inside, with a market value of more than 100 million yuan. He spent 15 million yuan to buy it without hesitation. While selecting the raw stones, they met a jade merchant from another place. When the merchant saw the raw stone in Zhang Xian's hand, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Sir, please sell this raw stone to me. I will give you 20 million. Zhang Xian shook his head and said firmly, "Sorry, I won't sell it." The merchant was a little unwilling and continued, "I can raise the price again, how about 25 million? Zhang Xian still refused. The businessman was a little annoyed and said, "Don't refuse a toast. I still have some influence in this area." Zhang Xian sneered and said, "I want to see what power you have." At this time, Wang Shu and Lu Hu stood up. They straightened their chests and said, "Sir, please watch your words. We are not easy to bully." Seeing this, the businessman had to leave in shame. Zhang Xian and his team continued to select rough stones and bought several more rough stones with potential. One rough stone contained golden jadeite inside, which cost 10 million yuan and has a market value of about 70 million yuan. Another rough stone contained glutinous jadeite inside, which cost 8 million yuan and has a market value of about 50 million yuan. When they were about to leave the venue, the businessman and a group of people blocked their way. The businessman said viciously, "Humph, I want to see how you leave this venue today." Zhang Xian said calmly, "What do you want?"
The businessman said, "Hand over all the raw stones you bought today, otherwise you can't leave."
Zhang Xian sneered, "Do you think you can succeed?"
After that, Zhang Xian winked, and Lu Hu immediately started fighting with the group of people.
Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun watched calmly from the side. In a few moves, the group of people were beaten to a pulp.
Seeing this, the merchant was so scared that he knelt down and begged for mercy.
Zhang Xian said, "I'll let you go this time, but don't let me see you again next time."
The merchant nodded repeatedly, and then fled with his men in disgrace.
Zhang Xian and his team returned to the hotel with the rough stones. Zhang Xian decided to open 3 rough stones on the spot to let everyone see them.
When the first rough stone was opened, a pure ice jadeite was revealed. The crystal clear texture and beautiful color amazed everyone. Its market value was about 50 million yuan, and Zhang Xian only spent 6 million yuan to buy this rough stone. After the second piece of raw stone was opened, it turned out to be a piece of glutinous jadeite. Although the quality was not top-notch, it was also very good, with a market value of about 40 million yuan. This raw stone cost 5 million yuan. The third rough stone was unwrapped, and inside it turned out to be an extremely rare Fu Lushou jadeite. The bright color and delicate texture stunned everyone. In the end, the market value of this Fu Lushou jadeite was assessed to be more than 300 million yuan, and Zhang Xian only spent 12 million yuan to buy this rough stone. Of course, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Zhang Xian spent 2.6 million to buy more than a dozen worthless raw stones, and also cracked 6 of them to confuse the public.
Everyone was amazed at Zhang Xian's vision and luck. Zhang Xian smiled and said, "This is just the beginning. When we return, we will have more surprises." After staying in Yunnan province for 5 days, Zhang Xian and his team returned home with the raw stones. Zhang Xian kept the raw stones properly and planned to find professional craftsmen to make them into exquisite jewelry for his beloved. He was looking forward to that day and to seeing Xiao Yichun's happy smile when she wore these beautiful jewelry. Chapter 48 Grand Wedding. After that romantic and grand proposal, Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun began to actively prepare for their wedding. Soon it was the day before the wedding. The system, like timely rain, sent Zhang Xian an amazing reward for her wedding. Zhang Xian's mind once again heard the familiar voice of the system, "Ding! Congratulations to the host on entering the palace of marriage." The system specially rewards the host with a manor of 6,660 square meters in the southern area of Yadu Isan Manor, to help the host hold a unique wedding. At the same time, the manor will be rewarded to be turned into a wedding scene, including dreamy decorations and carefully arranged scenes. In addition, the host will be rewarded with a set of eternal love jewelry. This set of jewelry is carefully crafted by top jewelry masters and is priceless. The necklace is inlaid with a rare blue diamond, the bracelet is inlaid with dazzling pink diamonds, and the earrings are as charming as shining stars. The total price is 1,314,520,000 renminbi. There is also a fleet of 30 Rolls-Royce Ghosts to make the host's wedding more grand and stylish. The reward has been issued, please check it. Zhang Xian's heart was filled with surprise and emotion. This wedding will be the most unforgettable moment in their lives. Zhang Xian came to Asen Manor, located in the southern part of Yadu. The moment he stepped into the manor, he was shocked by the beautiful scenery in front of him. The manor is covered with green grass, colorful flowers, shady trees, and winding paths, as if he was in a fairy tale world. The banquet hall was systematically decorated with gold and jade, the huge crystal chandelier emitted a dazzling light, the walls were hung with exquisite murals, the floor was covered with gorgeous carpets, and flowers were placed everywhere, and every detail showed luxury and elegance. In the garden of the manor, a huge stage was built, covered with flowers and ribbons, surrounded by bright lights. In front of the stage was a long red carpet, as if welcoming the arrival of the newlyweds. At this time, the staff at the wedding scene were busy arranging various snacks and drinks. Zhang Xian looked at all this, his heart full of anticipation and longing. This wedding will be the most beautiful memory of his and Xiao Yichun's life. He thought that now that there is this wedding venue in the manor, the wedding venue that Wang Shu was preparing should be cancelled. The sun was shining, the sky was clear and blue, and a fleet of 30 brand new Rolls-Royce Ghosts lined up neatly in front of the manor, creating a spectacular scene. According to Shaolin customs, Xiao Yichun could not stay in Zhang Xian's villa on her wedding day, so she stayed at Xianda Hotel the night before. On the wedding day, with the help of the world's top makeup artists and costume designers, Xiao Yichun put on exquisite makeup and wore a one-of-a-kind wedding dress Eternal Love and waited in the presidential suite of the hotel for her beloved man Zhang Xian to pick her up. Zhang Xian arrived at Qianda Hotel early with Lu Hu, Lu Bao and other groomsmen, Zhang Wan and Zhang Yun. Along the way, Zhang Xian was very excited, thinking about marrying his beloved woman, with a happy smile on his face.
When they arrived at the hotel entrance, they were struck by the lively scene. The outside of the hotel was full of festive red decorations, and Xiaoyichun's relatives and friends had been waiting here early to send their blessings to Zhang Xian and the others.
Zhang Xian straightened his suit and walked into the hotel with the groomsmen.
As soon as they entered the hotel, they heard bursts of laughter. When they arrived at the door of Xiaoyichun's room, the groomsmen began to play various difficult games according to custom.
Zhang Xian responded to every challenge from the bridesmaids with a smile, which was part of the fun of the wedding.
In the room, Xiaoyichun, wearing a white wedding dress, was beautiful and charming. She listened to the noise outside, feeling nervous and expectant.
Finally, Zhang Xian passed all the tests and entered the room.
When he saw Xiaoyichun, his eyes were full of love and tenderness.
Xiaoyichun looked at Zhang Xian, and tears of happiness welled up in her eyes. Just then, the twin daughters Xinxin and Nian walked in.
The two little ones were wearing cute flower girl costumes and blinked their big eyes at their parents.
"Daddy and Mommy,
you look so beautiful today,"
Xinxin said in a baby voice. "Yes, Mommy is like a fairy." Nian also agreed. Zhang Xian and Xiaoyichun were amused by their daughter's words. Zhang Xian walked up to them and gently kissed their two daughters on the cheek.
"My dears, come walk the red carpet with Mom and Dad later,"
Zhang Xian said gently. "Great, great." Xinxin and Nian clapped their hands excitedly. Afterwards, Zhang Xian held Xiaoyichun's hand, and the family walked out of the room with the best man and bridesmaids. In the hotel corridor, relatives and friends applauded and blessed them. Zhang Xian and Xiaoyichun, accompanied by Xinxin and Nian, walked towards the wedding car surrounded by everyone.
The wedding car team started slowly and drove towards the manor. Along the way, the sun shone on them, as if covering them with a layer of golden glory. After arriving at the manor, Zhang Xian smiled and said to Xiaoyichun, "This is what I carefully prepared for our wedding, and from now on our family will live in this Isan manor." Xiaoyichun was so moved that her eyes were red. The wedding scene was even more magnificent. The guests had been waiting there for a long time, and when they saw the newlyweds get off the car, they applauded and cheered one after another. Zhang Xian and Xiaoyichun took Xinxin and Nian and walked slowly along the red carpet to the stage. The two little ones walked obediently beside their parents, with happy smiles on their faces. On the stage, the host said in a passionate voice, "Today, we welcome the grand wedding of Mr. Zhang Xian and Ms. Xiaoyichun. They are about to enter the palace of happy marriage under the witness of their relatives and friends." The music slowly sounded, and Xiaoyichun walked towards Zhang Xian accompanied by Xiao Hui. Zhang Xian and Xiaoyichun gazed at each other affectionately, with only each other's figures in their eyes. Holding Xinxin and Nian's hands, they stood in the center of the stage together.
Zhang Xian gently held up Xiaoyichun's face and said softly, "Yichun, thank fate for letting me meet you."
From acquaintance to understanding, and then to love, every step is full of sweetness and touching. I will use my whole life to care for you, accompany you, and make you happy forever. Xiaoyichun's eyes sparkled with tears, and she smiled and said, "Zhang Xian, I feel extremely happy every day I'm with you. I'm willing to go through every stage of life with you, no matter its rain or shine, I'll never leave you." The guests in the audience were moved to tears and applauded for their sincere love. Then, Zhang Xian and Xiaoyichun exchanged rings, and the bright light seemed to symbolize their eternal love. At this warm moment, Xinxin suddenly said in a baby voice, "Daddy and Mommy,
my sister and I will be as happy as you in the future." Nian also nodded and said, "Yes, yes." Everyone laughed out loud at the words of the two little guys, and the wedding scene was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Next, it was the time for the newlyweds to offer tea to their parents. Zhang Xian and Xiaoyichun, accompanied by Zhang Wen, Zhang Yun, Lin Xiaoya, and Lu Hu, brought Xinxin and Nian to the parents' location and respectfully offered them hot tea. The parents were filled with joy and emotion, took the teacup, took a sip, and then gave their most sincere blessings. The wedding continued and the sumptuous banquet began. The guests tasted delicious food and enjoyed wonderful performances. Zhang Xian and Xiaoyichun, accompanied by Zhang Wen, Zhang Yun, Lin Xiaoya, and Lu Hu, shuttled among the guests and shared their joy and happiness with relatives and friends. As night fell, brilliant fireworks bloomed over the manor, decorating the entire night sky with exceptional splendor. Zhang Xian and Xiaoyichun hugged each other, looking at the gorgeous fireworks in the sky, their hearts filled with longing for a better life in the future. "Yi-kun, our lives will get better and better," Zhang Xian said softly while looking at the fireworks. "Well, our family will always be happy," Xiaoyichun responded with a smile.
On this beautiful night, Zhang Xian, Xiaoyichun, Xinxin Nian, as well as all their relatives and friends, spent an unforgettable and wonderful wedding together.
Chapter 49 Two little kids go to interest class.
With the perfect ending of Zhang Xian and Xiaoyichun's wedding, this grand and romantic wedding witnessed their sincere and deep love and opened a new chapter of their happy life.
After the wedding, Zhang Xian and Xiaoyichun took their lovely twin daughters Xinxin and Nian on their honeymoon. Along the way, the family laughed and enjoyed this wonderful time.
When the honeymoon ended, Xinxin and Nian returned to their normal schooling. Seeing the outstanding performance of the two little ones in kindergarten, Zhang Xian and Xiaoyichun were filled with satisfaction and began to think about how to further tap into the children's talents so that they can develop better. On a sunny weekend, Zhang Xian and Xiaoyichun decided to take Xian and Nian to find a suitable interest class for them. They came to an art training center called Genius Baby Training Base, which was full of artistic atmosphere and children's laughter.
When I walked into the painting class, I was immediately attracted by the colorful paintings in front of me.
The walls of the classroom were covered with children's imaginative and creative works, each of which seemed to tell a unique story. Xinxin and Nian's eyes lit up immediately, and they looked at these beautiful paintings curiously, their eyes full of desire and yearning. The painting class teacher greeted them warmly and showed them some painting techniques with a smile. The teacher's brushstrokes were light and agile, sketching beautiful patterns on the drawing paper, which made Xinxin and Nian fascinated. Xinxin couldn't wait to pick up the brush and began to doodle on the drawing paper. Holding the brush tightly in her little hand, she focused on depicting the world in her mind.
Nian was not to be outdone.
She carefully observed her sister's movements and then began to paint like her sister. Zhang Xian and Xiaoyichun stood aside, quietly watching their two daughters immersed in the world of painting, their hearts filled with joy. It was as if they saw the birth of future painters, and it was an indescribable pride and satisfaction.
Then, we went to the dance class.
In the spacious and bright classroom, the children were dancing happily to the music. The energetic rhythm and dynamic dance moves immediately attracted Xinxin and Nian. They stared with wide eyes, watching the older brothers and sisters jumping and spinning on the dance floor, their hearts full of envy. When the teacher saw Xinxin and Nian, she came over with a smile and invited them to take a trial class. Xinxin and Nian excitedly joined the dance class and followed the teacher to learn various dance moves.
Their little bodies twisted to the rhythm of the music. Although their movements were a little stiff, they were full of enthusiasm and vitality. Zhang Xian and Xiaoyichun couldn't help laughing at their daughter's cute appearance. Then, they came to the music class. There were various musical instruments in the classroom, including piano, violin, guitar, etc. The teacher played a beautiful melody, and the melodious notes seemed to dance in the air, making people intoxicated. Xinxin and Nian listened to it in fascination, and touched the instruments curiously, and seemed to be full of interest in each one. Zhang Xian and Xiaoyichun decided to let them start with the basic music enlightenment course. In addition to these art interest classes, Zhang Xian also considered enrolling them in a Go class. He felt that Go could train children's thinking ability and concentration. After the trial class of the Go class, although Xinxin and Nian did not quite understand the rules at first, they quickly mastered some basic moves under the patient guidance of the teacher. They developed a strong interest in Go, a game full of strategy, and blinked their big black gemstone eyes to Zhang Xian and Xiaoyichun in a baby voice, "Dad and Mom, we like it here so much. Can we study here with these brothers and sisters?"
In this way, Xinxin and Nian began a colorful life of interest classes. Every week, they look forward to attending these interest classes to learn new knowledge and skills. In the painting class, Xinxin's imagination becomes more and more abundant. She often draws some unexpected pictures, such as fish flying in the sky, rabbits walking on the seabed, etc. The paintings are full of wonderful ideas, which amazes the teachers. Nian pays more attention to details, carefully depicting every line and every color, making the paintings look particularly exquisite. Their paintings are often displayed in the classroom by the teacher and become a model for other children to learn from.
In the dance class, Xinxin and Nian made rapid progress.
Their sense of rhythm became better and better, and their movements became more and more standard. They not only learned various basic dance steps, but also choreographed some simple dance moves by themselves. They participated in some small dance performances and showed their style on the stage. Their smart dance moves and bright smiles won rounds of applause from the audience. In the music class, they not only learned to sing, but also began to try to learn some simple musical instruments. Xinxin developed a strong interest in the piano and spent time practicing playing it every day. Nian preferred the violin and thought the sound of the violin was very beautiful. Under the guidance of the teacher, the performance level is constantly improving.
In the Go class, Xinshin and Nian Nian's thinking has become more agile.
They have learned to think and analyze the situation and can make wise decisions on the board. They often play Go with other children and exercise their abilities in the game. As time goes by, Xinshin and Nian Nian perform better and better in these interest classes. Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun are filled with pride as they watch their children grow and progress. The choice they made for their children was the right one. These interest classes not only allow the children to learn knowledge and skills, but also allow them to find their own fun and passion. One day, Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun took Xinshin and Nian Nian to a parent-child art event. During the event, Xinshin and Nian Nian showed their talents in painting, dancing and music. Xinshin first showed her paintings. She introduced the creativity and ideas in her paintings to everyone, which won the admiration of everyone present.
Then, Nian Nian walked onto the stage and danced a beautiful dance.
The dance was light and graceful, like a dancing butterfly, which made the audience intoxicated. Finally, Xinshin and Nian Nian sang a song together, and the clear and pleasant singing echoed throughout the event, making people intoxicated.
Looking at the confident smiles of the children, Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun made the right choice for the children. I hope Xinshin and Nian Nian will continue to shine and become outstanding talents in the future. As long as the children maintain their love and pursuit of art, they will be able to realize their dreams. In the days ahead, Xinshin and Nian Nian will continue to explore the path of art, constantly challenge themselves, break through themselves, and use their talents and efforts to write their wonderful lives. Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun will always be with the children, giving them endless love and support, and witnessing their every growth and progress. Chapter 50 Establishing a Jewelry Company.
In the Isan Manor in the southern area of Yadu, Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun stood side by side, their eyes fixed on the precious raw stones bought from Yun province that were carefully cut, each of which exuded a unique charm.
Zhang Xian's heart was full of expectations. These jades would be made into exquisite jewelry and become eternal works of art. Zhang Xian decided to set up a jewelry company to push his jewelry business to a new height. This idea had been brewing in his mind for a long time. He hoped to create a unique and charming jewelry brand with Xiao Yichun as the main designer. Xiao Yichun has always been passionate about jewelry design. Her talent and creativity made Zhang Xian believe that she would be the soul of this brand. Zhang Xian told Xiao Yichun about his idea, and Xiao Yichun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her dream was to have her own jewelry brand and bring beautiful designs to more people. Zhang Xian's proposal gave her an opportunity to realize her dream. Xiao Yichun agreed to Zhang Xian's proposal without hesitation and expressed her willingness to devote herself to this business. In order to achieve this goal, Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun began intensive preparations. They searched for excellent designers and craftsmen and formed a professional team. These designers and craftsmen have rich experience and excellent skills, and will inject soul and life into every piece of Isan jewelry. At the same time, Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun were also actively looking for a suitable store to prepare for the opening of the jewelry company. They hoped to find a place that could showcase the brand's characteristics, so that customers could feel the unique charm of Isan jewelry the moment they stepped into the store. After inspecting and comparing stores in various places, they finally selected a store on the Kyoto pedestrian street in Yadu as the first store. This store is located in the prime location of the pedestrian street, with beautiful surroundings and convenient transportation. The decoration style of the store is elegant and fashionable, which complements the brand image of Isan jewelry. The display design in the store has also been carefully planned, and each piece of jewelry is cleverly displayed to attract customers' attention. Finally, the opening ceremony of Isan jewelry arrived. On the day of the opening ceremony, Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun invited many relatives and friends to attend. They stood at the door of the store in their best clothes and smiled to welcome every guest. Inside the store, carefully selected raw stones and uniquely designed jewelry pieces were displayed, each of which exuded a charming glow. At the opening ceremony, Zhang Xian delivered an enthusiastic speech. He thanked all those who supported and helped them, including relatives, friends, designers, craftsmen and partners. Zhang Xian said that Isan jewelry will be customer-centric and provide customers with the best quality jewelry and the most considerate service. Through the efforts of the team, Isan jewelry will surely become an influential jewelry brand. Xiao Yichun also took the stage to share her love for jewelry design and her vision for the future. She said she would lead the team to continue to innovate and design more unique and beautiful jewelry works so that every customer can find the beauty of jewelry that belongs to them. She hopes that Isan jewelry can become a brand that conveys love and beauty, allowing people to feel happy and joyful while wearing jewelry. With the end of the ribbon cutting ceremony, Isan jewelry officially opened. Customers came in an endless stream and praised the jewelry on display.
Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun were busy receiving every customer, introducing the design concept and the story behind each piece of work. These works are not only jewelry, but also works of art. They contain the designer's hard work and emotions, and each piece has a unique meaning.
Yisun jewelry has gradually gained a firm foothold in the market.
Xiao Yichun led the team to continuously launch new designs, each of which was loved and sought after by customers. These works combine fashion elements and traditional craftsmanship, and are both modern and classic. At the same time, Zhang Xian is also actively expanding the market, establishing cooperative relationships with major jewelers, and promoting Yisun jewelry products to a wider market.
During this process, Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun also encountered many challenges and difficulties.
For example, the market competition was fierce, product homogeneity was serious, design inspiration was exhausted, innovation became more difficult, supply chain management was complex, and product quality was difficult to guarantee.
In order to cope with market competition, Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun took a series of measures.
They strengthened brand building and improved brand awareness and reputation, focused on product quality and strictly controlled every link to ensure that products met high-quality standards, strengthened market research to understand customer needs and market trends, and adjusted product design and marketing strategies in a timely manner. In order to break through the dilemma of lack of design inspiration, Xiao Yichun led the team to continuously explore and innovate, drawing inspiration from many fields, including nature, history, and culture, and ingeniously integrating these elements into jewelry design, thus creating a series of unique works.
Xiao Yichun knows that nature is the best source of inspiration.
She encourages team members to go into nature and experience its beauty and magic. Designers look for inspiration in the mountains and forests, draw ideas from the veins of leaves and the shapes of flowers, and transform the beauty of nature into dazzling jewelry.
Historical culture is also an important source of inspiration for Xiao Yichun's team. Through in-depth research on ancient civilizations and traditional crafts, unique design elements are discovered.
Ancient patterns and exquisite craftsmanship are reinterpreted and applied to modern jewelry design, giving the works a profound cultural connotation. At the same time, Xiao Yichun also pays great attention to the personal development and creativity of designers. She encourages designers to break through traditional design concepts, bravely try new materials and technologies, and create more personalized and fashionable works. This open creative atmosphere inspires the unlimited potential of designers, enabling them to continuously innovate and bring more surprising works to Yisun jewelry. In terms of product quality, Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun have established a strict supply chain management system. Only by ensuring the quality of raw materials and the stability of supply can high-quality jewelry products be produced. Therefore, they have established long-term and stable cooperative relationships with suppliers, and strictly screen and inspect raw materials to ensure that each batch of raw materials meets the quality standards of Yisun jewelry.
During the production process, Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun strengthened monitoring and management.
They introduced advanced production equipment and processes to ensure that every link meets quality standards. At the same time, they also established a complete quality inspection system to conduct strict inspections on each product to ensure the stability and reliability of product quality. In addition to focusing on product quality, Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun also attach great importance to after-sales service. They have established a complete after-sales service system to promptly resolve customer problems and complaints and improve customer satisfaction.
Good after-sales service is an important part of the brand image. Only by satisfying customers can we win their trust and support.
With the joint efforts of Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun, Yisun jewelry has gradually grown and developed. It has become the darling of the fashion industry and attracted the attention of many stars and celebrities.
Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun have also become successful people in people's eyes, and their love and career are enviable. However, Zhang Xian and Xiao Yichun are not satisfied with this. Success is just a new starting point. Only by continuous efforts and innovation can we remain invincible in the fierce market competition.
They will continue to lead the Yisun jewelry team, constantly explore and innovate, bring more high-quality and personalized jewelry products to customers, and make Yisun jewelry a timeless brand.